develops that create an expectation amongst our listeners.
You can't disappoint your fans.
Did you not get into soccer at all in your 19 years before you left England's shores?
No, I mean, I was the sort of kid who was put at fullback and then in goal because I couldn't move, you know?
Oh, we're on air now. I'm reliably informed.
Oh, we're on there? Oh, all right.
Hello,
Okay.
hello.
Oh, wow. Well done.
Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
If you like your bilateral test cricket series spicy, you've come to the right place. We're in the middle of another fantastic test match in Rajkot, the third of this tremendous series between England and India. The current score is England 207 for 2 in reply to India's 445 all out. Lots of bits of intrigue flying around. Ravichandran Ashwin has had to pull out of this test match due to family reasons, and our thoughts are with him and his family, of course. What that means to the game, we think, is that India will be allowed a substitute fielder, but that fielder will not be allowed to bat or bowl as per the laws of the game. Whether England will do anything different, we don't know. And you're very welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. My name is Grubby, and with me, in the far-flung parts of Australia, are Ian 44th and Messi Jeremy Henderson. Hello, chaps. How are you?
Delighted to be
I'm very
here.
well, thank you. Thank you, Grubby. I'm pleased to say it's currently only 33 today. Here it's getting up to 38, but at the ground today it is currently 25, but it's going to get quite warm. It's going to get up to 36 degrees later on.
We should always throw to Messrs for a weather report. He's always up to speed with several apps on the go at any one time. 33.
I also want to take
Yeah.
credit for one thing, Grubby. Yesterday on commentary early on, I said that I thought India would not be safe if they scored less than 500 because
I heard you.
Duckett and Crawley could score 200 in a session. Now, it wasn't Duckett and Crawley, but it was Duckett and others. And I do think this game is well and truly alive.
It's really turning into a doozy of a series, isn't it? The score is poised at 1 each. England winning the first, India the second. Many times in history, I think, with that score of 450, I don't think India have ever lost a test match having scored that many at home in the first innings before. But who knows what... I mean, our horizons are being widened all the time, I think, by what's happening in Test cricket. Ben Duckett's played an absolute belter of an innings, just sweeping and reverse sweeping. I was watching a bit of analysis on the TV just now where he started off sweeping behind square, manoeuvred the field. You know, man comes in front, he sweeps behind, or he sweeps in front of square when that man gets moved behind. And I don't think India really had much of an answer to him yesterday. We'll see what he does today, and can he kick on and get a real big daddy 100? We don't know, but he certainly played an absolute worldie of innings so far. What do we think, Forthy?
Well, I guess just to pick up on your metaphor there, we feel like teenagers on our gap year, don't we? With our horizons being constantly widened as we go around South America or Africa.
But have we found ourselves yet?
Well, we are looking for ourselves, and we're partially finding ourselves.
I found a bit of myself.
It's the Moody Blues, I think, who's saying I've still not found what I'm looking for, isn't it?
I think that's possibly that's the terrible U2, isn't it?
I mean, there is a U2 song, certainly.
I'm going back further than that.
Oh yeah, into the archives we go. Look, this is you're dead right, Grubby. What a fantastic series. We had another fantastic series 6 months ago between England and Australia.
Yep.
And we had another one before that between England and New Zealand. There's one constant variable, as it were, here, and that is the initially rather maligned Bazball. Not the best bit of branding in the world, but we're stuck with it now.
Yeah.
And it will perhaps be a little bit of a stretch to say it's single-handedly reviving Test cricket, but it's not far off.
Well, it is a revolution. We talk about revolutionary cricket commentary in our theme tune and elsewhere. And I think what the management and Ben Stokes, etc., have done with England and this approach to Test cricket is I don't think it's overstating it to say that it has revolutionised the game to a large extent, and chases that we thought were beyond teams are now proving, I mean, if not commonplace, then certainly they're done relatively frequently. And I think it's great for the game that we all love, and it's taking it to new places, and hopefully it's attracting new audiences. But, you know, I would say that, wouldn't I? A terribly one-eyed view of the world. It's all about England. It's not all about England. It takes two to make a great game, and India are always a formidable side wherever they play, and particularly at home. And we've seen some terrific displays. I mean, Jadeja is just one of my favourite cricketers on the planet. I think he's probably in my top 3 or 5 players that there is, and he's again proved what a rare talent he is. I can't believe that he's only scored 4 Test centuries, but that was his 4th Test century, two of which have come on this ground, his home ground at Rajkot. Consecutive tons, those coming 6 years apart, by the way, but at this particular venue. You know, and India may very well go on and win this series regardless, but at the moment, in this particular game, England have fought back very well. Still miles behind though, so, you know, one good session for India here, and they're right back in the driving seat.
There used to be an old joke, cliche, football was the real winner, which was usually the last resort when you lost a close game.
Yeah.
But I genuinely think, perhaps England might lose this series 4-1. It's possible.
Yeah.
But there's ways and ways of losing a series 4-1, and I'm not saying they will.
I'm sorry, but I have to interrupt you both because we already have a super chat.
Oh yeah.
From the wonderful Frank Rockefeller, who sent us $20 and says, astonishing evolution of Test cricket. Appreciate you being the messengers. Thank you so much, Frank.
Go on, Frankie lad.
It's lovely to have you on board.
That's tremendous, and that, as befits your name, that is a very generous donation, so thank you very much.
Yes, indeed, yes. If anyone else wants to follow suit, please be our guests.
You are very much our guests, and yes, you can officially become one. Right, I'm going to do some jingles here for the players who are about to entertain us. England will be represented by these batsmen.
His voice is high-pitched and ginger hair like a pict, but massive runs he has hit, so there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
And yesterday's hero.
He arrived with a smile, and he's going places.
And this fella's going to be opening the bowling for India.
Another mighty Bumrah. Oh, you're bowling again, aren't you? Oh, I thought as much.
Coming round the wicket to the diminutive left-hander who plays away from his body, as is his wont in all forms of the game, and just pushes it with great hands and hand-eye coordination to cover, and there is no run. 2 slips and a gully in place. And we're getting a close-up of the nice India strip, the Adidas strip that they've been sporting this series, which I quite like.
Yeah, I like it too. It's funny that, because that ball was about a yard outside off stump, first ball of the day. Everything screams, leave it, take a look first ball, but tuck it, fish towards it and got just about enough on it. The old school would have, of course, been tearing the hair out, but no, it's a different world.
And he plays this one, which is closer to him, just dabs it backward of square on the offside to bring up the first run of the day for England. That score moves on to 208 for 2. Duckett rolls on to 134 from just 120 deliveries. And if you wanted an encapsulation of this thing that I don't like calling b-ball, then Ben Duckett is surely it. Plays at something like 95% of the deliveries he receives, which for an opener is, I mean, the Jeff Boycotts of this world will just not understand what is going off out there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's it'll be interesting this, because it is sometimes difficult to carry on the momentum from the previous night. Andrew Strauss is the obvious example of someone who very rarely kicked on after he'd scored a big score the day before. Not sure what, maybe there's not enough data on what camp Duckett falls into yet.
Root does leave a ball which is outside the off stump, the first one that he's received today. He just came across his stumps, had a look at that one, thought about playing it, and then left it alone. And there's been there's been a bit of chat, hasn't there, from various commentators and pundits saying that Joe Root should just do what Joe Root does and not get too wrapped up in this whole madness and let other people do that around him, which I have some sympathy for.
And then someone else will, as Nightfellow's Day, say, well, have a look at his average post buzz, free buzz.
Indeed.
It's
But you
actually
see,
higher.
It has, but it's also post-captaincy is often
very true.
a relief.
And a bit of an inside edge, this one, as Root gets it down to long leg to get his first run of the day and moves to double figures. 10 he has now from 15. Duckett 134.
Got to be very careful with the statistics. Sometimes they tell one story and sometimes another.
And frequently they tell the story of the person relaying those statistics. But I think I said it, I'm not just after timing. I don't think Root was ever a natural captain. He's even made a joke or two about it himself, I think, post his own captaincy and seeing what's happened since, which speaks well of him, I suppose.
And I'll call it. I didn't think Stokes was going to be a natural captain either.
No, indeed, it did smack of let's just make our best player captain, which I think is always a dangerous way to go, but this is fired across Duckett, who has a bit of a swoosh at it, and it's taken by diving debutant keeper behind the sticks there. Who?
I think I think all sorts of little moving parts as ever in Test match cricket, and having a little fella who's a left-hander. It's not a new fresh point, but must be a little nightmarish for a bowler to continually have to readjust their lines, not just on left hand, right hand, but on height with the Crawley Duckett thing.
And it strikes me, looking at as this one is defended to the offside, looking at some of yesterday's highlights, that they couldn't get their length right, and I suppose not least because he's sweeping in a premeditated fashion. The sweep is often a premeditated shot, isn't it?
Almost always.
Has to be to some extent, I suppose. And it was really hard for the Indian bowlers to get their lengths right. Anyway, that's the end of
Yeah.
Bumrah's first over of the morning. 209 for 2 is the score. And I think we're going to
So
see...
Twitter
Yeah, go on.
brings us an example of the power of this form of cricket. Our very own Gary Naylor, who's not scheduled to be on air today, is out of bed at 4 a.m. Well, he's not necessarily out of bed. He's awake and watching at 4 a.m. And he says, Forthy and Grubby giving Adman a good name on guerrilla cricket. Stop challenging my fundamental prejudices. Leave that to Stokes et al. and Jay is with us.
Course
I'd
he is.
expect Jay to be up at 4 a.m. He says, morning all. Due to a huge amount of time and alcohol mismanagement, I've only just got in. Bother. Just making my presence known. So Annie, don't give me shit. I've taken some drowsies and I'm off to dream about wearing a frock on an oil rig. Well, good luck with that one, Jay.
Yeah.
Should be interesting.
Hurry, Jay. And into the attack is this man.
I thought that cruelty was science fiction until I saw him today. Now that your death is my addiction, I've thrown all that rat junk away.
In he comes, the left arm wrist spinner. Starts with a full bunger actually that Root can only bunt back to him for no run. Again, one of my favourite bowlers to watch, Kuldeep. Love him, love his variations, love his one that drifts across the right-hander. Fantastic to watch.
Indeed, yeah. Theoretically, it should be a good day for Joe Root without Ravichandran Ashwin.
Yes. As he gets the ball on leg stump and turns it round the corner, but there is a man on the 45 who does the fielding.
Yes, I mean Joe Root, he's one of those players about long and the short of it, as Sir Les Binet would say. There's an abstruse reference, but he's not. I always imagine him to be about 5'9", Joe Root, for some reason. Then it turns out he's about 6'1".
You look up, and you have to look up because he's 6'3". Kuldeep is in again and he goes back on his stumps. He often does that to the spinner's Root, and it makes me nervous. But he turns it into the leg side this time, and there is no run. I wouldn't want youngsters coming into the side or looking at Joe Root to kind of copy the way he plays spin, because he does it sort of mainly off the pitch and often goes back to very full deliveries.
He does,
I don't think
and
he's
it's been
that
hard in
wise.
math time for many years, as it has been for Steve Smith against seam bowling, but they found a way that works for them.
Defensive push into the offside this time from Root, a big stride forward, and there is no run. Yeah, it's a method that works for him, but not one that I would recommend copying. And that media centre, I don't know if you mentioned this during the game so far, the media centre at Rajkot, very similar to the one at Lords.
It's been
Referred
dubbed
to-
the Poundland Lords, yes.
Poundland Lords. That's a bit unfair. Back in his crease goes Root, a slightly shorter ball, and he's able to work this through the leg side, through mid-wicket, and picks up a single. Brings Duckett onto strike. Are we going to see an early sweep here? One ball left in this Kuldeep over.
Well, it wouldn't be out of character, but
No.
expect the unexpected. Perhaps he won't.
I mean, he's been he has said, hasn't he, Duckett, that he actually trusts his sweep much more in his forward defensive.
Well,
So-
certainly the evidence would bear that out. He claimed that he had 10 types of sweep before the series began. Everyone laughed. I'm not laughing now.
This is the old Shane Warne. Got a couple of new deliveries for this series.
Yeah. Yes.
Getting into the opposition's heads. So Duckett facing up, one slip in place. It's a full delivery. Doesn't need to sweep that one. It's just outside the off stump and almost half volley length. He doesn't time it. Ball winds up at long off, and there is no run. That completes that over. It's 210 for 2. What we got on socials there, Messrs?
Over on YouTube, we've got a few people joining us. Mayank says, morning all. I haven't slept properly 2 nights straight thanks to this 11 p.m. start. Sagir Pakar says, greetings, gentlemen. Have a wonderful day. Thank you, Sagir.
Mayank,
Leah's
hang
with
on.
us, says morning all.
Mayank
Yeah.
wouldn't be complaining about 11 p.m. start, would he? Like some of us have had to be in local time for 3:50 a.m.
Yeah, well, he had to give you the cue. There you go.
Yeah, well, you got me.
And Metal in Both Legs, that's a great name. Says, I'm so drunk. Cheers, Messi.
Madeline both
And Mog
legs.
says, did I miss anything? No, Mog. Just us.
You missed nothing, Mog. Here comes Bumrah starting a new over. It's outside the off stump for Joe Root. He's able to watch that very comfortably through to Jarrell.
I've got one question, which was there's a man who lives in the Sydenham apartment. When
Yeah.
you start up at 4 o'clock, is he still in bed?
I'm assuming so. Any
Do you ever
sane
do you see him get
person
up
would
and
be.
leave? You see him get up and leave?
I saw
You ever
Ben.
meet
I did. I saw Ben last time I was in,
Oh, right, okay.
making his
Never met Ben.
breakfast.
That's nice. He did, yeah. He's long suffering.
Another ball outside the off stump from Bumrah, which Root has nothing to do with. Maybe this is trying to set Root up. A few wide of off stump, and then one that's going to be fast and straight and zeroing in on middle and leg. That would be the sort of thing I'd be looking to do if I were the straight-armed menace that is Jasprit Bumrah.
Yes, Ollie Pope fell victim to a classic setup from Siraj last night. Still some question marks about the technology, but we have to accept it.
Well, you don't, though. You don't. As soon as you ask that question, you say, I don't accept the technology.
Back,
Very
go-
poor
rerun
form.
it.
back goes
Rerun
Root
it.
and steers this through backward point. This is going to run all the way for the first one of these of the day. So he's had a look at a couple outside the off stump. This one he elected to play off the back foot. It was a bit shorter, and that area where Joe Root has scored millions, literally millions of runs in his Test career, in that sort of backward point, third man region.
Yeah.
Not a good ball. That
Literal in the non-literal form of the word.
exactly.
Yeah.
That's why I said it so archly. Messes. This is defended in front of his stumps by Root back to the bowler. There's no run.
I still think that ton that Root got a couple of years back against India in England was, in a losing cause, funnily enough, was the most aesthetically pleasing 100 I've ever seen. It was immaculate
It was
in its
gorgeous, wasn't it?
aestheticism. Yeah.
And lots of runs scored in that area.
Yes, that was one of his shots.
With the
he-
dab.
He'd just come out of the captaincy. I think he was, he had a sort of honeymoon period where he didn't have to worry about anything very much, and he looks just supreme.
That boyish grin back on his face, which I like. There's another one outside the off stump, which he once more allows to pass through to the keeper. Score is 214 for 2. England still a long way behind, still 231 runs behind, so they can't be sitting back and admiring their work just yet. They want to bat all day today if they can, and get themselves to a position of power in this game. But as I say, a long way to go till that happens.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty even. Ashwin's absence probably still very slightly tips it towards England, but there's not much in this.
This is a ball that's angled in towards leg stump, and Root whips it through backwards square, and he's going to pick up a couple here. Yes, we were chatting, Tone and I were chatting just before we came on air about what England may or may not do, and should Stokes say, oh, if you can find a off spinner somewhere, then draft him in. I don't think he will do that. I think it will just be, we don't know what's happening with Ashwin. Obviously, thoughts with him, if he's going through something awful or whatever. But as far as taking the sort of laurels into your own hands, I don't think it's really Stokes' place to do, and I don't think anyone should expect him to.
Jay says,
come back to
my incandescent rage at hearing Grubby and Forty together is now battling the whiskey and the Zopiclone. Elias says, well, this is England's match to lose now that Ashwin is out for the match. Yes, if you didn't hear, Ashwin has been called away to a family emergency, so India are effectively down to 10 men. And Elias says, oh, well, maybe we could see Patidar take his maiden test fifer. Yeah, I think that's unlikely.
Kuldeep's
So
going
just to be
to
clear,
start anew over here, coming over the wicket to the left-handed Duckett, who goes for a big sweep. This is aerial through mid-wicket, and there's a big space there. He didn't quite get all of that, but he got enough of it to get another one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Was it Manson who did wide open space, Forthy?
I'm not an expert on Manson,
No,
to be honest.
it's the sort of music that our friend Nestlers would call indie landfill.
Yeah, that's pretty well how I think of it.
Yeah, that's not a bad single though. Wide open space. I think it's Manson. Anyway, there's a wide open space in mid-wicket / cow corner, and that's where that previous delivery was aimed. This one is just defended back to the bowler.
You two
Yep, go on.
tend to follow these things a touch more than me. Is it just concussion that you can have a substitute for, or anything else?
Just concussion.
Right.
I'm not sure if there's no, there's not a COVID thing anymore, is there?
He's back in his crease here and just turns it towards square leg, and there's nearly a run out there. There was a very stuttery beginning to that run by Duckett. Yes, no, please, sorry, thank you. Eventually fetches up at the bowler's end, the non-striker's end, as the throw came whistling in, and I think he's just indicating to Root, his batting partner, he couldn't quite hear what the call was. I think he turned it into that blind spot towards square leg where he couldn't quite see where the ball had gone. Root was calling him through, and if that throw had hit, little Ben Duckett would be on his way. But it didn't.
He couldn't hear. Is it the 100,000 people that are screaming in the stadium that he had to shout over the top of?
So Root it is who faces up to Kuldeep. He works this one behind square on the offside, as he does to the seamers so productively. And another one to his total. 2-2-2 for 2.
The
I
reason
heard a nice thing on the cricket podcast yesterday where they mentioned that in the first test, every player who made over 40, I think it was taller than 6 feet. In this test, the second test, I think it was. This test, every player who's made over 40 has been under 5'8".
Remarkable stuff.
Great statting. The reason I bring up over 100,000 people, come back to that in a second,
As Duckett turns this into the leg side and gets another single.
is because we had over 100,000. We had I think 99,000 people shouting in a stadium last night in Melbourne, which is the biggest crowd that Taylor Swift's ever played in front of.
She couldn't even match a grand final crowd, eh? Oh, pretty poor.
Well, I think they have to make a bit of room for her
Entourage.
Well, her entourage, yeah.
Kuldeep flights one up outside the off stump for Joe Root, who drives into the covers where the ball is fielded, and he can't get a run. That brings to a close that over. 2-2-3 for 2.
So possibly Duckett's greatest super fan for wrong sends us a meme from Only Fools and Horses. He says the greatest sweeper of all time. Duckett may have refined his technique from Trigger, who's shown saying, I've maintained this broom for 20 years. This old broom's had 17 new heads and 40 new handles in its time.
Brilliant.
And Varong also says shades of Lion at Lords in the second Ashes test. It means with the Ashwin injury. P.S. England still couldn't win the series. Oh God, don't let's go back there. Jay says, I've been chucked out of every house share I've ever had, so I sympathise with David Brooks as the man who finally broke Dave's tolerance. I don't know what that relates to. It must have been something I missed yesterday. And Gary says, fourthly, did you never see VVS Laxman make a ton on Mohammad Azharuddin?
Yes, I did.
Bumrah outside Duckett's off stump. Just plays it from the crease towards point, and there's no run.
I like Taylor Swift.
Yeah?
I think she's a good lyricist, sometimes bordering on a great lyricist. And she writes all her own songs. She seems very level-headed, as much as anyone can be, when there's all those people screaming at you. It drove George Harrison in the Beatles. He had PTSD for years after the Beatles, after all of that. I don't know how anyone copes with it. But, very good stuff. Well done, Tay-Tay. Big fan. I mean, I wouldn't put it on.
Don't go that far.
No.
This ball closer to Duckett, and a full swing of the bat sees the ball wind up down at deep backward point, and he gets himself another single. Yeah, I like that. I remember being at the Reading Festival in 1990, Forthy, and John Peel was the host, if you like, the voice that you heard over the muddy fields. Wasn't that muddy actually, but you know what I mean. And he started with an ironic playing of a Kylie Minogue hit before proceeding to the indie fodder that was what we'd all come to hear.
I don't even mind. I like Can't Get You Out of My Head.
This is defended outside the off stump by Root. It was a slower ball from Bumrah, and he looks around as if to say, "What's all that about then?" Actually, I like Kylie's song "What Do I Have to Do."
Yeah,
Which
that's
is-
a good one.
Yeah, and it's sort
It's a
of not as
very
played
good
as.
cover. Very good cover by the Flaming Lips. You've probably heard it. Of Can't Get You Out of My Head. My goodness, that's good.
I think I probably have, but now I'm going to have to listen again. I heard an amazing cover the other day. I might have even sent it to you, Forthy. Can't remember if I did or not. After this ball, Bumrah is in to bowl it, and it's whipped into the leg side by Roop, straight at the field, and there is no run. It's a cover version, if you can get your head around this, a cover version of Cotton Eye Joe.
Yes, you did. Yeah,
I did send it. Yeah, it's by Rufus Wainwright with Shaka Khan on vocals as well, and it's just the most beautiful, melancholy. I think he's got a touch of genius about him, old Rufus. If you've not heard that, everyone, I can thoroughly recommend it, and it will surprise you.
We've actually got a new Sombrero Fallout listener amongst us now, because Messi is now on the bandwagon.
Ah, come on, Messers.
Later, Doctor.
Oh, I love it. It's very good for my musical education. Thank you.
And Joe Root has been caught at second slip attempting a big old reverse sweep off of Bumrah. So straight out of the blue, nothing was really doing, but England thought that's not exciting enough. Better try something outrageous, and he's gone.
Not what was needed.
I mean, what do you say about that? Other than
What do we say? What do we say? Well,
I'm
you
ex- I'm ex-
can't
You
say.
don't. You just shake your head a lot.
I'm expecting a close-up of Jeff Boycott, like that time when Harry Brook got out doing something stupid, of just his hand in his head in his hand, thinking,
There
what's
is-
become of the world?
There is collateral damage to Bazball, and there it is. Possibly it's Joe Root's batting average. You can't say play aggressively and don't get out. It just doesn't work that way. Does it look foolish in retrospect? Of course it does. But I think you just have to accept it comes with the territory.
I'm just going to read something off YouTube. Frenchie LeBoeuf has been in, saying, Redneck's remake already? Wow. Rednecks, who did the original of Cotton Eye Joe back in the 90s. Number one for a good few weeks, that. I remember almost losing my hearing next to a speaker in a club in York one New Year's Eve when that was playing. Yeah. Anyway, England... Go on.
Mayank comes to his own defence. He says, yes, but don't forget 11 p.m. starts means play ends at 6:30 a.m. and then I have to go to bloody work after nothing but an uncomfortable nod here and there on the couch.
Oh,
4 a.m. sounds better than this hell. Yeah.
Shut your face.
Fair point.
This fellow has come to the crease for
And he
England.
says, all right.
I am the big shot. You heard me right the first time, name of Bachelor Johnny Cool. Occupation, big shot.
Yep, big shot Johnny B has come to the crease to join Ben Duckett.
I miss Bonzo Dog.
The Bonzo Dog Doodah band.
Yeah, that's where that's from.
Yeah.
Actually, the origin of the phrase "Cool Britannia" was the Bonzo Dog Doodah.
Ooh,
Of
that
course,
is
yes.
a great bit of knowledge. So, Joe Root has, he's injected a bit of interest where there was none, in kind of a good way for England up until then this morning.
Yeah, it's
nothing
like
was
killing off a character in episode 3. What? Did not see that coming.
With England still over 200 runs behind India's first innings score. As we said previously, this game is still in the balance. And it's just tilted a bit India's way in the last few minutes. Starts with a full delivery here, which Johnny Bairstow does pretty well to dig out. A good Yorker from Bumrah to finish that over. And the score is 224 for 3.
So Tony Bishop very helpfully gives us a definition of landfill. Indie, UK phrase referring to the amount of generic guitar-based bands. It is characterised by a complete lack of rhythmic invention, weedy vocals. Auntie Andy says if Ben gets a 200, I'll fork out for a bucket and postage. Jay says I just bought Bob Monkhouse's autobiography. Thought I'd all be interested. They're slowly punching in. Dave Wood says, what does Taylor Swift bowl? I think it's left arm rubbish. And Jay also says, 40, you squeaky voice motherfucker, I'll fucking kill that. Oh, he's on form tonight. I will from now on refer to Duckett as the janitor, as he seems to sweep for a living, says Leah. And Dave Wood says, Jose Gonzalez did a great cover of Carly's Hand on Your Heart.
Do you remember, talking of the word janitor, it always makes you think of Hong Kong Phooey, the mild-mannered janitor.
Mild-mannered janitor. Yeah.
Whose name was, is it so-and-so, the mild-mannered janitor? What was his name?
I don't remember.
Penry.
No.
Lots of people remember it as
David
Henry.
Thomas.
It sounds like Henry, but it's Penry. Duckett goes back and turns it into the leg side to pick up another easy single for him. He's moved on to 142 from 130.
Well, I think, funnily enough, Henry Winkler, who's usually associated with Fonz, plays the mild-mannered janitor in the Scream franchise, is it?
How old was he when he played the Fonz? What age was he supposed to be? Because he looked like a sort of middle-aged uncle even then.
He was supposed to be a little bit older, like
Yes.
23, but I think he was about 33 at least.
Or at
wasn't he?
least, yes. He's still with us though, isn't he? He's probably into his
Do you
80s
know
now.
do you know how old Dustin Hoffman was when he played the teenager Benjamin in The Graduate?
28 or something?
31.
31.
Really? Fucking hell.
Kuldeep starts with a full delivery outside Bairstow's off stump, and he drives it up to mid-off. There's no run. One slip, one leg slip, and one short leg is the short-ish field. We're seeing another replay. It doesn't get any better of Joe Root's dismissal.
I think it's fair to say, just to clarify, as far as we understand Bazball, break off.
As Bairstow still can't get off the mark, turning it into the leg side. It's fielded at mid-wicket, yes, Forky?
Well, it's not see ball, hit ball, or you get dropped. It's not, it's just play whatever method that you feel entirely comfortable with. And if you are an aggressive batsman, then we'll tend to pick those. Then do that. So there is an argument for Joe Root going back more to his more traditional game. I don't think Bazball would.
Oh, that looks close. Umpire has given it eventually. He's out for none. The LBW. That ball turned a lot. Pitched on sort of off stump, turned significantly. Looked like it was probably hitting the top of leg stump. I reckon he's going to review this though. A, because it had done quite a lot, and B, because it's just Johnny Bairstow and he will want to. But bear in mind, it's been given out on the field, but we have one of these.
I was definitely in. Were you definitely in? I don't know.
And I'm
Lots
not
of reasons to think that's out. One, because Kumar Dharmasema gave it, and two, because it looked absolutely stone cold. But let's have another look.
It's actually pitched way outside the off stump. Not that that matters. It's hit him
Turned
on the knee
hard.
roll. Yeah, it's hit him on the knee roll. Big
hit
spin
me.
there from Kuldeep. So
It's
again,
gonna it's literally going to hit middle and leg halfway up, unfortunately.
yep. And there's definitely no bat involved, so I don't know why we're even
He
considering
must have
that.
missed it by at least 9 inches. Maybe
Yeah.
a foot.
Yeah. And he's so far back in the crease.
I remember Andrew Flintoff being given out in Auckland at a game I was at back in 2002. He was given out caught behind, and he missed the ball by about what Johnny Bairstow missed this ball, and was given it. It's hitting about 3/4 of the way up middle stump. So Dharmasena was absolutely right to give that out. England burner
As
review.
plumb as you get.
And I'm gonna try and restrain myself with every fibre of my being from going off on one. But this is what can happen when a set batsman gives his wicket away in the manner of Joe Root, and I'm just going to leave it there.
Well, Grubby, I think you do have a responsibility, given that Hendo's not on air today, to give the listeners what they want, which is you going off on one.
Giving the listeners what they want is not what I'm here for, Messrs. If anything, it's quite the reverse. Duckett running out of partners now. England, having started the day in a sort of relatively comfortable position, find themselves 225 for 4, still 210 runs behind their opponents. And England's captain has come to the crease in the middle of, let's not call it a crisis, but a little wobble.
Well, it's a really, look, it's a great ball from Kuldeep.
Ben Stokes.
That was the Ben Stokes jingle, which is just finished, Forthy. Yes,
Yeah, it was a great ball from Coldeek. To be
it
fair.
was.
Did turn a hell of a lot. For a man who's just come to the crease, it would have been hard to negotiate for anyone.
There's a lot of stuff on YouTube. Mayank says there's a bloke who lives in the cinema house and he's not a gorilla diehard. I feel bad for him with those ungodly broadcasting hours. ENH says morning team. Mog says spare a fucking moment for the poor bastards like me who have to be here at 3 p.m. You soft little bunny.
Stokes' first ball is outside the off stump from Cooldeep and he lets it go through. Some England diehard fans there. And I don't use that term because they're relatively elderly and might shuffle off this mortal call at any moment. Full delivery, which is defended by Duckett. By Stokes, I beg your pardon. Back to the bowler. There is no run. It's 225 for 4, and I think we're due our first change.
I'll see you in half an hour.
I'm going to stay and summarise. Tell the boss tells me. So yeah, go for it.
So Mog, the next tweet, I'm afraid there's quite a few, is from Leah, saying 8 minutes ago, saying wickets falling. I'll catch you in half an hour.
Thanks a fucking
Cheers,
lot.
Messrs. Morning, Moggers. How are you?
Hello, Paul.
Oh, you never call me Paul. That's rather sweet.
I prefer not to call you at all, but
That's
sometimes...
Sometimes it's unavoidable being on air together.
Well,
hello, Tone.
Hello.
As we welcome you to the box of joy.
Not a stellar Yorkshire performance, as that one is worked into the onside by Duckett, who England need really to stay there for a while. Morning, Mog. How are you?
Good morning. Afternoon.
Whichever
Evening.
you like. It's
Night.
going to be that somewhere in the world. There's no doubt about that. England 207 for 2 at the start of play. They trailed by 238. Things have taken a decidedly less than favourable turn from an English perspective. Joe Root playing, well, I think a daft shot. I mean, as I heard you saying, they're daft in retrospect and they're great if they work, but it's not the first time he's tried to do that in this series and got caught out for it. And indeed, I kind of heard you saying, play your natural game, and perhaps he should have done.
It was a good catch from Jaiswal. Didn't mention that.
Bumrah in, past the outside edge of Stokes. Bumrah looks up the track to Stokes. Jaiswal, who took the catch off Root, has his hands on his head, and Stokes survives, but was a heck of a delivery. Angled just back into him enough and went between bat and pad at upper thigh height, so would have cleared the stumps anyway, but it was an excellent delivery.
It's difficult facing Bumrah at the best of times, but there's a technical deficiency from Stokes there because he's trying to play that with his bat coming from kind of gully across the ball.
He is,
and that's not going to help.
He is. There should be two. What have we got? 2 slips. One is Jaiswal. I guess the other's Rohit, is it? Bumrah in. Again, he's coming round the wicket to Stokes. Interesting little interplay between the two of them. Well, when I say interplay, Bumrah's halfway down the track having a sort of a toothy, shark-like smile at him. Stokes is just looking the other way and not really paying any attention at all.
It's Bumrah's cobra face, I always think.
He's ready to spit and bite, of which he is very capable in a bowling perspective. 219 is what England trail by. They would not have wanted to have lost 2 wickets before they'd got that, well, I don't know, under 150, I would have thought. So, great start for the day for India. That one swings away. Ben Stokes happy to leave. He does tend to start slow, doesn't he, Grubby? Does Stokes? He likes to
he often does.
Ease himself into his innings.
Have a little look. Yeah, I mean, famously, what was he, 2 or 3 off 70 odd deliveries at Headingley that time before going
so it's like
nuts.
Flicking a switch, isn't it?
Yeah.
Ben Duckett, though, he motors on resolutely and with a fair amount of aggression. 143. He started at 133, so he's added 10 this morning.
And I think Root also got done by a bit for pace a little bit.
Bumrah in. And that is again angled into the left-hander from around the wicket. Stokes pushes into the onside. And there's no run.
ordinarily
26 for 4.
Yeah, ordinarily playing that ramp shot that he does play quite frequently, and certainly has the last year, 18 months, 2 years. But that one, I think, by virtue of being a bit quicker than he was thinking, meant that he only got a little bit of it, and therefore it went to slip as opposed to looping up over slip. He might have thought that even if he didn't time it particularly well, he'd get enough on it to get a single or a couple of runs.
It's very well taken by Jaiswal.
Yeah, it was a really good catch. Yeah,
They clearly went to him at huge pace. That's an attempted Yorker this time, and Stokes has to be quick about his work to dig it out. The ball ends up at mid-on. It was a fine delivery. It's the end of the over, though. And India's morning 2 wickets so far, and we can catch up on some messages. I'm sure there will be plenty, Mog.
Yes. Leah says wickets falling basically out of the blue has been the theme of this test thus far.
Yeah. Good
Someone
point.
called Mog says Caroline Munro was 36 when she played a teenager in Slaughter High, apropos of your discussion before.
Yep.
Farong says, well, it appears most listening in are on the Terps, so fuck it. 11:30 here, 35 degrees, off to the Lab restaurant, spicy Thai mints, and to get on the Smirnoff or 3. Rum will be safe for after sunset. JB still hasn't replied to BAU for bat sponsorship.
Kuldeep in again, and that rips and turns and goes past Duckett's outside edge. My word, he's getting something to turn here. That was a terrific delivery, wasn't it? It was a Jaffa. It was a Jaffa, which reminds me I need to chase up Jacob, who tends to go to ground from time to time. And he's digging out. In comes Kuldeep. Duckett angles the bat, steers towards mid-wicket. Jarrell goes trotting across to field from behind the stumps. He's had a tidy debut, I think, hasn't he?
From what I've seen, yeah, I don't have TNT in the house, so I've not, in fact, not even been in the house. So both those things have precluded me from watching.
Well, have you been in someone else's house? And they don't have TNT.
We were away at Centre Parks this week just gone. Yes. In Sherwood Forest.
In Sherwood Forest.
Are you coming down now? That's how they speak up there.
Kuldeep. 2 men on the offside for the left-handed Stokes. There's a slip and the silly point, neither needed as Stokes defends. And there's no run. 2-7 for 4.
That follow on is looking a long way off. They'll never make it.
Yes, what is the follow-on target actually? Oh, it's going to be another 18 runs, isn't it? What am I saying? As this is away towards cover. Oh! And it's a complete piece of comedy feeling from Siraj, who attempted to pick it up, tripped over his own feet, and kind of toppled a bit like a tree.
He fell over that deceptively dense piece of clear air just there.
Any excuse for a bit of yakety sax?
Well, yes, indeed. Or the Benny Hill theme, as it was also known, but you're absolutely right, it's yakety sax.
Slapping the little baldy fella on the head.
Jackie Wright, as this was past the outside edge of Stokes into Jarrell's gloves. No run.
Good knowledge on Jackie Wright there.
Yeah. Who was it? It was
Bob Todd. Yeah, because 99% of gargoyles look like Bob Todd.
That was half man, half biscuit.
Correct.
Was it? Yes. So
Just mark that off my bingo card for the day.
Yeah.
Grubby mentions half man, half biscuit.
This one whipped into the onside, straight to mid-wicket. No run. 229 for 4. Ben Stokes current. Leon 2 and his usual circumspect start. Duckett 144. Mog.
Quick production note, the screen needs adjusting to let us see Tony in all of his glory.
Yeah, no, I know, because I'm sat in the middle chair and we're expecting Kartik, who has arrived. So if Grubby can admit Kartik and exit himself, as it were.
See you in a bit.
And then talk amongst yourselves, you two, and I'll just slide into Grubby's chair.
Leah says there's a reason Pearson doesn't have a bat sponsor. He's no Boomerang after all.
Good afternoon.
And And in the process of sliding, England appear to have scored 4 runs, which I completely missed. But you might have to tell me what happened there, Kartik.
Yeah, it was,
and you're going to have to adjust your sound to do it, because you sound very strangely distant to me. Oh, I'll tell you what it was. It was a leading edge from Duckett. Up and between, well, over gully, really. Went flying off down towards third man. And, well, it was a piece of good fortune, without a doubt, I would say. Bumrah just covered his face with his hands. He can't believe that Duckett's got 4, but it's reduced that deficit to 212 for England. Round the wicket comes Duckett. Down comes Bumrah to Duckett. Worked off his legs towards Kumar Dharmasena, who's standing at square leg. And it's 1 more for the Duckster. So you've made it, Kartik. I'm delighted. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Yeah, and it's a rather different situation for India than you might possibly have expected, unless you were following it from ball 1.
I was not, but I'm pleasantly surprised. As I said, I was stuck in the coffee line in the stadium here. Surprisingly, such a warm morning, everybody seems to still want to have their coffee. So it took me a bit of time to get back into the media box.
Drug of addiction.
As this one is defended into the offside. No run. 234 for 4. Remember, England started the day 207 for 2. Duckett on 133. Joe Root played a shot that, well, adventurous, brave, or daft. Take your pick. I tend to go more for the latter of those options.
Adventure Braft.
Adventure Bra Daft.
I feel like he's probably gotten worse since the Bradwell regime.
Well, the numbers say very differently, and I have them somewhere. I can dig them out for you. That one is past the outside edge of Stokes, but he leaves comfortably enough from Bumrah. So 5 off the over, 4 of which he will consider himself to be very unfortunate to have conceded. And possibly Duckett will consider himself fortunate enough to still be there. He is still there, and he's only 1 away from 150. And you sense, if big innings win big matches, the Duckster has to still keep going on for England. That's a bit of lift, late away swing, pretty much after it had left the bat. Stokes is able to leave, and again through it goes to Jarrell, and there is no run. Misty, sort of hazy looking morning in Rajkot. I suspect there might be a breeze.
Yeah, slight breeze, as I can see here looking out the window. But hasn't really played too much effect yet, but we'll wait and see.
Bumrah. Hop, skip, jump, in. Played with soft hands by Stokes. He's going to get 4 between slip and gully. Gyswell goes trotting after it. Blind Joel gives the 4 signal, but I think that was perfectly deliberate by Stokes. He played it late and with soft hands, kept the ball down, and it did the job. 4 of the finest. Joel Wilson, of course, involved yesterday in the who was it who was dismissed, and there was so much. Oh, Pope, Ollie Pope, wasn't it?
Ollie Pope, yeah.
Yes. Do you know what? I've watched that several times, and I know Joel gets a bad press, and probably with some justification. The numbers don't really back him up particularly well on successful reviews.
I'm sure he got one decision right yesterday.
Yeah,
something that was upheld on review.
But there, we absolutely all said that's not out. It looked too high, and Duckett defends into the offside. No run. It looked too high. It looked. It was. He'd hardly taken a step forward, so the ball was not going to sort of drop in its arc. It was hit on the upper part of the top of the pad, and it just didn't look out. Looked like it was high going down leg, and his whole stance gave you the impression that it was nowhere near the stumps.
Yeah, right. I say it wasn't a bit of potentially manipulation for the BCCI putting their foot down. Hey, we need a wicket now. Let's do something about it.
You may very well say that. I couldn't
They are
possibly
that
comment.
powerful.
And that is defended again by Duckett out towards extra cover.
I assume they use real-time AI-generated algorithmic image processing to just edit reality to be whatever it is they want.
Bowling from the south end, I think, which is also the pound shot media end. Media centre end is Kuldeep. In he comes. That's a reverse from Duckett. And he's nearly done a Ben Stokes, beg your pardon, a Joe Root. It just evaded slip. And he will... Well, did he get a single? He should have got a 4, shouldn't he? And he's 50 up.
I don't think they ran.
Rohit got fingertips to it. The Duckster, it was the Joe Root shot, absolutely again. Hands and mouths in the crowd. And he didn't run, I think. And there was an attempted sweep as well. And now he will take a bye, you're absolutely right. Damascena's just checking, he's having a good look. Well, Duckett's waving his bat in the air, but I don't think he's going. It's because he's got 100. Oh, he has got 150. It's given us runs.
Oh, he did do that.
I don't think he knew. Hence, we weren't particularly sure. But 150 is up for Ben Duckett. So brilliantly batted him. 150 off only 139 balls. He really has been the rock around which this England innings has been built. Because take it away. Well, as indeed you might have said about. Jadeja, for example, that has beaten bat and pad and has gone completely through Stokes. That should be 4 byes. I was about to try and given us 4 byes, so let me just jingle those very quickly.
Leg byes, 4 leg byes.
Leg byes, oh, they're even more complicated, but I think I've got leg byes somewhere. Where do they sit? If I can't find them, I can't find them. I'm not sure I can. Where are leg byes here?
Ooh. Tony commentating all aspects of
Here we go, leg byes.
I'll tell you what, if that was a leg by, that was a... I'm not sure you even...
Yeah, well, it must have just brushed the thigh on the way through.
Looked like it hit his elbow.
Leg.
Defended by Ben Stokes. I'm still waiting for the opportunity to celebrate...
Probably the end of the over, maybe.
Duckets. Do we have 150s? Yeah, okay, I'm going to do it now very quickly. Rohit is very kindly, vigorously shining the ball before throwing it back to Bumrah, which gives us a chance to play the jingle and then hand over to Mog for some messages.
Jay Grover says, SXGRF good night all. Good night, sweet prince. Howdy the mad old Batty Atkinson says, got up to hear Joe Root go, and by the time the kettle boiled for the first beer of the day, Johnny B was gone. Is Shelley hiding somewhere?
Yeah.
She's not here.
She's not with us today, sadly. We need her on days when England are bowling. 2:43 for 4. Good morning, Willow Moon, the queen of the lemon drizzle cake.
And Kefe says 350 will still give us a chance, but at least one of their batters should do well, so it'll be difficult. I assume the us in this case is England.
In comes Bumrah. That squares up Duckett, and it squirts off an outside edge down towards third man. He'll get himself a single. We've had 10 overs, 36 runs, but crucially from both teams' perspectives really, 2 wickets in this session. Both Root and Johnny Bairstow, without scoring, stepping back to play one that turned sharply by Kuldeep off the back foot, plumb in front. They never looked for a moment, a scintilla of doubt, but that didn't stop Johnny B reviewing, only of course to be proven that he was absolutely salmon. 2:44 for 4. 3 slips in place for the excellent Jasprit Bumrah. who I think I'm right in saying, I'll give you a stat on Bumrah fairly soon. This one is past the outside edge into the gloves of Jarrell. I think he has the best figures in terms of average for any Test bowler with 100 wickets or more, and he has the second best average for any bowler who's taken 150 wickets or more.
Of all time, I assume.
Of all time, which, needless to
Most
say,
impressive.
is extraordinarily impressive. Which will mean, ask you the inevitable question: who has the best average of people who have taken? We'll wait for Bumrah, left by Stokes through to Jarrell. Who has the best average of a player of bowlers who have taken 150 wickets in all of history?
Alan Donald.
No.
Murali.
No. I can tell you, Bumrah second, Alan
Fred
Davidson
Spofford.
is third, Malcolm Marshall fourth, Joel Garner fifth. But the first one, I can tell you he was English. As we'll wait for Bumrah. Stokes stoutly defends, and there is no run.
Is it Simon Kerr? Oh wait, no, it won't be.
It was no, it's not poor old Simon Kerrigan. No, I was there at the Oval that day. It was like watching seals being clubbed. I mean, it was just horrible to have to witness.
Poor boy.
Yeah, it was. It was scarring. It was scarring for me as a spectator. 201 is what England trail by. 244 for 4 the score. Bumrah in. It's very full. By Jove, that's full. What a delivery that was. It swung a little bit in the air as well. Stokes dug it out again, and he realises that was, well, it was a delivery of a bowler who at times touches genius, I think.
Bob Willis.
Yeah.
No, not Bob Willis. I'll give you another clue. You have to be going back in history into the mists of cricketing time. Test.
Probably not.
Hold on.
Well, it's W.G. Grace. We're not going that far, are we?
I don't think his bowling figures were quite that. Oh, and Ben Stokes, that one edged down into the ground, bounces short of second slip, and Bumrah is winning what might be known as the moral battle here. I'm going to leave you keep thinking. Grubby, I have to say, just came running in a Knackle-esque manner to poke his head around the door, and he did get the answer right.
I hope he had a bit of
there
paper
you
he was
go.
waving.
He didn't actually have a bit of paper, no. So he wasn't in full-on Knackle-esque mode. Anyway, it's 244 for 4 at the end of that over, and we can get some more messages. And if anyone knows the answer to that question, do let us know.
Nobody yet, possibly. Leah says, do we know why they're wearing black armbands? And she hopes it doesn't have anything to do with Ashwin or Kohli's absences. I don't know.
I don't. Let's have a look.
No, I do. So
can't
it's not, thankfully, to do with Kohli and Ashwin's absentee. It's there's actually a former Indian cricketer that passed away earlier in the week, Gaikwad.
Oh. As that one is.
Ruturaj Gaikwad.
Yeah.
No.
Very sad to hear that. That was squeezed out and down to short third by Stokes, no run off Kuldeep.
Sort of one of the played 11 tests and actually captained India at one stage as well. So, yeah, former cricketer, the BCCI announced that this morning that all the players will be wearing black armbands.
Kuldeep in again.
To him.
Driven by Duck. It was very full to drive, so it's but it's gone out towards extra cover. He'd get a single for it. He moves on to 152. By Jove, how important that has been for England.
Is it SF Barnes?
Yeah, single-handedly.
Mog, it is Sydney Barnes. You are absolutely correct.
I'm going to claim that, even though Sagir Parker, the person that came up with it.
Well, he's bang on the money.
Well played.
It was the great Sydney Barnes. And that one is defended into the offside. He was a professional in the Lancashire League when he was discovered by AC McLaren, who said he then got him along to a net session apparently and thumped McLaren in the thigh and hit him in the gloves. And Sydney Barnes
Lucky
said, "Oh,
was
well,
it
just
AC
wait."
Milan.
Short cut beautifully by Stokes, but it is only going to go down to deep point and he'll take a single. He actually apologised to AC McLaren, said, "Sorry, sir," and the reply to come back was, "Don't be sorry, Barnes. You're coming to Australia with me." So there you go. Sydney Barnes, who, against Australia, had an average of 22. Against, in England, he had an average of 13. And in South Africa, he had an average of 10. His overall average, as that one is beaten the outside edge of Duckett, as he has. Well, it was a sort of a bit of an indeterminate shot, really. He was looking to work it to leg. Not taken cleanly by Jarrell. His overall average was 16.43 with 189 wickets in only 27 tests.
If Shane Bond had played another 20 tests against Australia, he would have had an average of 10 and 200 wickets.
Well, yeah, it's a sort of average you'd think would be very hard to ever beat. That's swept by Duckett. But India are wise to it now. Field placements seem to be just in the right place if you're Indian, the wrong place if you're Duckett. It does get him a single. Which means he'll keep the strike. Yes, he will. The end of the 47th over. It's 2:47 for 4. Mog.
Jeff Perkins on the YouTube says it's good to hear a Melbourner extolling the virtues of one Sydney. I'm not really a Melbourner. I just live here. Mark Zip says, "Morning all. Joining you as I price up the last few records for the Wilkes Bar record show on Sunday. Appreciating Mog's characteristically perverse and clever swapping of blurred face and in-focus zoom background. It's all part of the artifice."
But you've got a bookshelf. You've gone full fourthy in your on-screen persona.
Well, I've got a photograph
we might
of a bookshelf.
Might have to have a bookshelf relet off between 40 and...
well, we did talk about that the other day. I think we sort of started one. 2:47 for 4. 9 runs off the last 18 balls. So, well, nothing slows a scoring rate like losing wickets. And England have lost 2 this morning. Root to a shot that, well, defies description except to say it was wrong shot for the wrong time. And Bairstow stepping back onto his stumps and being LBW to Kuldeep. That's defended by Duckett towards mid-off.
It's almost as
there's no run.
It's almost as if... So I was going to say, it's almost as if Root just said, "Duckett, I'm going to give it a go."
Yeah.
And it...
I see what you did there.
Well, I missed it. What did I miss? Something went right over my head.
I said it's almost as if he just said, "Duckett, I'll give it a go." And,
Duckett, I'll give it a go.
It was a cunning play on words, Tone.
I still haven't quite got it, as that one is into the offside. No run.
Duckett. Because Duckett and Fuckett are very similar.
Oh, I'm with you. Right.
Also, Duckett has been making runs at quite a rate of knots, so it's a clever juxtapositioning of... Yeah, anyway.
It's just, the father in me is coming out.
You're trying to,
Father of 2.
Hasn't, like, a WhatsApp just stopped auto-correcting? If you run a right fuck it will now appear as fuck it. It used to keep changing it to Duckett, didn't it?
Did it?
Yeah, yes. It sort of bowdlerised any swearing. As that one is away into towards mid-off again, no run. It's almost as if you then had to sort of select, no, I really did mean that, to prove that you were profane and lacking in sufficient vocabulary to actually come up with something that didn't involve swearing. How the bear has his phone set, I have no idea. But it would have made his life easier. 2:47 for 4. England this morning have been slowed down and are finding now, conscious I am sure, that this is really a pivotal pairing for them. Bumrah full fast and defended towards point by the Duckster, who has got past his 150. He started the day on 133. Ben Stokes, as ever, cautiously 7 off 24. 198 is
you
the
do
gap.
get the sense that this is the partnership for England, really, that's going to set them up in this game. Whether they go close to India, whether they supersede India, or whether they fall short.
No,
It's
you're
probably the
absolutely
outcome of
right.
this
And then
particular
there's a
partnership,
question.
I think.
Remember, batting second as well, Kartik, is they need to get past in. I know England back themselves in any situation, but if you bat first and you've got a 7, we'll just wait. That one's defended. If you bat first and you end up 70 behind on the first innings, you go, fine. We can bowl them out and get a lead on the second innings. But if you bat second and you're going to have to bat last, it looks a very different game, doesn't it?
Yeah.
That was.
Yeah, well, I mean, they are a little bit fortunate in one sense with Ashwin not going to be playing and bowling in the fourth innings.
Yeah.
But still, they still want to make sure that they're not having to chase too much, if at all.
Bumrah again has been bowling from. Well, it nicely, kindly tells us it's the south end, not south end. He's not tearing in up the arterial road past Westcliff and
Not sure you
Shrewsbury
pronounced
Nest.
that correctly. South End? What's this South End?
South end. South end. That was defended stoutly and competently by Duckett. It's the end of the over. We can get you more messages. Are we changing, Grubster? We are, aren't we?
Oh, well, while I do that,
Yeah.
messages
So-
says,
so
don't forget
read
the
those
GPL.
anyway. Oh, GPL. GorillaCricket.com.
136 of your British pounds.
Yeah, GorillaCricket.com. Just find competitions and you register. It's £1 for every effort you want to make, every estimate of how many runs are going to be scored in the day, and there's currently £138 to be won. Well worth it.
And Leah's tweet is the most recent one. Messy.
Thank you, Mark. Leah says, I forgot about that. Thanks, Kartik. Also, Ruturaj Gaikwad is very much still alive and only 27 years old. Dr. Gaikwad was the oldest living Indian cricketer when he died this week. He was 95.
Yeah, I'm glad you cleared that up. It's, apologies to all Ruturaj Gaikwad fans. And himself, of course. Yeah.
Thanks, Kartik.
Okay, I think we're shifting over, aren't we? There we go. Thanks very much, Kartik. You're staying with us, Messi? You're joining us.
I am indeed. Yeah.
So
Tom P says quite the battle emerging here between Bumrah and Stokesy. Not to be put the mockers on it, but I feel it's time for Big Ben to get his own back after those 2 castlings in the first 2 matches. Hugely pivotal passage of play. I think that's very true. And Raman says India will win. And Perko says, good to hear Melbourne are stolen the virtues of Sydney. Oh, sorry, that's already been done. And why did England throw away cheap wickets? Makes no sense, says Victoria. Well, throwing away wickets never makes sense. It's just cricket. Okay.
Yeah, it's just cricket. It's just cricket. So there we are. Well, we've got the classic trio back again. It's like Nirvana, isn't it? It's for the classic trio.
Who are Nirvana?
Who are Nirvana? Yeah, good question.
Blind Faith, I'll go back to.
They had an extremely dodgy album cover, Blind Faith. I do remember that. Those were different days. All good, Grubby? You
Yep.
just had a little half-hour kit?
Well, no, all of 20 minutes off, and delighted to be back with you.
Tell me about it. Tell me about it. Yeah. Now, if you hear some snoring, it's not me. It's my dog. So just ignore that.
Unless we see evidence to the contrary.
Yeah. So he's still going at more than a run a ball here, Ben Duckett. He's gone past 150.
Yeah.
It's pretty good stuff.
Oh, it's well, as we started at the very beginning of today by saying it's another terrific game in a tremendous series, isn't it? And I think we should just take the time to appreciate the superb entertainment that we're being served up. No.
That's right. I mean, as Margaret Thatcher said when she came out of Downing Street, when I think the Belgrano had been sunk, just rejoice at that news. Just rejoice at that news, she said twice. So let's just rejoice at this cricket.
I mean...
Yeah, I wish you would use different
Moggs already had me mentioning half man, half biscuit has scrubbed off his bingo card. Although, to be fair, it was Tony who brought them up, not me. But now I've mentioned it, so now he can scrub it off. I didn't have Forthy making a Thatcher reference on my card.
No. Well, expect the unexpected, like Bazball. Oh, we're back, and that's big forward defensive from Ben Stokes, who's in his watchful mode as he frequently is at the start of innings. And there's a couple of pelicans flying overhead. They look magnificent. We get pelicans in Melbourne as well.
Extraordinary beasts.
Get pelicans in Perth, Grubby? I bet you do.
Absolutely.
Messi. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, they migrate all the way to Siberia.
That's a long old haul. I'd like to know what goes on. That's a dot ball. I'd like to know what goes on inside a bird's brain at times. Here I am, perfectly happy on the Perth flats. I think I'll go to Siberia.
Oh, the nesting there is super. Second to none, I hear.
Second to none. Kuldeep. And he comes again. Cut uppishly, but not uppishly enough. 2 points. Some oohs and some ahs. Stokes slightly playing with fire there.
Oh, he really timed that very badly indeed.
Looked a little bit off on his timing, isn't he, at times in this series? Well, he had one very good knock, I think, in the first test, and he comes again. You'd have an expansive, and didn't quite get all of that, but he got enough of it. It sailed over mid-off's head. 4-4.
The number of the day. Who could ask for more? The number of the day is 4.
Just having a look at that one again. Yeah, no, I'm fair enough.
One bounce.
I don't think Kuldeep will mind that shot.
No, I think you're probably right. I mean, that's...
I love it when commentators say that.
Yeah, I know, it's great.
I think I would if I were the bowler.
Shane Warne always used to say as a dot ball. Shane Warne always used to say, I'd rather get hit for 4 than for a single. Rather get hit for 4. You kind of know what he means.
The great Shane Warne.
The great Shane Warne, I know. Stokes hovers over his bat. Last ball of the over, facing up to Kuldeep, what might have once been called a mystery spinner. Not in the days of the internet. That's played out to one of the boundary riders, and that's a single, so Stokes will keep the strike. He moves on to 12, and the score to 2-5-2 for 4 at the end of the 49th over. Messi.
Dave Wood says, not sure I expected Nirvana and Thatcher to be mentioned in such quick succession. That's a Venn diagram I'd be interested in seeing. Well, the point of intersection only contains one name, and that's Forthy.
Yes, that's true.
The Mog says Nirvana were a psychedelic band from the 60s, right?
Oh, yeah, they were.
If this is the Nirvana trio, which one was exhumed?
I exhumed myself from my bed at 2:30 a.m.
I think I'm Kurt Novolosevic, the one that everyone forgets, the bass player. It's Siraj time.
Ah. I should probably play you a jingle, therefore. 1 sec. Here he is.
When you gotta fight your way from the streets, gonna find a way to land in your boot. There's only one man who could save us now. It's Mohammed Siraj.
Mohammed Siraj, I always think looks one of the scarier looking cricketers on the circuit. Comes round the wicket and played off his hips to mid-wicket by Ben Stokes, no run. There used to be a guy who played for Ireland who is the single most scary-looking man I can ever remember. I can't remember his name now. My God, he looks scary. From about 10 years or so ago, 10, 15 years ago.
I can't think who you mean, I'm afraid, Forthy. I like Siraj, though. He's good character. He often plays with a smile on his face. A little bit of needle about him sometimes. Makes the game fun.
Needle. Appropriately scary jingle too.
Does he play with a smile on his face? It's been fairly well concealed for me. Again, slightly strays onto the pads, and this time Stokes times the bazookas off that one and manages to get it wide of the man at mid-on for one of these.
2 + 2 is on man.
He just leaned on that one, didn't he?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, the other cliche is sometimes it takes one shot, and maybe if he felt he completely timed that one, maybe he'll get him in the groove. For England's sake, let's hope so. Partnership has crept up to 31 as we look up, and Stokesy thought about cutting it, thought about it, pulled out.
And Duckett has just slowed down a little as well. I know it's all relative. He's still scoring it better a run a ball overall, but 153 from 150.
Yeah, you don't know, do you, in an innings like this? Can you kind of press the accelerator again? I suppose you can.
Well, he must be getting a bit tired, you'd have thought.
Yeah, you'd think so. 150, even off just 150 balls.
It's all that looking up he has to do.
Yeah, that's right. He has also been in the field for 2 days, looking up at the blazing Rajkot sun. Quick look inside the Indian dressing room and back to the field of play, round the wicket. Oh, goodness. So, great shot, actually, from Stokes. There was a little bit of away swing, whether it was reverse or not, I couldn't necessarily comment. Stokes, he sashayed down the pitch and smashed it for one of these.
That went like a tracer bullet.
Good shot.
It's funny, isn't it? A couple of balls ago we were talking about how he's struggling a little bit with his timing.
Yes.
And as if to prove us entirely wrong, he's timed the ears off a couple.
Make a fool out of all of us.
Happy to be made a fool of.
Oh, happy. Oh, perfectly happy. I do remember my favourite was when England was smashing West Indies in again. That strays down. You've got to be careful there. It just wafts at it. Could have just feathered it down the leg side, strangled, as they say, but didn't. Dot ball. My favourite was when England got West Indies all out at Lords, I think, for 60 in that 2000 match.
Yeah.
And they'd conceded a massive first innings lead, and just as they were getting the 9th wicket, West Indies were in utter disarray. The camera pulled back on a guy in the crowd who was reading the Evening Standard, which said "Pathetic England." So, it does make a fool of us, this game. In comes Siraj again. He's going wider and wider on the crease. I can't believe he's actually bowling for the feather down the leg side, but that's kind of what it looks like. And Stokes missed out on that one again. It wasn't too far away.
Tomorrow's fish and chip paper, Forthy. That's what it is.
Oh, 100%. Couldn't agree with you more. Digital fish and chip, fish and chip paper these days, of course, but still fish and chip paper.
A microchip.
Mog says if some of these Indian guys keep playing, I think they might need better jingle. Looking at you, Mr. Jurel. That was an IPL jingle, wasn't it? Tom P says, I think you're referring to Vic Paul Sterling, a top batter for Ireland in these days, who helped bring Irish cricket out of obscurity. No, you were talking about a bowler, weren't you, Paul?
No, not necessarily. I can't. Sorry, my apologies. I just couldn't quite remember the name.
I think of Paul Sterling as intimidating.
Even Mark Nicholas, who always tries to be somewhat diplomatic, said, "That's a scary-looking fella."
Message, you're a bit quiet, by the way. I don't know if you.
Sorry, the mic was away from my mouth.
Well, that would do it.
Kuldeep back into Duckett's. Oh my word, he's out. That was a ridiculous wicket in many ways. That was bowled 2 yards wide of off stump. Then Duckett followed it and just gave catching practice to the man in the covers. And that is the fall of the 5th wicket at 260. Great innings from Ben Duckett, but one away to go.
Shit takes wickets, inducing a push out that don't clear the tickets. Yeah, shit takes wickets.
Never was there a more appropriate jingle, Grubby.
And of course, you can get the Shit Gets Wickets t-shirt at our merch store if you go through our website, and you'll find any number of products with the logo on, but the t-shirt's the best one. although they won't let me wear it into the members at the Perth Stadium, unfortunately.
Should we just revisit that fine example of shit gets wickets, because it was the longest of hops from Kuldeep. A good, as you described it, couple of yards outside the off stump, wasn't it? Didn't turn particularly far, and it was just the fact that Duckett had to reach for it, or he'd gone back in his crease and then had to sort of lean towards it in order to play it, and spooned it up to cover point for the simplest of dolly. I mean, a sublime innings in many ways, but a ridiculous end to it.
Yes,
it was always going to have a ridiculous end, though, wasn't it? I mean,
well, it did. I don't know whether it was. I don't know whether it was always going to, but it did.
Here comes England's wicketkeeper.
That's all, folks.
Do you think do you think that jingle was done partly because his name's Folks and that's all, folks, but also because he looks a little bit like Bugs Bunny? I don't know. Sorry, Messrs, I cut across you. What have you got to say for us?
Tony Bishop shared a limerick with us. He says, "Oh, a wondrous bird is the pelican. His beak holds more than his belly can. He takes in his beak food enough for a week, but I'll be damned if I know how the hell he can." Thank you, Tony.
Very nice.
I think that's Edward Lear, but maybe I'm wrong.
Didn't Edward Lear come up with the first limericks, and they were rubbish?
He invented the form, yes, but they weren't very good. They didn't always follow the classic pattern either. First ball from Kuldeep to Folks. Oh God! I oddly enough, I can see how it happened. If it had been a taller man, I don't think that he would have fallen for that trick, because he was reaching for it so far.
We should drop him the short ass.
End of the baton. Yeah, that is the drawback. There are some advantages in cricket, many actually, but not with that shot.
We have a super chat. I'll do it after this ball.
Okay, after this ball, which Folks plays straight back down the wicket to Kuldeep. Yeah, go Messi.
Sagir Parkar very kindly sends us $5 Australian. Keep up the good work, gents. See you all in a couple of hours. Thank you, Sagir.
That's very nice of you. Is that, forgive me, perhaps Sagir is a regular that I'm unaware of, or a big shout? Big shout against Folks from Kuldeep. They decided to. I think he was just outside the line, having a quick chat, a quick super chat, and they decided not to pay it. But things have not gone according to plan so far, it's fair to say, this morning for England. I'll tell you what, I'm slightly surprised they didn't review that one. Maybe it came back too far. And Folks is going right the way back in his crease again. Arms are thrown up. He does get the bat on this one and plays it round the corner, but with no great security. And have a look at that. That would have been out had it hit the pads. He manages to get a bat on it, but the one before was interesting. It might have turned too much. This is heading for a wicket maiden, and the worst ball of all got the wicket. Oh, and that's spooned up. There was no man at short point, so there is no catch. But suddenly, it's looking like a minefield out there. At the end of the 51st over, England 260 for 5.
Can I give you an example of an Edward Lear limerick?
Please do.
There was a young girl of Mallorca whose aunt was a very fast walker. She walked 70 miles and leaped 15 styles, which astonished that girl of Mallorca. So he often used to do that. The last line would be a sort of repetition, not just a rhyme, but a repetition of the first one. And you think, well, you know, there are only 5 lines to play with here, Leah.
What Daniel Kahneman would call peak end theory. You're going to remember the lingering memory is going to be the end, and the end is terrible. Sorry, Messi, over to you.
I won a competition with a limerick. A sports-based limerick was required. And God built this heavenly golf course. Sorry, I'll start again. When God built the heavenly golf links, he needed a pro with good instincts, but rejected St. Peter on the fact that his feet are too far apart and his swing stinks. Could have read that better.
Thank you very much, Messi. You've missed a dot ball. Ben Stokes facing up. First ball of the over to Siraj around the wickets. Yeah, I'll tell you what, that was Impact was umpire's call on that one we're having a look at again. So they wouldn't have lost the review. I am surprised they didn't review that one because it was perilously close. Oh, wickets was hitting. It was Impact that was umpire's call.
Yeah, it was just outside the line of the off stump.
I mean,
or marginally just outside.
There's a sort of appeal where you couldn't have complained as a batsman had you been given out. That's a dot ball from Stokes, who defends it authoritatively. Perilous times. Chuckle from Messi.
It does feel that way, because now England, from a position of relative strength first thing this morning, although still a long way behind the game, find themselves 185 behind still.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, you look up and you might be facing a deficit of 150 or thereabouts, which in the context of this game,
India's got their nose way in front at the moment. No doubt about that. That's a lovely shot from Ben Stokes, straight down the Rajkot turf, but the man at mid-on is quite narrow and cuts that one off.
Yeah, and all the naysayers will be out going, no, it's all Joe Root's fault. And they might have a point, actually.
They might have a point, yes. Well, look, it's cricket, isn't it? I think
it is
cricket.
It's
cricket.
It's just cricket.
Just cricket. And it's good fun. We're enjoying it, even though you have a session like this where you think, God damn it.
Yes, there's been two very frustrating dismissals from an England point of view.
And the camera, of course, ironically zooms in on a sign that says, we're here for the Route 200 not out. Not this morning, you know. And in comes Ben Stokes. I'm not going to put any commentator's curse on it, but he's seems to be playing, shall we say, sensibly, which is a good thing to see. You will probably see a period of something like what can only be described as attrition in baseball terms, as Stokes and Folkes do steady this ship. They're both very capable of it. Folkes is looking scarily like he doesn't know what to do with Yadav at the other end, and he's playing from within his crease to some pretty full bowling, but we'll see how that goes next over. In comes Siraj round the... Defended by Ben Stokes, top ball. Yes, Messi.
I would posit, fourthly, that if that camera work had been at Lord's, it would have been ironic, but it's in India, so it's actually vengeful.
Maybe so. Few people.
And Anna Forsyth is the one who made me laugh. She said, speaking of scary cricketers, I've always been slightly terrified of Faf, but like in a sexy way.
Well, yeah.
Tell us more. No, don't.
Yeah, no, do expand on that. Do unpack that, as we say in meetings these days. Siraj round the wickets. Ben Stokes gets it wide of the man and the covers. There's a shy at the stumps, slightly pointless one. They hurried through for the single. Ben Stokes will keep the strike, which is probably a good thing against Yadav at the moment. And at the end of the 52nd, England 261 for 5.
Barong, who has a new phone and a new account, sends us a quiz. He says, how many instances of bowlers picking up 4 wickets in an over in Test cricket, which is also the highest number of wickets ever taken inside an over in Test cricket?
That's presumably stimulated by Forthy's mention of that famous game against West Indies in 2000 when Caddick got 4 in one over. So there's one.
I have no idea of the answer to that.
I've got a vague
Hadi the
feeling...
Mad El Badi loves the Siraj jingle. A bit of headbanging has woken me up properly.
Happy to help.
Mark Zips says, why can he never just leave it? He never leaves anything. And he also says, Ray the Pelican poem from the invaluable Quote Investigator site, the earliest instance of this poem known to QI appeared in the Tampa Morning Tribune of Florida on April the 2nd, 1913, ascribed to C.M. Marston. There you go.
Thank you very much for that. Although I had the feeling that Edmund Lear was operating in the 19th century. First ball from Kuldeep to Stokes, big forward defensive, squeezed out to point, dot ball.
No, he wasn't contesting that. He was pointing to the authorship, I think.
Okay. Again, squeezed out this time into the covers, dot ball. There won't be quite so much happening for a while. I think we can almost certainly guarantee that, as the ship, which has been listing all around the choppy ocean, the navigator and captain of Stokes and Folkes are trying to right at the moment. Having a look at these awful wickets again. Yeah, Joe Root, you can't really blame Johnny Bairstow too much. Maybe you could say, Gary will probably say he should have been propping forward or something, but oh, hang on, what's happened there? Stokes has played, well, I wouldn't quite say it was a flail, it wasn't that, it was reasonably well controlled, but it was one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
It was a sweep shot.
It was, yeah. It's
not quite a sort of slug sweep, would you say?
Well, it was in front of square.
Yeah.
He came hard at it and played it very well.
Played it rather well, actually, in the end. Defends that one. Proper cricket. It's quite like a low vertical sweep way in front of square. You can picture such a thing. Low horizontal, I should say. England trailing by 180. One ball left of the Kuldeep over. 2 slips hovering. Ben Stokes rocks back onto his back foot and cuts to the sweeper, who's sort of 2/3 of the way in. Keeps the strike. England 266 for 5 at the end of the 53rd.
Fred McInnes is proxying for Josie Oak. He says we're doomed. Classic Hindi Songs and Sport says, hi Messi. Sukhmani Sahib Indian scripture has around 600 lines and rhymes throughout every line. Tom P says, I don't think 4 wickets and an over has ever occurred in tests. I could be wrong there. I'm pretty sure.
Well, we just gave you one example, so it has.
Yeah. Definitely Andy Caddick got it. Was it at Trent Bridge, Grubby?
Headingley, I think.
Headingley, I think you're dead right, because it was all over in 2 days.
Yeah.
Remember that. Poor old CEO. English cricket didn't thank him, but, a win's a win. In comes Siraj again. And he'll be bowling to Ben Stokes, who get the strike round the wicket again. Well left, although it did come back a touch.
Mm-hmm.
How do you think England should play it from here, Grubby? Any thoughts?
I mean, as usual, because of the way the game is played now, there's much time in the game. You also would reckon that you want to be scoring your runs, if possible, in the first innings. So we've spoken a lot about Stokes' various modes that he can play in. He can probably just have a bit of a look and kick on later. Yeah. Folks, play your normal game.
Yeah, he's not totally tied down. He's playing normal Test cricket, if such thing could be said. He's 26 off 50 Stokes, which is normal Test cricket, and he has played the occasional. Has played the occasional more attacking shot. That was a dot ball. As we all know, he was like 2 off 65 in his famous knock at Headingley, so he has many modes. Man of many modes. The good thing with Ben Stokes, and certainly with Folkes, is they don't mind being tied down for a while, whereas other batsmen get itchy feet.
And also, a lot of the received wisdom that perhaps we're as guilty as anyone of sort of applying to various situations. So received wisdom would say, if you concede a first innings lead in India anywhere, and certainly here, then you're really struggling. England don't think like that anymore. If England concede, 120 lead, they'll still fancy the chances of winning the game, even if that means chasing 500 in the fourth. So,
totally.
And
they will, yeah.
We saw this in the previous Test match that India went on to win, deservedly so. That just that little bit of doubt crept in with England chasing a large total.
I haven't got the stats in front of me, but I've got a kind of vibe that there's been quite a few first innings deficits in quite a lot of these Ben Stokes captaincy era. That has gone past the diving keeper, as it's gone past the leg side of Stokes. But there is a fairly narrow long leg down there, so they've just come through for one bye.
That just flick his thigh pad on its way through.
Maybe it did.
Didn't see the signal. I thought it might have deviated, but maybe not. It's a bye of some sort, either an actual bye or a leg bye.
It's some sort of a sundry. Not a word you hear as often as you should.
Yeah, I like that. Sundries.
Sundries.
Nice.
Sundries. We don't really need two words for extras, but we've got one. Such is the beauty of the English language. Never hear sundry really in too many other contexts. Anyway, in comes Siraj over the wicket this time to Folkes, who doesn't quite get himself in a good position, but manages nonetheless to keep the ball down. So I suppose the end justifies the means, and he manages to get it down to long leg for a single.
Yeah, sundry, other sundry items. I might use it in that.
Sundry items, yeah.
Meaning slightly random, or I can't categorise them, therefore I'll just use that word.
Sundry, bloody sundry.
I can give you an answer if you wanted of how many times 4 wickets have been taken in and over in a test match.
Yeah, go on then.
Okay, it's 6 altogether. 5 of them by English bowlers.
Wouldn't have put it that high. Is Fred Truman one? Oh, that's a dot ball, by the way. Is Fred Truman one?
Morris Allen in 29, Ken Cranston in 47, Fred Titmus in 1965, Chris Old in 78, Wasim Akram in 1990, and Andy Caddick, the most recent, in 2001.
You don't know this because you can't look inside my head, but I was thinking Wasim Akram might be one of them.
There you go. I believe you too.
Thanks.
I wasn't thinking Fred Titmus.
No.
Siraj. Pulled, but unsuccessfully by Stokes. It simply goes into his breadbasket, I think. And he's ripped, he's torn, he's spends a lot of time in the gym. It just bounces off him, not a problem. I would probably be feeling that bruise in 2 weeks' time, but not he. End of the over. England 268 for 5.
And end, at least temporarily, of our time together as I welcome Big Tone back to the comm box. That's a term of respect, by the way, not any criticism. Right, and with that, I shall make my escape and see everyone after lunch, probably. All right, cheers.
See you then. Bye.
Meanwhile, there is deep, deep silence. Jeff Perkins says, Messi's just grateful he can't see inside Grubby's head. Actually, I don't know. No, wouldn't be good.
It was due to be Kartik on ball by ball, but I need to have let him in, which I have now done. And you've missed a dot ball, which Folkes has just dabbed into the onside. And England stay on 268 for 5. Kartik, all yours.
Oh yes, Kuldeep continues over the wickets to Folkes, and he slaps it down through to deep mid on for a single. Scorer moves on to, or Folkes now moves on to 2, and Stokes is 26 not out.
That route dismissal, by the way, I saw Jared Kimber had been saying that he averages 70 off that shot, but that's now halved to 35, and it doesn't look quite so clever.
Yes, no, it looks good when it goes off, but not so good when he gets out. Kuldeep continues over the wicket to Stokes and gone all through everybody there. That's going to be 4 byes. Probably a bit of extra bounce. We'll have to wait for the replay to see what actually happened. But everybody's been amused. Quite sure what's happened.
Somehow let it through, straight through the keeper, went through the keeper, gone through the keeper, that's through the keeper, it's through the keeper, straight through the keeper, went through the keeper, gone through the keeper, that's...
It does go on forever, that jingle.
The old puff of dust has taken it the other way. Ominous signs.
Yes, and that makes you. Oh wait.
Leave it over the wicket again, and this time Stokes nudges it down to mid-on, picks up a single, and moves on to 27. Not out to the score now is 274-5.
And with Kuldeep finding this kind of turn, you have to think that only parity will do for England. A deficit of any kind, whilst they will always back themselves, it's going to make life very difficult batting last on this track, I suspect.
Correct. Look, it's still. I mean, we'll wait and see. It still looks to be mostly fine, but Kuldeep continues over the wicket to Folks, plays off the back foot to a short mid-wicket of sorts. Interesting field position, but we'll wait and see. I think the pitch will hold true, but there's going to be the odd delivery that'll do something different, and we'll have to wait and see. Kuldeep continues over the wickets, this time wide outside the off stump, driven quickly to mid-off, but so quickly that there was never going to be a run there. And so another dot ball ends the over. England 274 for 5. Folks not out on 2, and Ben Stokes not out on 27. Mog, anything on the socials?
Mark Zip has posted some photos from the 2017 Champions Trophy coverage, Ghosts of Gorillas Past. Is that a bearded grubby, apparently? And remarkable how little the Hofbeer has changed. Except he's got a lot greyer, I think, now. That's on Twitter, should anybody want to go have a look at that. And Leah says, those 4 wickets in and over in Tests are all fine and dandy, but the true power move is 4 wickets in the first over of a World Cup match, including a hat-trick off the first 3 balls. And can you guess the bowler? I can.
The bowler for which was this?
4 wickets in the first over of a World Cup match, including a hat-trick off the first 3 balls.
Ooh.
As Siraj continues around the wickets to Stokes for no run.
In the first over of a World Cup match?
Yes. If I'm right, I think I am. The initial overs are very important. That's a really bad clue, sorry.
Just see the replay of the 4 byes there from the previous over. Siraj continues around the wickets and driven back to mid-on again very quickly. And again, there will be no run. He's timing the ball very well, but they're going straight to the fielder. Interesting question you posed there, Monk. I'm not sure of the answer off the top of my head.
Let's see if Leah has confirmed my answer. Tension builds. Drum roll, please.
Around the wickets. This time Stokes pulls it, but just falls short of the man at square leg. And again, no run. Stokes starting to free up his arms, started to get used to the pace of the ball, pace of the pitch, I should say. And you get the feeling that he's starting to get a lot more comfortable. The odd ball will still do things, so still that's going to be in the back of his mind, no doubt.
Wasn't someone like Chaminda Vas or someone like that, was it?
I believe it was.
Do you think it was Chaminda Vas?
Against Bangladesh.
Siraj continues over the wickets and another forwardly defence shot for no run.
Wasn't even a World Cup game. I think his was the first time that it was in a World Cup, but it was the first time for the first 3 balls of any ODI, and it happened to be in a World Cup. And I have to say, I cheated.
Biggest
and looked that
stage of them all. Oh, what?
Sorry.
The one bit of cricket trivia I knew the answer to, and God, devalued.
Well, no, I had to look it up, and you already knew it. Therefore, I would say, all points to you.
Yeah, but I could have cheated. Probably should have.
Drives around the wicket again and nudged again by Stokes to mid-wicket for no run.
Leah confirms that by saying it's Vunakula Surya, Pada Bendige, Ushatantha, Joseph Chaminda Vas.
But his was the first. We were after the first, weren't we? And that was his. I think was the first.
Yes.
The frustration, for England this morning has absolutely been that they've lost 3 wickets. Only one, you would say, a new bowler coming in, getting a ball that turns really sharply can happen. But the 2 of the 3 wickets have been to the most awful shots.
Rise around the wicket again, and this time Stokes pulls, and this time goes out to deep square leg. He does pick up a single, and he moves along to 28. The score moves along to 275 for 5. I think it's 1 delivery left. Or might be the end of the over.
And Joe Root, averages more since 2022 than in his pre-2022 incarnation. I mean, obviously he'd played a lot more tests before the McCullum-Stokes arrival or marriage, or whatever you want to call it. But his average and strike rate are both considerably higher, or are both higher after the start of Bazball, if you will.
So why is he getting such bad PR?
Well, I think Mog, because it seemed to be not his natural game, and everyone was delighted when he first pulled out a reverse ramp, and everyone, Ben Stokes eyes wide, and it was fantastic. I think it was just seen to be out of character, and he scores at a fairly decent lick anyway. Remember, he's the archetypal batsman who you look up and he's on 30 because he does it, and I think the feeling is he doesn't need to. So if it doesn't work, it's wrong shot, wrong time.
Dave continues over the wickets, and Stokes tries to sneak a single, but Jewel is having none of it. Chases after the ball, I should say. And it's another dot ball, which remains on 28.
Everyone's a critic, Tony.
Well, of course.
Goldie continues over the wickets, and this time, is it popped up? I'm not sure that.
Didn't get an edge.
He got a bat on that. But he did certainly, I'm sure, get some nerves coming in now, because there's another one that's just shot off the ground. Oh, there you go. That was a good delivery by Kuldeep. He's certainly asking some questions, Kuldeep. Continues over the wickets, off the back foot this time. Stokes slaps it through the covers. That's a great shot, but fortunately for India, there's a man at deep cover who picked up, and they'll pick up 2 runs. Move Stokes to 30, and England to 277.
The other thing
168.
The other thing you can say about Root is he is one of only 5 batsmen to score 1,000 runs in India, who are non-Indian batsmen, i.e. visiting batsmen.
As Kuldeep continues over the wicket to Stokes, and this time to swept, pops up over, but in no man's land. There's no fielder there, so it's safe. We'll pick up a single, I think. We'll wait for the umpire's call. Yep, that's off the bat. Very upish, off the top of the bat, I think. And he's picked up. He's moved on to 31.
Should we guess who those other 4 are?
You can. I can tell you he's 5th on that list in terms of the number of runs in India. I think he may actually have gone to 4th now. But the one above him was an Australian, Mog.
Is it Ricky Ponting?
No.
Yeah.
Kuldeep continues over the wickets, and this time squares up folks a little bit, but no run. I think it might be Steve Smith.
No.
I hope it's not someone like Mark Taylor. That would be embarrassing.
No.
Or Hayden.
Yes.
Hayden's the other one that comes to mind.
Yes, Matthew Hayden. It was indeed Hayden.
Kuldeep over the wickets to Folks, who plays a lot more confidently now off the front foot, but no run. And that will be the end of the 57th over. Folks remains on 2, Stokes on 31. England now 278 for 5, still trailing India by 167.
I can tell you, just before we pass to Mog for messages, the top three are 2 West Indians and another Englishman.
Cook.
Correct. He is
I'm
second.
going to say Lara.
No. No. Earlier generation in both cases. Both of the same generation of a fine West Indian team.
Gordon.
Greenwich and Haynes.
Grubby again is in knackle mode, but without the piece of paper to get the first one, which is Clive Lloyd.
Only the B was there.
Gerard, when it gets to Stokes, pulls this one, and that's gone through the gap, and that will go to the boundary for 4 runs.
Yeah, he controlled that beautifully. I mean, it was a half-track bouncer that didn't really get up that much. Gave him ample time, didn't it? You sense facing Siraj is more comfortable for Ben Stokes than facing Kuldeep, based on the evidence of the previous over, which is ominous from an English perspective. Or Bumrah.
Siraj continues around a wicket to Stokes, and this time nudges it in the same position, not as well timed, but he'll still pick up 2 runs and field it out there, or chased and fielded out there by Sarfaraz Khan. The debutant, Stokes moves on to 37, England now 284 for 5.
The other one is Gordon Greenwich, by the way. 1,042 runs at an average of 45. Clive Lloyd, 1,359 runs at an average of 76, which is a phenomenal.
It's not a Pakistani on that list.
Strangely, no.
But in the recent times, that's for sure. Siraj continues around the wicket, and Stokes plays off the back foot defensively through to cover for no run. Yeah, I think Ponting, as great as he was, and much like the late great Shane Warne, didn't have the best of records in India.
Kartik, you there? You've lost you. That one's away into the offside. There is no run. 284 for 5. Kartik, are you with us?
Sorry, I'm just fighting the mute button. Would you be able to continue the ball by ball?
Yes. Okay, I'll just give me the nod when you're ready. We're in the 58th over of the morning. England started full of optimism. Things have not gone the way they will have planned, as Siraj is around the wicket to the left-handed Stokes. Has he top-edged that? No, it came off his leg. Siraj has his hands on his head. It was Juralu went across and ended up really where a leg slip would have been. And he's played some full shots, but he's moved on to 37, has Ben Stokes. Where did that come off? Oh, it beat everything, I think. Must have caught something there, Mog. Did you see? Bottom edge, was it onto the ground?
The replay they've just showed appears to have avoided showing us the ball at all.
No, it's bottom edge. It was a bottom edge.
Bottom edge, yep.
And it could only have missed his stumps by, well, the merest fraction. But he survives.
Hunched over like it had clappered him straight in the balls.
Around the wicket comes Siraj. Again forced into the onside, fielded at short mid wicket. There is no run. 284 for 5. Kartik, are you back with us?
I'm back, yes.
Fantastic.
The little guy, he's just been sleeping in the back of the studios here, and has just decided to get up in time for the last 10 minutes of the stint before lunch. Just couldn't wait for the lunch break. So thank you for that. Where are we at? Yes, England 284 for 5 now. Stokes on 37 and Folkes on 2. Stokes and Folkes, what a combination. I'm sure it's no doubt tongue twisters for many of the commentators around the world whenever they're batting together.
Just need to get Wokes back in the team and we'll be fine.
They're all good blokes. They're all good blokes, I'm sure.
Blokes, Wokes, Stokes and Folks.
We have a jingle for that.
Do we? Well, if
do.
we don't, we will soon. Is it one of yours, Mog?
I'm afraid it is. It's not all that good, to be honest.
Jeff sent a really good 4 jingle in overnight, but I have to wait for the bear to appear to place it into the jingle cart. But it's an excellent 4 jingle that I hope will get an air.
A really good crowd in here today at Rajkot. This is being a Saturday. A lot of the school kids have come in, and obviously the Barmy Army travelling everywhere have come in really good numbers as well. The lead continues over the wicket to Folks, and this time driven through down to mid-off convincingly, but so convincingly that went straight to the fielder, and there will be no run.
Apparently it hosts a kite festival every year, Rajkot.
Continues over the wicket to Kuldeep, and defensively played by Folks for a drop ball. That's right, yes. Indeed, yes. It was, well, recently, about a month ago, I'd say. Just under a month ago. Kuldeep continues over the wicket to Folks, and again played defensively back to the bowler for no run. Folks starting to look a lot more comfortable now as well. He seems like he's figuring the pitch out. The first few deliveries not so, but as we've said, you just need 1 or 2 to go the other way, and that'll put some doubt in his mind. Kuldeep continues over the wickets. This time, Folks plays it out to mid-wicket, but again, no run.
It's quite confident footwork there from Folks. He had a couple of quite determined steps forward, weren't there, to get to the pitch of that Kuldeep delivery.
Indeed, yes. He's certainly, as I said, started to look a lot more comfortable now. Kuldeep will need to come up with something different. I think perhaps and as we've said it, he's changing around the wicket to Folks now. Change the angle a bit, but has not helped him at all, because Folks has just absolutely driven that past mid-on and mid-wicket through the gap for another boundary, his first boundary.
Four.
Something's tickled.
Waving the point.
Something's tickled Mog. Again, he used his feet beautifully and just clipped that, really, didn't he, through mid-wicket. Elegant looking stroke.
So Kuldeep continues over the wickets and off the back foot, defended by Folks for no run. End of the over. 59 overs gone. England now 288 for 5. Ben Folks on 6 not outs, and Ben Stokes on 37 not outs. Still trailing India by 157. It's amazing that both of them are also Bens as well.
Absolutely.
Speaks to a lack of imagination in English naming conventions.
Any social media messages, Mark?
Yes, indeed. Messi says he would argue that Root's improvement in average came about as much because he no longer has the burden of bad captaincy as it is to Bazball. And Tom P says, off topic, but who thinks it's an absolute extraction of urine that Australia are only playing 2 tests in New Zealand? It's always an extraction of urine when they play 2 tests. They should always play 3, 4, 6.
Well, as indeed is it? I can't remember the champ's name. I'll come on to it after this. Oh, as Kartik disappeared, he's gone on to childcare duty. This was worked off his legs by Stokes from Mohammed Siraj. Backward of square, takes a single and will bring the other Ben back onto strike.
As Jeff Perkins says, Kartik vanishing for family reasons, a la Ashwood and Coley.
289 for 5. A strange morning from an England perspective. 3 wickets have gone down. 2, you would have to say, to strange shots. Well, 1 to a terrible ball from Kuldeep. Being kind, you could say he was tempting Duckett with the with a short, wide, long hop. As that one is driven, but driven straight to short extra. No run, but it was a short. It was a short, wide, long hop that the Duckster couldn't reach. Doesn't, you know, he doesn't always. He does often rather leave the gap between bat and pad. The feet were planted. He was reaching. Up it popped. And straight, I think, to, was it Shubman Gill, who just said thank you very much.
Did he ended up making 150? Did he not?
I will have a look and tell you as we.
Only happened 20 minutes
That's
ago.
down leg. Swing and a miss by folks. Jarrell lively about his work. It's looking like a man. Doesn't look like a man playing his first test. One's gone through him, but you know it did really spit and was from Kuldeep. But generally, I think he's been tidy. Has Jarrell, and that was an excellent dive to his left to prevent what would almost certainly have been 4 byes, I think. So much so that we're going to see several replays of it, and they got a round of applause. Got a round of applause from Shiraz. I'm back in Ricky Ponting territory. Wine-wise, that one's worked into leg side. No run.
The sun's not over the yard yet. There's no time to start drinking.
Siraj, not Shiraz. That's where I was trying to go. The bear might tend to crack open a beer. Normally, I've noticed for the last session, which this is really sort of your breakfast beer, isn't it?
I prefer a breakfast spirit myself, but each to his own.
If I look at let's have a look at that Indian innings, and I'll tell you. It was Jadeja, of course, 112. Rohit Sharma, 131. Left alone by Folks. Fielded tumbling by Jarrell. No, Shubman Gill got a duck. He was caught behind off the bowling of Mark Wood.
Dead man walking in the team, perhaps.
Yeah, indeed. But he did take that catch. That got Kuldeep a wicket. Even by his own admission, he may look back on and go, well, perhaps I got lucky there with the Duckster. Kept rather low, that ball from Siraj. It was taken right down at worm level by Jarrell. 156 England trail by.
When will the worms get proper test recognition?
Well, no, exactly. Exactly. They only come into the equation if the pitch is not really very good. Slow and low. As that one's whipped away, but to backward square by Folks. It's the end of 60 overs, and England survive still with just those 3 wickets down. The score on 289. Mog.
We have a timely reminder about the GPL. There's just under 3 minutes left. It's 140 of your English pounds.
It's gone up.
Board, people.
Yep, see if we can get it up above 145, say. Let's set a realistic objective. Maybe 150 even.
No one win it today because I haven't entered, just in case.
Okay.
I can enter tomorrow. Be much better.
GorillaCricket.com. Just fine competitions. You register, it's £1 a go. You can have as many goes as you like. If you get the number of runs to be scored in the day on the nose, you win the pot. If someone else gets it as well, they share the pot. If no one wins it, it just rolls over till tomorrow. Remember, England started on 207.
I'm back.
Fantastic. I will
Apologies
give
again.
you back the controls.
Ravi, change of bowler for India now as well. Ravi Jadeja around the wickets to Stokes, and he nudges it out through to deep square leg for a single. The local boy needs to turn the scam again. He's did it with the bat, now it's time to do it with the ball for India. We have a jingle for the change of bowler?
We will have. We were just having monitor issues. But it is indeed, as you rightly say, the local hero.
Better be quick because today they're typically... continues around the wicket to Folks this time, off the back foot, but to short cover from no run. The two of you probably won't get a word in with this over. You're likely to finish in about 25 seconds. Jadeja continues around the wickets, and this one is a fuller delivery left outside the off stump by Folks, and on a dot ball as he steps back up to his bowling mark, ready to go again. And Folks also ready around the wickets. Jadeja continues off the back foot. Ooh, this time stayed low. Thought it was the same delivery. In fact, it almost was the same delivery, but this time the inconsistent bounce. You see the replay here. Stayed low, and it could have been an under edge, and very well kept there by Jurel, who's been keeping very well this game. Around the wickets by Jadeja again, and this one, same delivery, has just shot up again. So inconsistent bounce, which certainly is proving ominous for England, as Folks has said, enough's enough. I'm going to do some minor gardening just to see if I can level out the playing field a little bit. We'll wait and see. Jadeja continues around the wickets, and this time it's played straight down back to the bowler. Is there going to be a warning?
England have called that more than one occasion, haven't they? Oh, it's lunch. Good lord.
I think that's at the end of the over. Oh, there you go. I tell you what, there you go. It happened so quickly we didn't even realise it was over. And that's lunch. England 290 for 5. I think started the day at 207 for 2. I think it was. So they've put on 83 runs for 3 wickets. You'd probably say India slightly ahead for this session, just with the 3rd wicket. We'll have to wait and see how the rest of the day goes, but the not-out batsman Ben Stokes on 39, Ben Folks on 6. England still trail India's first innings of 445 by 155 runs. Gentlemen, which team is going to be more happier at lunch?
I would say India by a country mile. To get those 3 wickets, 2 of them, as I said, with balls that should not have got the wickets, and England still over 150 behind, and they can see the tail in sight. I think India would have bitten your arm off for that at the start of the day, and so much now depends on the England captain. I think Root will be cursing himself and trying to put behind him the shot he played, and Duckett, absolutely, he'd got himself to over 150. It was a magnificent innings. It was a brave innings. It was full of invention and plenty of sweeps, but it was a poor way for it to end. Another 50 from him to really post a big one, and England would be absolutely in the box seat. But 3 down, a lot of pressure on the captain and indeed on Ben Folks to stay with him, because after that things could fall apart very quickly. So India's morning for my money, I would say. Mog, do we have any final messages?
We do. Anna Forsyth says, I accidentally heard 2 seconds of Graham Swan's commentary when muting the stream I found of the game. Where do I file for compensation? Probably the International Court of Justice. There have to be a UN body for that level of war crime. And Leah says, before she forgets, if anyone's interested in joining her for the Sri Lankan Women's Tour of South Africa next month, shoot her a DM. Shelley is on board for a match as well, possibly bringing doom clouds of wickets.
And how long has Shelley been with us? Now we know. Does Ben Duckett know?
And last thing on YouTube, Gundu Ranjan says, can Ben Stokes hit a century? We'll see.
Well, if he does, that'll certainly put the cat amongst the pigeons for sure and turn this game on its head. But that's lunch, folks. Thank you for joining us this morning, this afternoon, wherever you are listening from. We'll be back on air in about just under half an hour's time with no doubt a new group of commentators, I should say. Do we have what are we doing with the lunch break? Anything exciting?
We're going to go and play a previous Bishop and Bear episode, which for some reason on our website is only 60, whereas I know we've just recorded number 67. But as I can't find that, you're going to have a little listen to number 60, and I can't for the life of me remember what we discussed in the old B&B, or indeed who with. But that's what we're going to get, and here it comes. It is, except it's whirring ominously. Here we go.
If your motor was a diesel, new, second-hand, cheap or high spec, we could get up to 10 grand from dieselcheck.com.
Between 2008 and 2020, you leased diesel for execs. Now we could reclaim £10,000 with dieselcheck.com.
At match days that shout, keep the ball on the deck. Now it's, we could get up to 10 grand with dieselcheck.com.
But time's running out, so before you forget, enter your reg at dieselcheck.com.
Join our group action against the diesel emission scandal. Search dieselcheck.com.
You wouldn't block the pores on your face, so why block your armpits? It's good to sweat naturally. Say goodbye to antiperspirants. Make the switch to Bionson. It's a deodorant that allows your body to perspire naturally, meaning no more blocked pores, no more parabens, and no more aluminium. In fact, nothing for all-day freshness. Go ahead, let's sweat the small stuff. All armpits, all day, all fresh. Bionson.
The Bishop and the Bear, the Bishop and the Bear, and to the delight of everyone, they are here to share jokes and rants and guests and things. Who knows what any fun they'll bring?
Not affiliated with the Mad Bishop and Bear pub at Paddington Station.
The Bishop and the Bear, bats beyond compare. Buckets of savoir-faire, the Bishop and the Bear.
Well, welcome back to the Bishop and Bear. Seems to have been a little hiatus, but we have been busy doing the World Cup, so I suppose there's sort of an excuse, to be fair, as we plowed our way endlessly through that.
I did highlights of 48 games on your podcast platform,
And
choice, by the way.
we've got 10 seconds into this, and the Bears reminded us that he has done quite a lot of recordings of highlights. I never thought he'd mention it. If we wait another couple of moments, he might mention that he was actually at most of the 2019 World Cup games. We'll find out.
You know, I was at the 2019 World
Were
Cup.
you?
Weren't you?
Fuck me. Well, there you go. Right. Anyway, we've got lots to talk about today. We've got a series against the West Indies coming up, and if there's a series against the West Indies coming up, there's only one man to talk to. Mash couldn't make it, so I'm thrilled. Actually, we didn't ask Mash, you're honest. I'll be honest, we didn't. It has to be the Babbling Brook himself. Hello, David.
Hello, Tony. Hello, Bear.
Hello. What can we get you to drink? I would hope it's going to be a Caribbean rum of some kind.
Oh, you like your dark rum, don't you?
I do like a nice Blackwell's dark rum, please.
Blackwell's dark rum. We have that. We have all drinks in our virtual pub, so you can have anything you like. Right, things to talk about as David settles himself onto the bar stool of bravado. Well, we're going to start with a little preview of the West Indies. What's going on with the Darren Bravo? And as of literally a few minutes ago, what on earth's going on with Shane Dowrich? And who might shine for England? It's all kind of interesting stuff there. One of the shortest of World Cup wraps, not so much about England, but we're sort of musing, did India dig their own hole by the grandeur of the final that often fell apart horribly for them and not so for Australia? The Cricket Writers' Awards, we got David Brook on, so we have to have a bit of Brook on Brook appraisal action, which we shall look forward to. Ben Stokes and the Battle of Wounded Knee. Is he really going to be fit? Will it do the trick? Who knows? India and Australia are still slugging it out. Why is a very good question. We'll ask that question. And it's been Shanto Panto time in Sylhet. Oh, no, it hasn't. Oh, yes, it has. So, big day for him. He's got a ton, and Bangladesh could well beat New Zealand in the first test there. So that's all exciting. But David, come on then. What on earth is going on with this West Indies squad? Is it like a complete start again after the failure to qualify for the World Cup?
Well, I think it's a curious mixture of starting again with some younger players, but also retaining some of the more senior players. Austin Chase, for example, is still there, though his batting has dropped off quite a lot. I think the main talking point is the omission of Darren Bravo, who hasn't done a lot for West Indies in recent years. Hasn't played for them the last couple of years. But he was the top scorer in the regional 50 over competition, the Super 50.
Yeah.
And he did extremely well in that. And, he hasn't made this team. He wasn't given a clear explanation from the chairman of selectors, Desmond Haynes. Name for the past. And, he's decided to take a bit of time off from cricket as a result. And he's saying, look, there's 3 teams being picked for West Indies. There's this team to play England. There's also an A-team tour going on in South Africa at the moment. West Indies won the first unofficial test. And there's also an emerging academy series going on. And he's saying, look, if I don't make any of those 3 teams, despite being the top scorer in the regional competition, then it's clear that I don't really have an international future. And someone should have had that conversation with him so he didn't have to say this publicly. That was his message on social media. So the Darren Bravo thing has been the main talking point.
What's the main sentiment? Do people tend to agree, or are they on his side, or do they?
How old is he? Overwhelmingly,
He's 34, isn't he now?
Yeah, overwhelmingly on the side of Darren Bravo. But if you look at the actual stats, yes, it looks like Brian Lara. Takes a stance like Brian Lara. His stats don't read like Brian Lara's. The question is, is the quality? So it's been said that the quality of the bowling in the Super 50, the pitches they were playing on, is no guarantee that he would do the business against England.
Yeah, but surely that doesn't stack up, does it? Because everyone else is doing it in the same competition, and he's still the best in the competition, and you can only play what's in front of you, right?
I think it's a stronger team, with Darren Bravo in it, and it's certainly, give a bit more reassurance to West Indies fans who are struggling to understand that particular decision. There's a couple of other names missing that you'd expect to see, but that's because they weren't available for selection. Jason Holder and Nicholas Pooran have decided, Pooran has decided to focus on the T20 leg, which is the second part of the series. It's the ODIs first. Jason Holder is focused on the Test match as well as the T20, so he's going to take this ODI series off.
They haven't announced the T20 squad yet, though, have they? I don't think West Indies. I think they've only announced the ODI squad.
Yeah, that's right. And Carl Mayers who's probably the pick of the players on recent form, is unavailable for selection. And when Desmond Haynes was asked why that was, he didn't seem to know. So
wow, why these people? Yeah, this is really weird. What about Rovman Powell? Or was he only a T20 player? And
Rovman Powell is a very good point there. He's had a poor Super 50. Jamaica haven't won a single match, and he seems to have lost out for that reason. Obviously, he didn't perform particularly well in the qualifiers either. But I think Rovman Powell should be in that squad because he's got the experience. He's also got great leadership qualities. Of course, he saw West Indies through to a T20 series victory over India just last year. So I'd like to have seen a place for Rovman Powell. But the question is, West Indies have been written off so many times whenever in the tour Caribbean,
and we always lose.
Yeah, and West Indies always seem to find a way of winning. So this is, to me, it's all set up for the same outcome this time round. Bookmakers wouldn't agree with that because England are like hot favourites, 1-4 on. They're not even considering West Indies can muster a win. And if you look on the form book, West Indies lost to Netherlands, lost to Scotland in that qualifying tournament in Zimbabwe. So you probably put them ranking number 14 at the moment. But we know in their home conditions, West Indies can pull out the stops. They've had a 3-week training camp under the recently appointed ODI coach, although he was there for the qualifiers, Darren Sammy. Yeah, and Darren Sammy is a great one at getting teams together and providing a bit of team spirit. So they've had a decent training camp. England have only just arrived, and I don't know what they've been doing since they got back from the World Cup, but I should imagine it's playing a lot of cricket. So
they're probably playing a lot of golf, but hopefully not getting injured doing it.
Not even that. I mean, what's the weather like in the West Indies at the moment? I imagine there's a northern hemisphere, so I imagine although they're quite close to the equator, so
hell of a lot better than it is.
Well,
Sydney.
Obviously, yeah.
Yes, and warmer.
Yeah. But that's it. What sort of? Well, let's have a look. What's the temperature and where are they playing first?
Antigua. But You know, so you look at. Let me put the case for West Indies, because I'm sure you're going to really can't come back on this. Is this the weakest England bowling attack that we've sent to the Caribbean? I mean, the last time I think Strauss was in charge, wasn't it, briefly? And we didn't send Broad and Anderson for the Test match. And we ended up opening with Sam Curran and Wokes as the opening attack. Or was it Matthew Fisher? I seem to remember was playing from Yorkshire.
He was.
But the bowling attack on paper doesn't look like it's going to sort of frighten anyone. And,
John Turner's everyone is excited about seeing. I think Gus Atkinson.
Is he the one who missed out on the World Cup because he got injured?
Yeah. The lad from Johannesburg who they sort of rather fast tracked.
Josh Tongue's all right.
Josh Tongue, but he won't play in the ODIs. He's already pulled out of those. He's only going to play in the T20s because of the recurring injury issue he had. If he's an England bowler, he's got to have a recurring injury issue.
Well, exactly.
It's on the job requirement.
Yeah, but the curious thing about the squad, Tony, being announced, is if it's not a clean sweep, because they recall the former ODI and Test match keeper from Barbados, Shane Darrage. And just 3 hours ago from when we were recording this, it's turned out that he's announced his retirement from international cricket whilst he's on the training camp. So not ideal, not an ideal news story to come out a few days before the first match. I don't know what's gone on there. Presumably he was talked to before he was picked. Are you up for it? But one can't take those things for granted. Our own Roland Butcher is on the selection panel, and he's kindly consented to be interviewed during the break during the interval on Sunday. So we might
excellent. Well, we'll get a few insights then, hopefully, on exactly what is going on with
I don't know if will he be able to do that whilst he's inside the tent, because it all sounds like typically. I mean, not being funny, but it all sounds a bit sort of Sri Lankan / Bangladesh kind of toss up between, even South Africa these days, toss up between corruption and backhanders and just not really knowing what's going on.
Oh, I'm not sure there's any.
I'm saying that. I'm not saying it is. I'm not saying, but I mean, well, I always get. I mean, Sri Lanka decided to basically turn themselves in, didn't they, to the ICC or whatever it was at the World Cup, so they can get bans because of political interference. Maybe I mean more political interference, not corruption necessarily.
Yeah, but I don't think there's any political interference, but there's always inter-island rivalries, and the fact is that most of the selection panel, two of them, the main selectors, are based in Barbados, and some would say, that's why there's so many Barbados players in the team, and the captain, Jay Hoper's from Barbados.
Definitely going to ask you about a few. I mean, we got Hetmeyer back.
Hetmeyer's a good player.
Is a welcome
yeah,
step.
I mean, if you're looking at the batting, I mean, are West Indies, the key thing for me is, are they going to be able to take advantage of this weakened England bowling attack? Who is going to score the runs? Well, clearly, the main person will be the captain, Shea Hoper, has a fantastic ODI record.
He does.
Brandon King, who will open the batting, Jamaican, he's been in good form. So you put him down, Shimron Hetmeyer. Yeah, then you're beginning to struggle. You're looking at some new names, Athanase, who's impressed a lot of people, young player making his way in the game.
Dominica, right? 24-year-old.
Yeah,
young all-rounder.
Yeah,
well, he's classed as an all-rounder.
He does bowl a bit of spin. Yeah, does bowl a bit of spin. I don't think we'll see him in action unless things really go wrong. And then you've got Otley, John Otley, who's been sort of recalled. He's no youngster.
No, I was going to say he's 33.
Yeah, so he's been given the other opening slot by looks of it. So I can't see any other openers in the squad unless Shea Hoper opens, which would be quite a workload, seeing he's captain and keeper as well. Then you've got DC Carty, who is also sort of a young player on the way up. So, but Roston Chase, his form has dropped off a bit. So one can't necessarily rely on him further down the order. But you've got people who can strike the ball all the way down. I mean, Romario Sheffield has shown that he really is an all-rounder, and he's quite capable of putting. I mean, if Rian Ahmed, bowls a 4-ball and over, he'll take advantage of that. So to me, England batting looks very strong, but the bowling, it doesn't look so strong. And can West Indies, have they got enough firepower to take advantage of that?
Tell us about the strength comparatively of the Super 50 tournament. I mean, we know what we've done over here is downgrade our 50 over tournament.
Yeah.
And a lot of people might argue that had a direct result on what we saw in India. But how's the Super 50 scene? Sort of
I think the problem with it is that the pitches they've been playing on. Because inter-island travel is so expensive now. You don't get the old days. Jamaica played their home matches in Jamaica. Guyana played their home matches in Ghana. But now, because inter-island travel has become so much more expensive, they're tending to play all the games in one location. And the games that took place in Trinidad, particularly at the Brian Lara Stadium, by all accounts, the wickets were very slow and low, and you had sort of spin bowlers opening the bowling and that sort of thing. Not the case at Kensington Oval, but certainly all matches played in Trinidad. So it's hard to really assess what that form really means. The other batsman I'd like to nominate as potential our rising star is Shefane Rutherford from Guyana, who hasn't played a lot of.
I've heard of him now. I've seen him before, haven't we?
Yes, he's been appearing in various franchises, and is well known as a short form player. And so he's been given an opportunity to show what he can do in 50 overs. So I've named 4 batsmen. The other name that will be unfamiliar in the squad in terms of the batting is Matthew Ford, who's had a good tournament, a bit of a bits and pieces player, but very enthusiastic, and he'll give a good account. The bowling, one player I'd pick out there is Gudakesh Motti, who did take how many wickets? Had a huge Test match where he took, I think, 17 wickets in a match against Bangladesh, admittedly.
In Bangladesh.
I'll double check that, otherwise Mash will be on to me. But he's a very promising spinner. O'Shane Thomas, you'll remember from the previous West Indies series, given another chance with the new ball. But you don't have a lot of spinners. You've got Zari Joseph.
Of course, Alzari, he's a good, decent batsman.
Decent batsman. And bowler. And he's been given the vice captaincy. He's had a very good Super 50. He was captain of Leeward Islands, and they did extremely well this year. So he's been rewarded with that, with the vice captaincy. Anyone remembers how Alzari Joseph played through that incredibly emotional period after the passing of his mother? Do you remember in the last Test? Battled through it, and he's tremendously committed to the cause. And I think that's what West Indies have seen in him, someone who's prepared to put their life on the line, as it were. So Alzari is going to be the vice captain and probably pretty key with the ball. And people I haven't mentioned, Yannick Correa, the spinner, and that's it. Yeah, we think we've covered it.
Taken a lot of wickets in that Super 50 tournament. I think he's the top wicket taker or something.
Absolutely, yes. And the question now is, will they take the opportunity to, now that Dowrich has dropped out, that does leave a place. He was backup wicketkeeper, so will there be a place for Josh De Silva?
They've said they're not going to. They mentioned they're not going to replace him. Maybe that's just it's going to take some time to think about it, but they haven't got a lot of time.
Yeah.
Not for the ODIs, they've got 2 days.
Oh, you're ahead of me on that, Tony. Yeah, I thought they might sort of take the opportunity to get someone else into the squad. But as you say, it's only a squad for the 3 ODIs, and then the T20s, there's 5 of those, aren't there, to follow?
Collectively, is there a sense of a point to prove? England have got a point to prove, although there's only 6, I think, of the World Cup squad are appearing across either of the formats here.
They have. Especially the leadership team. I mean, Rob Key was pretty measured in what he said. It sounded like he's giving them a stay of execution and saying, right, you've got one more tour. Because obviously,
he tried to take the blame on himself, didn't he? And said, blame me for.
But then he subsequently made that point about, maybe we should have had a local coach who could have told the rest of the team that it was going to be hot in Mumbai that day.
Overthinking.
Yeah.
Which is
England got their own problems, didn't they? Because the leadership team's untested. Well, I was
thinking about the West Indies, though. I mean, having not qualified at all, had the pretty disastrous qualifiers in Zimbabwe mainly, wasn't it? played a lot of games in Harare. It does sense. It feels like you've got two teams who with points to prove, both with a lot of different talented, all who it could. To me, the interest in this series is any series that comes immediately after a World Cup. If you've spent many early mornings and late nights putting the highlights together, which apparently the Bear did, though he won't mention it. But if you've done that, almost as a player as well, possibly the last thing you want is another series. And yet, I think what England have done, and I think probably the West Indies as well, is mix up their teams to try some, players who are on the cusp of potentially something big. The way England have done it, and I think it's really, they've kept Butler in.
Well, he's a skipper.
If anyone deserved, well, they did it to him after winning
Well, that's unfortunately when you're the skipper, unless you're prepared to hand it in, that is your job, isn't it? You're the unlucky fucker.
So he's either got to get back on the horse, or he's just going to be more mentally shot than he was after India. But he's there. But other than that, there seems to be a lot of what I would call multi-format players. So if you look, you've got Will Jacks, who I think England have high hopes of being able to perform with bat and ball. Probably more of a bit part player with ball at the moment. But they see him as playing more than just white ball cricket. Zach Crawley has proven his case to a lot of people's surprise, including many of us, with the red ball. And now they're saying, can you do it? His game possibly is very well suited to white
certainly
ball.
ODI. Certainly ODI.
Ollie Pope, who I don't think, if I'm right, has played an ODI. I'm not looking at my notes now.
I don't think he has. Well, Ben Duckett's obvious, isn't he? I mean, Ben Duckett being a top. I mean, this is it. I mean, if you say Zach Crawley, Ben Duckett, the way he's certainly gone into Test matches, you'd say, right, okay, Ben Duckett is. Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett could open. Phil Salt could be relegated to not being in the side unless Josh decides he actually is going to take a couple of games off and just captain from the sidelines. I mean, I would go probably Zach Crawley, Ben Duckett. 3, you might put Ollie Pope in at 3.
Yeah.
Harry Brook at 4. And then maybe Will Jacks at 5. No, I wouldn't have Butler until 6.
Well, then, and then if you look at
pretty
the
strong. That's a stronger batting lineup.
That's a strong batting lineup. And then you've got Phil Salt, who is more of a white ball specialist, but absolutely has got a point to prove. I think Livingston's in there, isn't he?
Yeah.
So you've got a couple who I think are being told, if you can't do it here, you probably won't get that many more chances to do it again. It depends how much England are hamstrung by those central contracts that they've gone willy-nilly handing out to people and then thinking, oh shit.
Well, you don't have to.
It might have been a bit better if they'd had a decent World Cup.
Well, possibly, but I mean, also you've got to pay people from outside the scene if you're not going to take people, and they can afford it, I guess. I mean, I don't think this squad looks too bad. I mean, I think England have sort of depth in there.
Very strong batting lineup. Very strong.
Yeah, very strong. And I don't think that bowling is too light. They're unproven. What I want to know is that West Indies. There was a left-arm spinner a couple of years ago. He was really young. He looked like he was going to be the next big thing. I can't remember his name, but he's not anywhere near the squad anymore. No.
Yes. You're talking about Akil Hussain.
That's the one. Yeah.
Yes. And again at the press conference, Desmond Hayes did not know of his whereabouts and had not spoken to him. So again, it's sort of it feels a bit amateurish.
It does, man. It feels really amateurish. They need to sort this out. Get rid of their bloody inter-island. If you're serious about being, getting back some sort of power, you've got to put that behind you, haven't you? Desmond and some of the young. If Desmond doesn't want to travel because he's too old, but there's got to be able to hop between the islands.
They need something like the ghost of Tony Gregg. To tell them they're going to be made to grovel, and that seemed to do the trick when they really needed to
in the last
Colin
Graves in the last talk described them as mediocre opposition, and that was, I remember that quote got put up in the West Indies dressing room, and they used that as motivation. Mark Nicholas in the past has called them brainless. That also had a galvanising effect on Darren Sammy and the team. So they might take some motivation from that. As well.
Well, you look at the bowling for England. You see, again, I think you're thinking multi-format. You've got Gus Atkinson, who's made a promising but obviously very unproven white ball start, but he's got some genuine pace. Bryden Cass, of course, has done phenomenally well for Durham in county cricket and has made a promising Test start. So now it's more white ball exposure for him. Rayan Ahmed clearly has been on the radar for a while. We do fancy him, but he's just quite young, isn't he? But whatever he is.
Yeah, exactly. I think they need to throw players like that. I think in series like this, you really just need to throw them in and give them the bloody chance to.
Tom Hartley. I mean, that is quite an interesting one.
Well, he's one I've heard. I've never seen him bowl. He's one I've heard about. Seems to be quite well thought of.
His figures don't stack up wonderfully well in any of the 100, the Blast, or
well, I wonder whether they're looking at him because there isn't a lot of practice to come between now and the Test series in India. Because look, is Jack Leach going to be ready for the series in India? He's our left arm bowler who hasn't had any practice because he's had a bloody stress fracture in the back. We need to take 3 spinners to India, so they've got to at least 3 in the squad.
So he will definitely get a bowl. He's the son of I don't think he's the son of Donna Hartley, the athlete. He's the son of his dad was an athlete. He was a 400-metre athlete. Was Tom Hartley? Who was he the son of?
Rayan Ahmed, proper cricketer. When you see him in the field, great cricketing brain. He really is. You're Mr. Cricket, really. I mean, a real enthusiast for the game, and I'm sure he'll have a really good series.
And then you got Potts and Turner. Matthew Potts is again another one from Durham. Also, very promising county championship. Started to transfer it into the England squad. So
it's a promising county lineup, but I don't think it's going to strike fear into the West Indies.
No, probably not. John Turner is the interesting one. He's not super quick, but they clearly rate him a lot. I mean, he took 21 wickets at just over 11 in the Blast. The championship, 5 wickets at 15 in just a couple of games. So he obviously got that injury, so the last time he played was the 100, so I don't think they're going to race him back into every game, but there's plenty to conjure with for England. I think the bowling might surprise you a wee bit, David. It might be a little bit better than you're giving it credit for.
I agree with that. I mean, there's potential there, whether it comes off or not. And there's a lot of options when you consider you've got Bryden Cass, Matt Curran, Will Jacks, Liam Livingston, Rayan Ahmed, who are all can bowl as well. Very well considering that they're in there as all rounders. And then you've got exactly those 5 bowlers.
I think it's one of those. This series is possibly one of those cases where. Yeah, I mean, results always matter, but how they play. If some of those players step up and can play big innings or having crucial spells with the ball, even if England don't, win those games, or if from the West Indies point of view, if West Indies do, when you're looking at sides in a sort of evolutionary stage, I think how they play is probably as important as the results they get in a series like this, and that's what that's what makes this series quite fascinating. Normally a series on the fag end of a World Cup, you think, well, why would we bother? And we actually have had that discussion amongst ourselves.
Yes, very much so.
As we know. But this one to me just has that little that the interest is because both sides are in such a evolutionary but also sort of rather bruised state.
Absolutely.
That's an interesting combination, I reckon.
Yeah, West Indies on the bottom. I mean, they weren't in the World Cup, not going to be in the Champions Trophy. Imagine support is at a low, morale is low. I mean, can Darren Sammy, who's got a track record of galvanising West Indies team, can he, in his capacity as coach, get the best out of this unit and really get them up for it? And England, without much preparation, no warm-up match, just come in. They only landed yesterday.
They'll be sitting around the pool right now.
Yeah, can West Indies exploit that lack of preparation? I mean, it's a bit of a wish list. The bookmakers would say they haven't got a chance. England are 1-4 on, West Indies 11-4. I think that's a decent price to take on West Indies. I'm not saying they'll win, but there's no value in supporting England.
No,
and people would have lost a lot of money if they had been backing England over the last few weeks.
Yeah, that's for sure.
So I don't think it's going to be a straightforward assignment for England at all.
No, I think I can't speak for the Bear, but for me, I completely agree with that. I don't think it's anything like a right over, given the experimental nature.
Oh God, no.
Of the side and the time since a few of them have even played. A couple of them haven't played since the 100. And the reason for that sometimes has been injury. Like John Turner, as one example, was picked to be playing for the New Zealand series, wasn't he? And everyone was going, yeah, and he did the classic England quick bowler thing and got himself injured, which has to happen. Let's have a quick chat, not about England. I think that's been done to death. It is what it is, and we are moving on. But the thing that really struck me after the World Cup, was that World Cup final. The Pat Cummings stood on his own as Modi threw the cup at him and basically said, Pat, can you turn the lights off before you leave? And I just wondered a little bit if did India, with the expectation and grandeur and size of the stadium, did they slightly dig their own hole in the end?
They were they went into it unconquered, unblemished, as it were, but also untested, in that they hadn't had a tough match. And nobody below 7 had really had an innings, and so there was always going to be and when you've got a winning run of 10 matches, I don't think any team's ever won the World Cup without losing a match.
Yeah, Australia have done it a couple of times.
Without losing them. Okay.
Yeah.
Can we edit that out?
No, we can't. It's fine. I'd have said the same thing. But I mean, this
like life, David. You can't change things once you've done them, especially not in this pub. You've said it.
The Indians. Yeah, sorry.
No, what I was going to say, my point was, I said that all the way through the tournament, didn't I? I would hate to go into a final unbeaten in any game throughout, because it just generally doesn't happen. You go unbeaten for 11 games in a row. At some point, you come unstuck, and you're better off coming unstuck against some minnow, or whatever you want to call them, in a group stage game and having a shocker. Nothing better to get the team juiced up a little bit more and go, you can't let that happen again, and concentrate, sort of business. Then it was a parade, wasn't it, for India? They thought they were going to waltz through their own competition, waltz through the final, and everything was going to be hunky-dory. They were going to play in front of Prime Minister Modi, all bow down to the fucking nationalist bollocks that's going on over there now. In front of 140,000 people, and it would all be bloody blue and orange or whatever the colour they want to be, and we're the fucking greatest. But unfortunately, shit happens, and in some respects, I quite like that, even though I can't stand Australia.
The eerie silence that descended over the stadium, 120,000 people, and it's just completely quiet. I've no doubt that those Indian fans, 120,000, would have much preferred if the final had been India versus India A.
Yeah.
There were no away fans because of the way the tournament was scheduled. Scheduled too late to really get many away fans.
And the ticketing shambles as well. The whole thing.
The two moments that stuck to me in my mind, still was only a couple of weeks ago, but still, is the Kohli dismissal, chopped on, and the fact he didn't walk. He just stood there. It's like, this hasn't happened. I don't believe this has happened. This is not in my script. Where's my 100? And just the deathly silence that must have fallen over Ahmedabad when that happened. That I think was the moment the game was lost.
That and Shreyas Iyer, because Iyer had scored 2 tons in 2 games in a row.
Yeah, Shreyas Iyer as well. And then the other abiding memory was Pat Cummings just stood there with the cup, going, "Is anyone going to come and join me? Where did the Prime Minister go?" And all these fireworks going off and nobody caring, except of course for Australia, who had thoroughly earned it, played magnificently, and I have to say been very well captained. It just seemed to be so lacking in class. India's script, from the government downwards, didn't have losing anywhere in it. Didn't even have the what if, but did it? And you could tell. You could just tell.
That's my point about I used to slowly. I don't know if I can say despise India, because I guess a lot of Indians aren't like that, but you see them sliding into something, and this is nothing to do with cricket, it's just the way the nation is being led and the way that they're going about their business these days doesn't feel very pleasant. No, I'm sure there's loads of people that say that about England, and they'd be damn right with the Tory government, etc., etc. But I've never really felt. I've always felt like India was a kind of jolly. I don't know if this is fucking racist or not. I apologise to everybody, but I always thought of it as a kind of. But I've always no. I mean, I don't mean that. I just always thought of it as kind of a happy place. People got on with life even though it was hard, and it was a it was a kind of place where you went and tried to enjoy your cricket and enjoy life. Whatever it was of it. Whereas now I get this kind of feeling that everything is kind of political, and it's all put on. The cricket team is very political now, and it's all entwined with the politics.
India would not be the first government to use a sports event to try and glorify itself. Let's be honest. I mean, Qatar as one example.
I'll put the other side, which is they lost the final, but Indian cricket is probably the strongest team India have ever put up. The depth of talent. The way that I think credit to Rahul Dravid, who's served his time as an academy coach. He's done the A team, he's done all the junior teams, he knows all the players. You have to say that the bowling of Mohammad Shami and the batting of Virat Kohli stand out in the tournament. Kohli's sheer volume of runs and the way he scored them.
He was player of the tournament in the end, wasn't he?
Yes. And Shami, having not been picked, for the first two games, don't forget, he's not. It's like a little bit of an outsider, comes in the third game, and then 3 fifers in that 7-wicket haul, and those spells of bowling that him and Bumrah.
Well, welcome back to Rajkot, and I've just realised I've forgotten to put my headphones on. Hold on. Yes, England trailing by 155. You'd say it's India's morning. What will happen this afternoon? It starts with Siraj coming around the wicket to the left-handed Stokes, who defends, and there is no run. And with me, I hope, we don't have Virat Kohli in this series, but we do, I hope, have Mayank Kohli. Mayank, welcome.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud
Fantastic.
and clear, and delighted to have your company. Stepping.
It's about your bedtime, isn't it, Mayank?
Yes, it is. I am so tired, but I am so excited. Let's go.
Defended.
Hoping for a few wickets.
Defended by Stokes. Again, back to the bowler, the other voice, of course, the eternal, ever-present Messers, who will be reading your social media messages to
I've got to
90
say,
for 5.
Having this, because the way it works, for those who don't know, is right now we're like on a Zoom call. There's a screen here where we're basically watching the live stream, and it is like 2 minutes. My own personal stream is 2.5 minutes behind.
Oh,
so
wow.
It is fantastic to watch this like properly live right now.
Well, hang on. Oh, so the stream that you're watching via
my own personal stream.
Oh, okay, but the one we're sending you
is
on the money.
So I've
That's
had
good.
it's been
Siraj is
rough.
in. Big high elbowed defence by Ben Stokes to mid off, and again there is no run. Well, how are you seeing things here, Mayank? So much depends on this partnership, doesn't it?
Yeah, I was I was making sure I was paying attention during the first session, really getting my my eye in, not just passively watching. And one thing I noticed is, if you actually look at the way that England has batted yesterday, I'll cut off here for a second.
Yep, in comes Siraj. Stokes again defends. He's very watchful.
I feel very confident the way England has been batting. Sure, you could say the way the couple wickets that have fallen this morning with, Joe Root playing a very un-Joe Root shot, and then you had that little mini collapse, I guess you could say. But I think England are, personally, I think they're in the they have the upper hand. They've been batting really well. Yesterday they were phenomenal. The run rate was insane, and that start that Duckett has given them has been
Siraj in.
perfect.
Stokes skipping forward. Just the one slip makes you think that perhaps they don't have quite the faith in Siraj's ability to control runs than they do in Bumrah or indeed Kuldeep.
No, and I was listening to the TNT panel. I think it was Finn was talking over the lunch break that you don't have Ashwin. You don't, for some reason, they're not bowling much with
Siraj in, Stokes defends.
Who's the other spinner I'm thinking of? The lefty. The homeboy.
Jadeja.
They haven't bowled him that much either. So something's going on where they don't have their main bowlers. And I think England has the upper hand right now. If they can get this partnership maybe another 75 to 100 runs, I think India's going to be in very big trouble.
Well, it's 290 for 5 now. Messers, who's with us after lunch?
Well, we are going through the postprandial lull at the moment. Although Oxymoronica says, oh dear, India's morning, even though he plays the scoop very well, really needs to get back playing proper cricket shots like he used to play before Baz came along and put some good scores together. And Bairstow needs to be dropped. Oh well. That's the time Bairstow comes good, is when we all reckon he shouldn't be there.
Well, needless to say,
to please my Aunt Jadeja is on.
Yeah, I was just going to say, he is. He's in. Defended by the other Ben, fighting the England cause in the middle at the moment. Ben Folkes, Surrey wicketkeeper, most would say very much most capable wicketkeeper in England. And that one is carved away out to backward point. They'll take a single.
Both of these, Stokes and Folkes, which I'm very pleased to see that they're batting together. It took forever for us to get, Stokes, Wokes, Folkes into the team together. Now you've got Stokes and Folkes batting together. So you look at them, 39 off 79 for Stokes, 7 off 30 balls for Folkes. They're not going for the baseball approach. They're going to take their innings slow, make sure they get their eye in. Even if the run rate's a little slow, they've got plenty of time in this innings
Jadeja
to really build.
Coming around the wicket to the left-handed Folkes, left armour to left-handed bat. It's into the offside, and there is no run into the onside, I beg your pardon. 291 for 5. Let's have a look. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the leg, and 4 on the off. Jadeja's in. An attempted reverse sweep from Stokes. He doesn't connect. It pops up, beats Jarrell, and ends up sort of at short third. They don't run.
Still got a trail of 154. If I'm Stokes, I don't know why you need to play that shot. Not really important right now. But Stokes is going to do Stokes things.
Jadeja in,
He's
and he
just going to look for it.
steps onto the back foot, angles the bat, guides towards cover. And there is no run. Well, I think the thing is here as well, so much depends on this partnership. On having lost the toss, that's defended by Stokes back towards Jadeja, and as ever he whips through his overs in extraordinarily quick time. So we've finished 63, 291 for 5 England. Messers, has people woken up and rejoined us?
Well, Leah has.
Excellent.
She says, of course they don't have faith in Siraj keeping the run. Sorry, they don't have faith in Siraj keeping the runs down. That's not his role.
That is
He's
true.
a strike bowler that's given license to be aggressive. The drawback from your point of view, Mayank, in terms of getting your wish to have Jadeja run, is that it actually doesn't leave you any time between balls to comment.
Exactly. It's so true. Because I wanted to say something, and then he's bowled another ball, and then it's bowled another ball, and then whatever I was going to say, I've totally forgotten. Then we move on to the next part, and then boom, the over's already completed. That's one thing about Jadeja.
In comes Siraj, driven sweetly by Folkes. In fact, he's evaded a fine-ish mid-off, and he's going to get 4 of the Queen's finest, and it really was a beautifully judged off drive for one of these. Classic case of just standing tall and letting the ball do the work, mate.
I mean, that's the thing with Siraj, because he's a strike bowler, so he's going to have that pace. As if you're folks and you can get to the pitch of the ball like he did, make sure the ball is hitting right in the middle of the bat. It's going to race on this wicket. I mean, on the south field, because it is so fast that there's no need for these like audacious shots.
There's a slip and a very short mid-on, but neither of those are called into play. That's whipped backward of square. They'll come back for 2. And the deficit for England, which had reached down to 150, has now gone down by another 2, 148. But that's why this match right now, obviously from an English perspective, you'd have to look at route and you'd have to look at Duckett and be disappointed with those shots. But we are now poised at such a pivotal moment in the game. We're halfway through it time-wise. We're halfway through the second innings of the match in terms of wickets, as that's defended by folks towards mid-on. No run.
But it's tough to poo-poo Duckett as well, because he scored the bulk of the runs here.
Oh, he did.
I mean, it's tough to give. Sure, shit gets wickets. That was a crap ball that he went out to. But at that point as well, you would assume that he's probably getting tired. Mind was wandering a little bit, and so it's time for everybody else to now start picking up. And you would expect Stokes, especially because he is the captain, for him to also, he's got his eye in. He should be eyeing not just a 50 but a century at this point.
Well, I'm sure he'll take every ball as it comes, as they say. That one's defended by folks there towards mid-on. No run.
And then
297 for 5.
You're 5 down. Who's next in the England lineup? Because you're starting to get into that tail after this. So you're right. I mean, this is going to be a very important partnership. But I still think I would personally, I would say that England still has the upper hand in this innings. I think that they have a very good chance of having a first innings lead. I could be wrong. Wickets can fall anytime. But I have more...
Sirajin, full in swinger. Goodness me, that was a good delivery. Folks had everything behind it, but he had to be quick about his work to make sure he had.
Yeah, and then
he
you see
survives.
You see a great ball like that, which makes my confidence just drop just a little bit. But folks, getting that bat down, he's holding himself together. So, who knows? But I still think England has a good chance here. 148 runs is a lot, but these two guys are very, very good batsmen at the crease, and this is an easy pitch to bat on, I think, still.
Worked away towards a very short mid-wicket by Ben Folkes. There's no run. It's 297 for 5. Messers.
Leah also says, the Queen's finest. I wondered about this. What did I miss? But pretty cool for a monarch to come out on Turf Island in these trying times, I have to say. What's her regal name? Charlene?
Needless to say, also, of course, it's not the Queen anymore, is it? I should have said. Even I can't get used to saying the King.
I mean, technically, it could still be the Queen. We do have a Queen. You have Camilla, but
absolutely
nobody really cares.
Absolutely.
Well, I think Leo was more suggesting that you were outing him as a Queen.
Well, who was it, Stokes or Folkes?
No, Charles.
Oh, right. That's defended by Stokes, tickled around the corner to backward square. And there's some discussion about potentially a run, but by the time they had a bit quick yes, no, maybe, the opportunity had gone.
It's also saying they're on the graphics. The current temperature is 33 Celsius, so
that's restily whipped by Stokes, nicely out to deep mid wicket. Jaiswal is the man down there. Throw comes
33 degrees Celsius, 30% humidity. You also have to, I don't know how used to that they would be, especially Stokes and Folkes. They're going to be running between the wickets a lot. They need to conserve that energy, make sure that they are able to bat through this.
That's swept by Stokes, but swept straight to the man on the 45. And there'll be no run. 299 for 5.
By Indian standards, that's fairly comfortable, though.
Yeah, I think so. Defended.
Sounds lovely, because here, where I am in I'm at my parents' place about 20 miles south of Philadelphia, and we are getting 5 inches of snow tonight.
Forced onto the back foot is Stokes. Pushes
I'm looking forward to it. Winter is all about snow. You got to have snow during. I hate winters where temperatures below freezing and it's like sunny outside. When there's snow, at least there's something enjoyable about it. But 33 degrees.
Jadeja getting all launched by Stokes. Has he got all of that? He hasn't.
Oh, no.
He has holed out at deep mid-wicket. It's been taken by, I'm not actually sure who, but that is a huge wicket for India. It's a massive loss for England. And, Jadeja on his home ground, where he apparently can do no wrong at all, has taken the crucial key wicket of Stokes. He has holed out, caught by Jasprit Bumrah, who judged it perfectly. Jadeja gives the double fist pump, and England's captain Ben Stokes trying to accelerate the run rate, trying to stay positive, trying to move England forward, has succeeded only in holing out to Jasprit Bumrah. And England, you would say now, with the very until we get down to wood, we're lacking a bit of experience. Folkes really becomes the anchor. Rayan Ahmed had a trying time getting here on his way back from Abu Dhabi. And my goodness me, a lot is going to be expected of him now. He's doing an almost Jadeja-like swish of the bat as he comes out.
Well, he's got a lot of work. If they need to overcome whatever the deficit now is, 140 odd, these two are going to have to work really hard. And I don't understand that shot. I mean, I know it's Ben Stokes. That's how he plays, but I feel like that was really unnecessary, especially when you're going into the tail now. So
well, that's the third one you can put in that category. We'll just say this.
Credit to Jadeja though, because that ball held up. That ball held up a little, and it turned more than Stokes was expecting. So he didn't middle it properly, and I think it was actually some really good bowling that led to that as much as Stokes' willfulness.
Yeah, no, he definitely baited him in as well. But one thing I just noticed here that's interesting.
Well, that pops up.
Oh, wow.
And Folkes has gone, and it's 2 in 2 for England. It was the last ball of the final over. Would you believe it? That one has been popped up off the bowling of Siraj, and Folkes has gone. He popped it straight to mid-on. And England are now 299 for 7, and the wheels have come careering off the car from an England perspective. In fact, I think it was Rohit took the catch there, wasn't it, at mid-on? It was a leading edge. Folkes just possibly a slower ball, Mayank. Did he hold it back just a little bit?
That's what it looked like. It looked like he was too early into the shot, which meant that it kind of just spooned straight up in the air. Might have gotten stuck a little bit in the pitch as well. So, like I was saying, guys, I think India is actually the one who's on top, not England. I've been saying it all along these last few days. In England, today's opposite day. So of course,
we'll give you both those wickets. Having predicted an England lead, they just decided, no, we're going to prove my wrong stuff.
Well, Virat Kohli might not be there, but I'm doing the best I can for the team.
Well, you're doing a good job, I have to say. 299 for 7. England started after lunch, went into lunch at 289 for 5.
It's not all lost. England can still. Look, getting to whatever it is now, 100 and still need 146 runs to reach what India got. I don't think that's going to really be a realistic goal now. But if you could turn this 299 for 7 to maybe 350 all out, 360, I think that would be a really good target to set for these two. get to 350, 360, and then you got to really work hard to get those wickets if you want to have.
And you have to bat last on a track that will be turning, and that's the crucial factor in this game, I suspect, as that's defended by the new man, which is the Headley Verity lookalike, and it is, of course, the man, this fellow.
We said, who's this guy that's come out of the blue?
I don't know if either of you noticed this.
Wickets on test debut. His first innings was shite, and he got it right.
Siraj in, defended by Hartley into the onside, and there is no run. Wow, what an explosive start to the afternoon session. Yeah, to me that did look like a slower ball.
It looked like it got stuck in the pitch a little bit, because folks definitely came in a little too early. He was expecting that ball to hurry up to him. It didn't, and his bat was just out in front of him, chipped it straight up in the air. I mean, that is the worst feeling when you're a batsman. You feel like you're getting yourself in, you feel like you're getting ready, and then you get one of those.
That's full from Siraj. Hartley plays it confidently. He's done well in this series with the bat. Yet to post a big score, but he has shown he knows how to use the bat. He prefers to get his runs in attack mode rather than defence mode. And I guess we're at that point, Mayank, to a certain extent, aren't we, where, you know, it's the classic conundrum. Do you want to get a slow 30 or a quick 72?
Well,
you'd go for the latter, wouldn't you?
You know, there's a fun factor I noticed that both Rayan Ahmed and Hartley have the same identical first-class batting average.
Siraj in gets the edge of Hartley's bat, but it was low and all the way along the ground to first slip. There are two slips, but there's a yawning gap between them. You have a first slip and a fourth slip, basically, for the left-handed Hartley.
Yeah, and if I'm like you said, you know, go slow or go for a quick fire shot. I think go slow a little bit. It is tough because you're 7 down, but it's going to take some time to get used to this track, because these guys are not, proper. I don't want to say they're not proper batsmen, but that's not what their role is in this team.
Oh, well, it's going to have to be now if England want to retain the chance of success here. That one pops up a little bit on Hartley, but he's able to keep it down, guide it round the corner, past square, called deep, races round from long leg to field. And England will take a single, and Hartley will keep the strike, even though the score hasn't caught up with it. Crucially, England do have their way now past 300, but they were, remember, on 299 for 5. They've made one run for the loss of 2 wickets to get to 300 for 7, and India will be cock a hoop messers.
The light rollers is just heading into Melbourne CBD on a train, surrounded by Swifties. Lots of glitter and sparkly cowboy hats. Oh, what fun.
She was playing at the MCG, wasn't she?
Having a great time there.
Yes. I expect they're on a good mood there. Farong says, wow, I just finished an extraordinary meeting of the Bangladesh Rickshaw Drivers Union related to Johnny B. We will continue the sponsorship offer if he makes more runs in the second innings than he did in the first.
Jadeja in, defended by Hartley.
If he matches his first inning score, we will double the offer.
Jadeja again, defended by Hartley. Same place, same shot, same channel, same time. That used to be Batman, they used to say that about, wasn't it? Same time, same channel. I always seem to remember that was I'll be back next week, same time, same channel. As that one. Oh, that's a beautiful shot by Hartley. That was a glorious on drive. He skipped 2 steps and just sweetly drove past mid-off all the way for one of these.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
I think you'll find it's the same bat channel, Tony.
It was the same bat channel, that's right. It was Messers defended into the onside again.
I don't know if this is an age gap or the fact that I just didn't watch Batman, but I have no idea what the hell you guys are talking about.
Well, maybe that was the way we used to.
That's not unusual, as you should well know, Mike.
Jadeja is into the ground from Hartley. I remember the weatherman Bert Ford when they used to have the magnetic things that you'd stick on the weather map messes, which I'm sure you'd remember, being a student of all things meteorological. And so we're waiting. That's well defended by Hartley. It's the end of the over. It's 304-4-7. But he would say
news
that.
For you, Tony. We didn't have a TV in the house when I was a kid.
You just had candles. You'd sit there, by candlelight.
You know, it's funny. My dad's got the all the VHS tapes. They're in the process of getting them converted into DVDs so that we can have them in the house. And so we've got all these videos from 1997, 1999. When I was like 4 or 5 years old, my sister was a toddler, and so like there's this big block Sony TV. It's like 29 inches, and it looks so archaic to me. That is like, to me, is like, oh my God, we're going back a bit. But to not have a TV in the home, I don't know how I could live like that.
Well, there you go. But I remember Bert Ford with these things, right? So he you'd have the star and the rain symbol and the clouds and all these things you'd stick on. We'll wait for Siraj. It's defended well by Rayan into the offside. There is no run. But this was, I think, just before Batman was to come on, and so it's going to rain here, sunny here, cloudy here, and then he stuck up on this weather map, the bat sign, the bat signal, the bat shape. And he said, "Hello, he's been already." And I always remember that. I remember that bizarrely to this day. Bert Ford, the weatherman, not John Ketley. Bert Ford, a predecessor by a couple of generations, I think, of John Ketley. Anyway, Siraj, he doesn't care about English weathermen from the 1960s and 70s. He's too busy bowling to Rayan Ahmed, who whips him away towards mid-wicket. Where it is fielded, 304-4-7, 141 the deficit. And, well, goodness me, since lunch, England have lost 2 in 2 and have put India firmly into the box seat in this game.
As Farong puts it, it appears Shelley has a competitor in the wicket-taking stakes.
Well, she may be. If you're there, Shelley, let us know on YouTube or Twitter. And
could you imagine if Shelley and if I really had these powers, and then Shelley was on with me? Oh man, this test match would be over.
It'd be just carnage. It'd be like a 2-day test. I'm not sure it'd even go 2 days.
It would definitely be one for the record books, with the shortest test match completed. I know India did that against South Africa. I think it was the New Year's test or the Boxing Day test. It was the shortest test in terms of the number of deliveries bowled, and that was
when India just had that massive collapse.
Total mayhem.
Slip in place for Siraj. Rayan Ahmed guides this, but he guides it to extra cover, and again there was some thought of a run, very quickly sent back by Hartley, saying no, don't get ahead of yourself, young Rayan. Although a 22-year-old telling a 19-year-old not to get ahead, it's hardly calling him young. That one would be not quite right, but it really is. It's the juniors are out there trying to haul something back for England here. The seniors today have rather let them down.
I can't believe that they're so young, because I'm 30 in 2 weeks, and I'm looking at them and I'm like, oh my God, I wish I could go back.
Siraj in. Oh, that's popped up, and it's steered around the corner. Down to long leg. Jasprit Bumrah does the fielding. They'll take a single.
Minus the pimples and, just the general uncomfortability of being a teenager. But, they're so young. They have their entire careers ahead of them. I'm sure when they wake up at 3 in the morning to watch cricket, their back isn't aching. It must be a lovely time. I remember those good old days.
But then, you'd still have to face all the commuting to Dallas every week.
Houston, which is the worst. Don't even get me started. I don't even want to start that conversation. Oh man, yes, that's so true. But then again,
in comes Siraj. Hartley defends. Might one say it, with the solidity and maturity of a man ahead of those 22 years of his. It's the end of that Siraj over. 2 for 80 for him. 305 for 7 England, and they've got a real battle on their hands here. And I think at the start of play, no one would have expected it to have quite taken shape the way it has. Messers, over to you.
Dave Barrett responds to those 2 wickets the only way he can. He just says, "Go harder!" And Leah says, "Damn!" And all of that without Ashwin. Now the batters have to step up in the second innings, considering they're 1 down already and the bowler's short in the 4th innings. I watched the Return of Batman when I was a kid, or reruns of Batman.
Onto the back foot goes Ray, and he has a slip and a silly point for company on the offside there. There's Jadeja. Do you know there's been verbal history of Saurashtra? There's been Jadejas spoken of since the 9th century. As that one is away into the offside. 14th century is when the first written history of the Jadeja clan appears in Indian history. They certainly dominate the region. Jadeja certainly dominates this stadium.
His wife also dominates the politics.
Well, yeah, we were chatting about her on the first day. That's away into the offside, and they'll take a single.
Dynasties is a very big thing in India. Dynastic, whether it's politics, culture. You look at, Bollywood, things like that. Dynasties rule the land.
Oh, are we there? The grubster has appeared, looking sharp, honed, ready, like a ninja who's just woken up.
Ninja grubster, I'm not sure that quite fits.
A ninja grubster. I had him down as a sort of a bandito earlier, El Grabo. Buenos dias, El Grabo. 306 for 7. Jadeja in, defended back to him by Hartley, and there is again no run.
So before this, we do the transition. I think. What do you guys think England can get?
Well, that one is beautifully straight driven by Hartley, back past Jadeja. Take that. He doesn't care for a local reputation, and he's got himself 4 of the King's finest, and I will get it right this time.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Means at the end of the over, England advance to 310 for 7. Some final words from the pair of you while I skip out, and El Grabo, he take my seat.
Well, Mog is with us, and he knows where we're at. I'll see you later.
Yeah, see you guys in about a half hour. Hopefully no more wickets fall for the England fans, and we can get some good runs in this next 30 minutes.
Hi, Mayank. Bye, Mayank.
See you guys.
Hi, Mog. How are you?
Top of the afternoon.
Hi, Grubby. How are you?
Hey, is that Krishna?
Yes, it is.
How are you? Good to see you.
Good. I've been dying to get on. This is day 3, and this is my first stint, so I'm very, very...
Welcome to the fray. All right, Moggers, how are you?
Buenos tardes, amigo.
El Grubo, as I've recently been christened by Antonio. Well, it's still...
Hello from Melbourne. This is the town of Tay Swift.
Defended into the onside by Rayan Ahmed. It's Siraj starting a new over.
It's the still emotional capital of the whole world.
Yeah.
Correct. You had 96,000 yesterday at the G, and expecting that many again tonight.
Sweet. Did you go? Where are you going tonight?
No. She's got another one tomorrow night, and I'm not going, but my daughters are.
Very good.
Who do they have to kill to get tickets?
Well, we'll find out whether they're genuine when they get there.
Siraj bowls again, and once more Rayan defends it into the onside, where there's a short mid-wicket to do the fielding. 310 for 7. It's still relatively close, this game, although England keep finding ways this morning of giving their wickets away, don't they, chaps?
Oh, they do. And I was just thinking, this is not only the midpoint, we're heading toward the midpoint of this test, but we're also heading toward the midpoint of the series. And to me, it's been far closer and far more enjoyable than I thought it would be.
Midpoint a go-go.
Yep.
Siraj is going to come in and bowl again to England's Rayan Ahmed, who stands there and plays a strong-looking shot off the back foot. Actually, it was very close to him, but he's managed to find the gap between cover and mid-off to get himself one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Just seemed to jam down pretty hard on that as a straight delivery. Met it with the full face of the bat and timed it and placed it really nicely.
Lovely timing. Really good.
I suppose if you're feeling generous, you could say that these are England's two spinning all-rounders, Rayan and Hartley. Definitely
We
both.
got quite a bit of a stare from Siraj there. Like, how dare you?
Oh yeah, he likes a good old stare. He's a nice sort of pantomime type character. This one, another full flow of the bat from Rayan, and it's straight to the man at cover, no run. A bit of mock dramatic again there from Siraj, thinking, ooh, that was close to a catch.
A personality that doesn't feature just a series of strange twitches or
yeah,
looking like an idiot with a mustache.
He's definitely in that sort of bearing his emotions loudly in public kind of camp. Is Siraj. Here he comes again. He's got one slip. He's at sort of a wide second or third slip. A full delivery, and it's been given out. Full delivery, got Rayan Ahmed right in front, and it looks plumb LBW. Don't think there's going to review. Oh no, he's bowled him. Sorry, he's bowled him. The reason I thought it would be given out LBW is because the umpire raised his finger, but I think he was just saying, "Yep, the bail's off. You've got to go."
And for what it's worth, I thought he was caught behind. So
he's definitely out.
Mode's dismissal there.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
Here's another good, fast Yorker, and he thought he'd got it. He thought he'd blocked it out there, but it just brushed the stump on its way through via a combination of the ground and the bottom of the bat, and that bail was off. So he's bowled, Rayan Ahmed. Just the 6 runs to his name, and England now find themselves in a bit of soapy bubble at 314 for 8.
By the way, when England started this innings, did they start at 5 for no loss? I forgot to check that.
Sorry, this not today's play, you mean?
No, at the very start of the innings, because I thought Ashwin was penalised 5 runs.
They had a runs penalty, yeah.
Yeah.
So
yes.
they did, yeah.
Yeah, 5. Yeah, that's
they
right.
Started at 5 for no loss. And what is the umpire signal for a runs penalty? I've never seen it.
I don't know. I think if
he just does this.
I think if the ball hits say a helmet and you get 5 penalty runs for that, I think they just sort of hold 5 fingers up to the scorer.
Okay.
So whether they did that,
if you've got an umpire who's had an unfortunate amputation in the past.
Yeah, as my old man used to say, the careless lumberjack. 4 pints, please.
Yes.
But yeah, so I'd imagine that he'd have just started the innings by signalling 5 in that manner. Fortunately, he has a full complement of digits, both these umpires, as far as I know. Anyway, England have got a new batsman at the crease, who is going to be this fella.
Do you know Mark Wood? Yes, he is an England bowler, quite good and pretty quick. So just a normal guy.
Defends his first ball up to mid-off and there's no run. And it remains 314 for 8. India
Good
firmly in
Lord.
the driving seat, you'd have to say now.
We have a super chat from Sally R56. 50 Australian dollars, little Aussie battlers. A somewhat expensive distraction from cooking, but at least I'll have your company. Oh, I'm so sorry it had to be us, not the good guys.
Thank you very much, Sally. That is most generous. What are you cooking? Do you say elsewhere what you're cooking? No, you don't.
Not as yet, but look at it.
Please do let us know, and we'll big up your culinary expertise on air.
Muttley says, "Woof, morning primates. Finally up before a day's play is finished. Love and sausages."
As Jadeja begins a new over. No let up in the action here. He comes round the wicket to the left-handed Hartley, and Hartley tucks him into the leg side and does not pick up a run. 1 slip and a short leg. Hartley's down the track and he's stumped by an absolute fucking country mile.
Lucky you put the tree mile on the end of that.
little boy, what on earth were you playing at? Oh!
I've got to say, I like Jadeja's sunglasses with the yellow frame.
Sorry, Krishna, you were talking about Jadeja's sunglasses there.
Yeah, with the yellow frame.
Yeah.
I haven't seen those ones before.
Yeah, I've seen him with the sort of the white rimmed ones.
Do you think they're his line of personally designed
Don't know.
sunglasses for cricketers?
Quite
Suave
possibly.
cricketers on the go.
What I do know is that England are in the process of throwing away this Test match at 314 for 9 now, having started the day on, what was it, 207 for 2. And India, who are, as we know, a bowler down because Ashwin's had to go and attend to a family emergency. But they're doing very well in his absence, are India. Jadeja with a couple of quick wickets. Kuldeep bowled really well earlier on. Beautiful guile from him. Bumrah and Siraj, everyone's chipping in, so you barely notice that Ashwin's not there.
There's some pretty forlorn English supporters in the crowd now, isn't there?
Yep.
One guy was lying on his seats, getting a bit of a
I think they'd be used to it by now. Here comes this absolute hero. Yeah, it's all gone pear-shaped in a bit of a hurry for England. He started in such a fantastic position, and you have to say that most of the wickets that have gone down today are down to error rather than being got out. Much as I have enjoyed watching Kuldeep bowl, in particular, always enjoy watching him bowl, and a couple of good Yorkers from the quicks, but largely it's been error, I'd say. Back in his crease goes Jimmy to his first ball, defending it up to mid-on. There's no run. So what's that lead? 131.
131, yep. Jimmy's the #1 sweeper in the world.
And there he goes, as if on cue. A reverse paddle.
He tried the reverse as well.
Yeah, and he gets off the mark with a single to deep backward point. I'm just seeing a replay of the Hartley dismissal. Down the track, beaten, as I think our friend Anindo in a recent cricketer article extolling the virtues of Bishan Bedi, who used to love getting batsmen out that way because he said it meant they'd been beaten through the air and off the pitch. And that's what Hartley was there. Forward in defence comes Mark Wood, defending that into the offside. There's no run.
I think Mark Wood will have a bit of fun here now, won't he? He's a good striker of the ball.
He looks to have fun, whatever he's doing in life, doesn't he? Whether it's pretending to be a horse in the outfield, running in at 90 miles an hour, or paddling one of the world's leading spinners for a very fine boundary, as he's done just there.
Right on cue.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Using the pace of Jadeja's bowling there, and just a very fine paddle sweep, nicely executed for 4 very welcome runs for England. 319 for 9 at the end of that over. Well,
we have an important message from David Barrett.
Oh yeah.
Can you guess what it is?
See, when you say it like that, you sound like Rolf Harris. That's probably not a man to dwell on.
I might have to change my tone of voice.
I can guess what it is. Yes, I can.
Yeah. Go harder.
All in caps with a few exclamation marks.
He's very emphatic about how hard they need to go.
And it's always harder than the current hardness on the Mohs scale.
Never-ending escalation.
Yeah. Where will it end?
Messi says the umpire spreads 5 fingers on his shoulder for the bonus 5 runs, I guess.
On his shoulder, is it? I always thought that was to do with one short.
Something like that. Yeah. I didn't actually see it when they did it today or yesterday, so.
Right, Mohamed Siraj is going to start a new over, coming round to the wicket and castling Jimmy Anderson to bring England's innings to a close. It's all happened in a hurry. Jimmy had no answer to that delivery. It was full, it was straight. clipped his off stump, and that is good night Vienna as far as England were concerned in that first inning. 319, having had pretensions of some sort of lead, certainly at the start of the day. They've fallen 126 runs short of India's first innings. There are many hands on many heads from the English support in the crowd, and a very buoyant looking Indian team leaving the field there in Rajkot, very happy with their day's work so far. And Jimmy and the rest of the England attack going to go and have to get their bowling boots on and look to do something quite special for the rest of today. Krishna, thoughts please?
They've lost. What have they lost? They've lost 5 for 19, I think, at this back end of this innings. Quite a collapse. They were 5 for 299 and all that 319.
About 8 for 100 since for the day or something.
Yep, that's about right.
For the day, yeah.
112 maybe.
So they would have come out today with high hopes at 2 for 207, and with Duckett having played that brilliant innings yesterday, quite a collapse. So, when you talk about midpointer series and who's taken the stranglehold, you'd have to say India at this point.
Certainly would. Try and do a bit of admin while we're in between innings here and go through the England card for you. Which all started off at a rare old lick yesterday as Crawley and Duckett and then Pope really put the Indian bowlers to the sword, particularly Duckett, who ended up with 153. He was out earlier today in the softest manner you can possibly imagine. The full card, though, is Crawley was caught Patidar, bowled Ashwin yesterday for 15. Duckett was eventually caught by Gill off the bowling of Kuldeep. A rank bad ball, long hop outside the off stump that he just spooned up to cover, but he had by then scored 153 runs. Pope was LBW to Siraj on review yesterday for 39. Root was caught by Jaswal at second slip, attempting to ramp Bumrah earlier today for 18. Bairstow got a good one early in his innings from Kuldeep and was LBW for a duck. Stokes was caught Bumrah in the deep off the bowling of Jadeja for 41. Folkes was caught Rohit bowled Siraj for 13. The very next ball, in fact. Rian Ahmed was bowled by Siraj for 6. Hartley was stumped by the debutant wicketkeeper Jurel off the bowling of Jadeja for 9. Mark Wood was left not out 4. And Jimmy Anderson just recently bowled by Siraj for just the 1. The bowling figures: 1 for 54 from 15 overs from Bumrah. Pick of the bowlers in terms of the wickets was Mohammad Siraj, who ended up with 4 for 84 from his 21 and a ball. Kuldeep bowled 18 overs, 2 for 77. Ravichandran Ashwin yesterday, 1 for 37 from 7. And Ravi Jadeja finished with 2 for 51 from 10. So that's all the England card for you. That was a 319 all-out lead of 126. Any other thoughts there, gents, on what we've seen in the last day and a half?
So I think the bowling figures for Mohammad Siraj are a bit flattering. 4 for 84. He took the figures, but he kind of did the vacuum cleaner job by hoovering up the tail. I think he got 3 of the last 4. So yeah, he always gives away a lot of runs, and today he's going at nearly 4 and over again.
Yeah, I think someone was saying in the previous stint that's sort of his role, isn't it? He's that strike bowler. You don't expect him. He's not in the side to keep it tight necessarily, and he's done his job really. Moggers, have we got any interesting things on the socials?
Interesting?
Yes, interesting. I know you might have to sift through a little bit.
That's harsh. They're all interesting.
Of course.
Chris the Choir says, ever since the mention of sundries not being a much used word, I keep thinking of sundry tomatoes. I put it down on CPGC at 4 a.m. Mayank adds that one short is the umpire tapping his shoulder with his index finger.
Yes.
And the signal for 5 runs is by the umpire tapping his left shoulder with his right hand.
Oh, I see.
For the batting team. If it's in favour of the fielding team, they put their hand on their shoulder. Okay,
okay.
Let's hope it never happens again, otherwise it's just confusing. Kieran Roseblade says, morning all, England seems to have lost the plot this morning. They played ourselves out of this match with wasteful wickets. So he's obviously been paying attention.
Yep, always good. always got to try and look at the bigger picture, I think. So, for example, Joe Root's batting average is as good, if not slightly better, during this era, post his captaincy, than it was previously. So, it's difficult to maintain that argument that he shouldn't be playing those shots. However, when you see these moments in isolation, it can be very frustrating, and cricket fans are allowed to be frustrated. So, if you look at the wickets, Duckett's was incredibly soft. Roots was a mistake, you have to say. Bairstow got a decent ball. Stokes was looking to hit out and was caught in the deep, so that was a mistake. Folkes got one that just sort of stopped in the pitch a little bit, I'd say, and came with the full face of the bat to be caught at mid-on. Ahmed and Hartley both slightly gave it away, I'd say. Hartley in particular, trying to dance down the pitch to Jadeja and comprehensively getting himself stumped. Anderson can't really be blamed for being bowled by Siraj. But, at least 3 of those dismissals were gifts, I think. Any thoughts?
Yeah, I think you've got to take the good with the bad, though. I mean, since the McCullum-Stokes era started, we've just praised England when this sort of play pays off. There will be the odd day where it doesn't, and today was one of those days. And I think McCullum and Stokes are both happy to say, well, it's not going to work every day, and it didn't today.
Yeah, and there's got to be a balance, isn't there? Like I say, I'm keen to look at the bigger picture as far as England is concerned, but it's also okay to be frustrated with individual moments or individual mistakes, and I think it would equally be wrong to say, well, that's just the way we play now, and this kind of thing can happen, as opposed to, yeah, all right, we've made some mistakes and we'll try and be better next time. No one does these things on purpose, but as I say, at least 3 pretty soft dismissals today from England's top order. So
and this series is exciting because of the way England has been playing, and yesterday the way they scored at that scoring rate, I was looking at their score, they were 180 after 30 overs or something.
Yeah.
Against other countries might have been 90 for 6.
Yeah.
Just because they haven't taken that positive attitude that England has. So they have reduced the margin and reduced it very quickly, whereas other teams might be about 250, 300 behind.
And that's the thing, and Tony and I were chatting about this off air, and I mentioned it earlier on as well, which is you have this sort of received wisdom that if you concede 100 or over 100 in the first innings of a game in India, then you're more than likely going to lose the game. England won't think like that. England will still think, we'll bowl them out for 200, we'll chase 300 on the final innings, and it's not a problem. They're sort of broadening the horizons of what we can expect, right, I think. Right. But that said, England are still second favourites.
Yes, and a lot of praise for the curators for the 3 pitches so far. I mean, they've been brilliant pitches. I think they've given both the fast bowlers and the spinners a fair crack at what they want to achieve. When Australia was in India in March last year, some of the pitches were just awful, and these ones are far more balanced.
Haven't been any sort of huge blowouts yet, have there?
No.
Yeah, and that's the other thing, as you mentioned, Krishna, because England scored so quickly, and particularly at the start of various innings, really got off to a great start with Duckett and Crawley. In years gone by, you might have seen in innings like this where England get 250 in 100 overs and find themselves way behind the game, whereas now England are more typically closing that gap much more quickly. Even though you're conceding a lead, it may be that the net gain is more than it would have been previously by playing more conservatively. Anyway, it's fun. It's fun to watch.
It is fun to watch,
and it's been a great series.
It has been. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see India's approach here as well. Whether they take the long approach and say, well, there's still another 2 tests. Let's get some more kilometres into the English bowlers' legs, or whether they play proactively and positively as well.
If I were India, I don't see any need to change the way that they're playing. They're having lost that first game in the series, they've come on really strong. Since then, favourites to win this game and go 2-1 up in the series. Why would you change? Well, I don't. you know, in the face of this brand of cricket that England are playing, and we saw it with Australia last year, changing the way that they played. But I wouldn't do if I were India. I'd just keep doing what we're doing.
Just a quick note from Josie O. We're doomed. What a shit show.
There are certain tweeters you don't even have to read out what they write in. Just mention Jersey Oak or Dave Barrett, and then insert much known quote here. That's it.
You're going to be in the vicinity of what they're saying, I think.
So Yashashvi Jaiswal is going to be facing the first delivery. I'll probably do a couple of jingles, shall I? Why not? Why break with tradition? Here he is.
From Surya in Uttar Pradesh, Yashasvi Jaiswal.
And hoping for a bit more foot up time is this fella for England. His first ball is left alone by Jaiswal. Didn't miss the top of the stumps by that much. I suppose there is a short period where with the new ball you can just about leave on length, and he did there.
So what are the odds of Jimmy getting to 700 in this innings?
What's he on at the moment?
696.
I'd say an outside chance. Another ball which is across Jaiswal, and he thrusts his hands skyward to leave that one alone. Jimmy looking fit.
Sorry.
No, you go.
He might be able to score a few wickets if India decide they need to get a few quicker runs. Might be able to buy a few wickets that way.
Yeah. Again, I'd be tempted just to play normally. Obviously, if he does bowl a loose ball, he bowls very few loose balls at this point in his career. But you just see Jimmy off. He'll go at 2 and over, and there'll be scoring opportunities at the other end. This one's on leg stump and just turned into the leg side into a little gap between mid-on and mid-wicket, and Jaiswal is away with a single. And it's going to bring...
By the way, I made not a discovery, but I learnt this week that Cricket Australia has created a YouTube channel where they have loaded all archival games, and it's called Cricket Gold, and it's brilliant. I've really enjoyed watching some of the games from the early World Series cricket days, and the 80s and 90s cricket. So
lovely
anyone
bit
who wants to...
Lovely bit of Richie Benno in there, no doubt.
I think Missy was talking about that as coming with certain TVs that you bought. You get access to that channel.
Oh, right. Anyway, India's captain is on strike. Here he is.
You'll get it.
Rohit defends his first ball into the offside, and there is no run.
There was a England-Australia match I watched the other day with Alan Lamb, Graham Gooch. England had a spinner called Sean Udall, U-D-A-L.
Sean Udall.
Never ever heard of him.
Yeah, he played 1 or 2 test matches in India.
Revolving door of spinners.
Yeah. It wasn't the famous Alan Lamb hitting Bruce Reid for 18 off the final over of the ODI by any chance, is it? This is a classic Rohit Sharma shot, getting off the mark with a pull for one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Talking about Jimmy not bowling that many bad balls, but that was short, and you don't bowl short to Rohit Sharma. He didn't time it. It was slightly off the bottom edge, the bottom corner of the bat, but away it flew to the square leg boundary.
It definitely was that series where Alan Lamb hit that 18 to win that match, but I didn't see that particular match.
Well, yeah, there's something magical.
You realise how far one-day cricket has come since those days. I mean, guys that we hold in awe now, like Desmond Haynes, of course.
As Rohit's going to face up to Jimmy Anderson, 2 slips and a gully are in place, and he's forcing this one through the cover point region. The chase is on as it Duckett and one other not going going to get there is going to be the second one of these of the over. Yes, you were saying that the guys we used to hold in great awe in the one-day game in previous generations.
Yeah, Desi Haynes, he was strike rate was in the 60s somewhere, and,
Wow.
and Viv was in the 70s. Just a very different era.
Yeah.
Compared to now.
Good old days.
Yeah, there is something quite magical about those series. 90-odd thousand at the MCG under lights with those garish outfits that still seemed quite new back then in the 80s. You know, colourful and
crowds.
Yeah.
Yep. And low scores, so the games were generally tighter than what they are.
Yeah, if you get sort of 240 plays 240 kind of game.
The tricky chase of just under 5 runs and over.
I know.
They do it in their sleep, right?
But in fact,
Making 50 after 15 overs was considered the pinnacle of quality.
a change of bowling for England here. I'll jingle him up in a moment. But it's a right arm off spinner, and his first delivery. A change of bowling. I say he's opening the bowling. Jaswal pushes it into the offside, and there is no run. Second ball of the unnamed bowlers over round the wicket. And once more, full face of the bat, defending to the offside is this fella.
His voice is high-pitched and ginger hair like a pick, but massive runs he has hit, so there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
Root round the wicket. One slip in place here. Defended to the cover point area. He sets off for a quick single, but Rowett sends him back quite rightly. And there's no run. So they're 9 without loss already, India, just into the second over. 2 boundaries in that first Jimmy Anderson over. One short that was pulled away, and one that was forced through the covers. Root comes round the wicket, tosses this up, and Jaiswal is driving this quite pleasantly. Nice net shot up to mid-off, and there's no run.
The other staggering thing was the number of players batting without a helmet. David Boone, a young David Boone, was facing Joel Garner without a helmet. Wow, that's crazy.
As Root comes around the wicket again, and he's just playing this back to the bowler off the back foot. Here's Jaiswal. We're going to have a change up after this over, I think. Tony's come back into the studio. Oh no, but I think I'm staying here. No, I don't. Yeah, can do. Yeah. And this is defended into the offside by Jaiswal. Does that finish the over? Yes, it does. So Root starts with a maiden. 9 without loss. So we can have a change here. Who do we have on now? Messrs.
I'm taking over the hot seat, the BBB.
Lovely. And I'll just sit here quietly and do your jingles for you.
Oh, lovely. Yeah.
Dave Barrett's the most recent tweet, Messi.
Okay, thank you very much, Mog. Dave Barrett says the problem wasn't that England were bowled out in 71 overs. The problem was that the run rate dropped. If England had kept their rate at 6.5 and over, they would have scored 461. Go harder!
Yeah. Well, things have taken on rather a different complexion. India, 9 without loss after second over. Effectively, they're 135 without loss, which is a lot. Silver linings, this is the lowest first innings deficit England have conceded during this entire series. So there's that. And I'm on alongside Mayank. Hello, Mayank.
Hey, how are you guys?
Very good. I don't think I've been on with you before, although when I say that,
I think so. I think this might be the first time, finally.
Very nice. And first ball of Jimmy Anderson's over. Loses his radar a little. And Rohit kind of watches it go by. He would have kicked himself if he got a little feather on that one. Got ball through to Folk.
What's the weather like out there in Melbourne and Perth?
Well, Melbourne, we've had a last of a series of really quite lovely days. Low 20s. Just been for a walk with a dog. Very nice indeed. How about you, Messi?
It is currently 37.3 degrees. It's going to be 42 tomorrow, 42 the next day, and 41 the day after that. So it's shit.
Less pleasant. And that's just played off his pads by Rohit, I think, off the bat. We're about to find out. No, I think it's a leg bye. The lesser spotted leg bye. Rohit remains on 8. India on 9 without loss. 10 without loss. Whereabouts in the world are you, Mayank?
I'm in, so I live in Philadelphia, but I'm currently in Delaware, back at my parents' house for the weekend. So I'm about 20 miles south of Philly right now.
Yes.
It's not 42 Celsius. Generally, it's about 42 Fahrenheit these days. But tonight, I was saying it earlier, tonight we are getting some snow. It's that kind of wet, heavy snow.
Right.
It's now we got about 1.5 inches. It's now starting to finally stick to the road as well, and we should be getting another 3 or so. So it is
of the
hilly.
Come back to that in a second. Jimmy Anderson in again. Fairly full ball, driven by Jaiswal, but straight to mid off. I would estimate that Delaware is the second smallest after Rhode Island of the mainland states. Would that be correct?
That is correct. We are the second smallest, and we are the 5th least populated.
Yeah.
Because you have weird random states like North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming. They all have less population, but we are the most populated in terms of density. I believe we're either the first or the second densest state.
You like Singapore or Liechtenstein or Monaco. That's played off his hips by Jaiswal through just wide of Ben Duckett at mid-wicket for a single.
Yeah,
I believe Wyoming is the least populated of the mainland states, isn't it? Of any of the states. I think it's only got about 500,000. How many have you got in Delaware?
We just hit the 1 million mark last year, finally.
Okay.
So we've been like tiptoeing around it for the last 5 years. Finally hit 1 million last year. But yeah, you go out there and you don't see people for miles. It is a really weird feeling.
Yeah. Very good.
Okay, come to Western Australia.
In comes Jimmy Anderson. Ooh, a little bit aerial, but since there's no one at square leg or leg slip or anywhere around there, it doesn't matter. Played down to Rehan, who's at a very square long leg, and the score ticks over by 1. India move on to 12.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time I was in Australia in 2017-18. I was there for 2 months, and I was in all the major cities. I didn't get to go to the outback or any place which was sparsely populated. That's my next goal next time I come out there, is to really enjoy the interior.
Jimmy Anderson in again, left well alone by Jaiswal, so just watched it through to Ben Folkes. End of the third over, India 12 without loss, 138 runs ahead. Messy.
Well, we're joined by one of Mayank's neighbours, well, relatively speaking. It's Brian Barish. Says, "G'day, cricket nerds. It's 2:30 a.m. and I'm inexplicably awake while 1/2 inch of snow falls outside. I hate to mix forms, but it seems like everyone here who put in for T20 World Cup tickets at US venues struck out. So much for growing the sport. Does that mean they're overbooked already?"
Yeah, no, it's a complete shit show. Basically, well, shout out to Brian. He lives only about 10, maybe 15 miles away. He's very, very close by. So yeah, he's probably getting the same amount of snow as I am. So I'm sure he'll be up early tomorrow morning to shovel, just like I will for the driveway.
Joe Root round the wickets, and Rohit defends back down the wicket. Dot ball.
But it's been a shit show because basically, from what I saw, I didn't even put my name in the ballot because I never trust ballots because I never get the luck. So I was like, forget it. I'm not even going to waste my time with it. But a lot of people have been posting that they could not even get in, that they would get an error message. This is oversubscribed, which completely defeats the purpose of having a ballot.
Joe Root in again, and that's just flicked around his legs by Rohit. Jaiswal comes halfway down the wicket before being told no. So he completes the run, but he doesn't actually get a run for it, as it were, because he did 2 half runs, little shuttle up and a little shuttle back again. Dot ball in the end.
So whenever that happens, whenever there's a batsman at one end who runs halfway, then has to run back, he should be awarded 1 run away from the other batsman.
He should, but it is historically that's not been how it works. That's way outside leg stump and just ignored. Lets it hit his pad. You can't be out LBW if it pitches outside leg, as I'm sure 95% of our listeners know. But there's always the 5% who might be listening for the first time and may not know. In comes Joe Root again, 3 dot balls so far. And that's a half volley, effectively, which is stroked down to long on. Joe Root, rather like a batsman who rehearses the shot he should have played, Joe Root then sort of bowls the ball he would have liked to have bowled as he goes back to his so that's 1 run.
Well, he is a perfectionist, Joe Root. He's been around a long time, so he knows what he's doing.
He does. He's not really getting much turn yet, but you wouldn't necessarily expect it in the 4th over. Even at the halfway through the 3rd day, there shouldn't be too much happening. That's a dot ball defended by Jaiswal. And for the last ball of the over, Jaiswal, very young looking, very fresh faced Jaiswal, but with that double century from the last test match behind him, he'll be full of confidence, no doubt. Just the slip in terms of short fieldsman. Doesn't get turn again, but it's line and length where it should be. And Jaiswal defends at the end of the 4th over, 13 without loss, Messi.
Josie Oak says, I assume India only have 9 wickets. That's correct. For those of you just joining us, Ravi Ashwin has called away to a family emergency and won't be with the Indian team, we think, for the rest of this test match. So yes, they only have 9 wickets and they're a bowler down. It didn't affect them today, though. Brown Barish says, I think in Mog, Messi and Forthy, I find the only 3 Australians now that I know who aren't at the Taylor Swift concert.
Very true, very true. Yeah, no, I think 3% of Melbourne's population was watching Taylor Swift last night. 100,000 of them.
Yeah, and so
that must have been. I saw some tweets. It was hilarious. There was somebody in the stadium who was watching Taylor Swift, and then they have those little TVs up there in the all the way at the back in the lower bowl. And they all have those like little TVs, but instead of showing maybe like a screen of Taylor Swift, a close up of her, they were showing the women's test match. So if you were at the Taylor Swift concert, you could watch Taylor Swift, keep your eye on the TV above you, and you could also know what was going on over at the Wacko.
Well, all the dads with their 13-year-old daughters there would probably have been quite happy to watch that, I should think. In comes Jimmy Anderson again, fresh over. And that just straightens a touch from leg to off. It's quite full. Doesn't present Rohit with any difficulties.
I have a special message for Grubby, who is actually with us on Jingles, to let him know that Brian Cusack, that's Brian in Brisbane, says, morning, can you please ask Gorilla Taz to listen out for the doorbell? Goodies are coming.
Oh, lordy, Brian. Your generosity knows no bounds. You're always a top man.
Did Brian also send us hard-working remote employees as well? Because
he does. He sent them to me, and when you say be careful what you wish for, it's a very pleasant thing that happens. That is defended by Rohit out to cover point. The most most generous of men, Brian, and thank you. It's people are part of the guerrilla cricket organosphere, and Brian is a very important part of it as well. We don't just thank you for your service; we thank you for your beer.
Indeed. The same from me.
I'd be surprised to see how India has to bat now, because there's so much time left in this test match. I mean, it's only day 3, right? So how do they go from here?
Well, they'll play like a normal test match when you're 139 runs ahead. There's no rush as far as they're concerned, because the longer they take it, that's a dot ball, by the way. The longer they take it, the more they assume that the pitch might those cracks begin to widen a little, and by the 5th day. That said, Ashwin's not there, but also that said, Jadeja and Yadav are there. So
it's unfortunate
surprisingly, the cracks don't appear to have widened at all in 2 days, actually.
Yeah, and I don't know if they really will widen enough. But the thing is, because you have that lead of 139, if India can get to 250, 260, it's pretty much out of England's hands at that point.
Well, hold that thought and dot ball as it's defended by Rohit. But let us not forget, only 2 tests ago, there was a 192-run deficit on first innings. So these days, who knows? And England do like chasing in the last innings. A lot of their famous wins have come that way. The old rule book's gone out the window.
The game has changed. Yeah, there's nothing that you can't go back to old statistics and anything like that and use that as your basis for what could happen at this point. England has completely changed the way to look at fourth innings.
That is so true, mate.
Unfortunately, for us non-England fans.
Big forward defensive from Rohit, dot ball from Jimmy Anderson. Yeah, but I think big picture, good for Test cricket. Would you agree, Mike?
I would. The other thing is, Jimmy is, 41? He's still out here. He's absolutely, I mean, I don't know how he's still doing it. And, he's showing the youngsters, because we were talking about this earlier with people like Rayan Ahmed and Hartley and all these people that are young. You got Jaiswal on one side, who's less than half his age. And yet this guy's steaming in ball after ball, really putting in his work.
No, he's a great role model. That's not going to be a maiden because Rohit climbs over that off-stump half volley, gets it wide of Ben Stokes mid. Often they come through for 2. That is the only 2 off the over at the end of the 5th over. India 15 without loss. Messi.
Leah says that Joe Root's average this series so far with the bat is 14. Jim Carter says cricket is a team game, but I have to say Root should be completely blamed for the collapse. Awful from him, taking no responsibility at all or valuing his wicket. Now, I missed this. Muttley says, why is Grubby pointing to his nipple? Which Mog says, I ponder that
I know.
too. Grubby may also be sleeping sitting up with his eyes open.
I believe, Grubby, and we might be able to bring you in for a second. You said a bit of merch. Is it Taylor Swift merch you're wearing there on your T-shirt?
I don't think the viewers, such as they are, can see me right now because the configuration has been changed. But I am, next time you see me, I'm sporting some lovely Sombrero Fallout merch. Fourth tremendous podcast.
Very nice, very nice. What an excellent podcast it is too. Big forward defensive from Jaiswal, dot ball. Sombrero Fallout, and that's keeps it at 15 without loss. 141 lead. Joe Root goes a little wider. Results the same. More attacking intent from Jaiswal, but straight to the man at cover. Dot ball.
I feel like he's got a point to prove. He didn't really. The top order kind of collapsed in the first innings. They're going to want to show that. You don't want to keep putting Rohit in that position where he has to bat out to get the runs.
Indeed. It gets that one a little straighter, and as a consequence, because the mid-on is 2/3 of the way back to the boundary, they come through for this, mid-off rather, they come through for the single.
I wonder who that big guy is sitting there. He's next to Siraj he looks like a wrestler or something.
He looks like a minder.
He does, maybe he is. If anyone knows out there, do write in and let us know.
He's holding, I think he's holding Siraj's left arm and he's giving him a massage. So maybe he's a massage therapist for the team.
Maybe a masseur. That's played down to deep square leg, and the boundary rider has to run round. Just the single though.
Yeah, if you look, he's manipulating something on. He's giving him a little hand massage, maybe they're besties for life, and they
might be.
They're just enjoying some intimate, nice.
Well, they might be. It would certainly be an odd couple. It would be very Jack Lemmon and Walter Matthau. Because
love doesn't judge. Love does not judge.
Love does not judge. Love does not have an algorithm. That's a big forward defensive from Jaiswal, who is taking his own sweet time. He's 3 runs.
Which is why
it
probably why it never comes on time.
Yeah, so true, so true. See, not only do you get cricket commentary, you get wisdom for life in guerrilla cricket. In comes Joe Root round the wicket, and he floats that up a bit further, and turns into a half volley, which Jaiswal flicks off his feet. Rayan Ahmed does Rather extravagant bit of fielding.
That's why you shouldn't be. That's why you shouldn't be listening to TalkSport, because instead all you would just get is Kevin Peterson just running his mouth. No wisdom at all. Just
no one wants that. No. We have the wisdom of the years. Talking of which, Messi, over to you.
Brian Barry says Delaware, home of Joe Biden, tax-free shopping, and a billion antique stores. Oh, and a harness racetrack inside a NASCAR track.
Yep, that's very true.
Jessica Ross says, to be fair, I'm not at the Taylor Swift concert, but I am also going next week. Leah said, holy shit, Wyoming has as many inhabitants as my city. The metro region is double that. But I mean, you wouldn't want to hang dead over the fence there, as we say in German. That's an interesting saying.
Now, I think Mike will be able to answer this one. I know Wyoming is one of the only true rectangular states. Do you know the other one in America?
Colorado's a square.
Yes. You see, it's good knowledge.
No, I'm just going to
Colorado, and it's crazy because they border each other. Yet Colorado is like 10 times more populated than Wyoming, and I don't know. I've never been there.
Change your bowling.
Specifically, what it is.
Here's the new bowler. Fourthy.
Oh, thank you. It absolutely radio silence. I can't hear a thing with the jingles. Big forward defensive from Jaiswal. He's got a slip, and he has got a short leg just behind square rather than in front. So short leg gully, if you prefer.
He's got a ball only 6 overs old. I don't know how much spin he's going to get off this wicket, but he's got some time with it.
Well, it's a little bit of turn there, but too short and pulled by Jaiswal. Almost takes the umpire out, straight to deep square. So Jaiswal picks over to 5. Seems to have a good head on him, Hartley.
Yeah, and I think for India, the thing is you don't want to lose a wicket early because you don't want. I mean, of course, you never want to lose a wicket early, but next up is going to be Shubman Gill, and he has not had a very good time in recent matches. If I was Rohit or Jaiswal, I think that's why Jaiswal is going a little slow as well. They got to make sure that they can hold their wicket for a while. They don't want to expose the other batters yet.
Hartley, and again, gets a little bit of turn, but it's slow and it's reasonably predictable. Needed to be another foot up, really, to trouble Rohit. He saw it all the way, but turn nonetheless. And we have seen somewhat extravagant turn in 1 or 2 places.
There is puff of dust coming in certain balls. I think we've seen a puff of dust.
The ball that Yadav got to Bairstow, which got him out turned considerably, as one example. Hartley, and again. Big forward defensive, and that one's pitch middle and straightened. Hartley's got a pleasant, old-fashioned look about him in every way, both in his bowling action and his facial features, I would say. Very English.
He does. He looks like he should be a banker in the city, not a cricketer.
Yes, he would not be out of place, or a solicitor in the Shires, who's taking care of your grandmother's will. That's cut by Rohit. Straight to the man at point, but all along the ground. No alarms.
I was also thinking he could look like a conservative MP, but that's just a little mean, isn't it?
Yeah, that is mean these days. They've got a wild and feral look about them, and haunted look about them, and he doesn't have that yet, Hartley. He hasn't played long enough for that. Comes around the wicket for the last ball of the over, just straightens minutely. Big forward defensive from Rohit. At the end of the 7th over, India 19 without loss.
We have an interesting tweet from Dr. Soothsayer who says, where can we find more about our quasi-celebrities like Messi, Forsyth, Bear, Cat Jones, Brian Barish, Hendo and Tony Bishop? The Gorilla website should detail their bios to satisfy our collective curiosity. Well, there are some bios on the Gorilla website. If you look down the bottom, you'll see a link to the Gorillas. And there are several quite witty crises of the Gorillas that are there. Some are still barren in terms of content at the moment, but hopefully we'll fix that up over the next few months.
Yes, last time I looked, it did need updating that section of the website.
Yeah.
In comes Joe Root again, and that's right up in the block hole. And the man at the covers dives across, and no chance of a single there. Yeah, Messi, do you want to finish off?
Well, I was just thinking quasi-celebrity is fairly high ranking. I'm not quite sure we quite get that far.
I don't know. Don't know. In comes Joe Roots. He goes up, and thick outside edge. Second slip, might have been a little bit interested, but he's got quite a whack on it. So it's gone almost all the way down to the boundaries, but well cut off there. Who's that? It's Jimmy. Of course it is.
That's great fielding.
Isn't it just?
It was great fielding because he had to cover a lot of distance there, and I think they'll probably take a look at it again just to be on the safe side, but I think he really cut that off well, and that's what I was talking about earlier. I mean, he's 41 years old, but you see the way that he is still out there, ball after day after day, ball after ball. He still puts in full hard yards, does not skimp on his duties.
Joe Root in again, full forward defensive, and not only that, it was a good bit of technical fielding because he got a really firm hand on it. How many times do you see too soft a hand and then the ball trickles onto the Toblerone anyway?
He's very old school in that, and that's something that really grinds my gears is when fielders don't do the proper way of, you're going to go for a slide, you have to properly get that hand down there, slap it back in, not just like a little mushy touch. He actually... Very
smooth, very smooth gear change from Jimmy there. No grinding.
And I remember 2019 Ashes. People were saying, when's Jimmy going to retire? 2020 with the COVID series. When's Jimmy going to retire? 2021 Ashes when they went down there and got walloped. When's he going to retire? He's still out here staying strong. I think he still has another good year and a half.
Dot ball there, followed by another dot ball. One to point and one to cover points. So 2 dots. Yeah, I mean, he literally looks fitter than ever right now. No doubt.
He's brought back the highlighted hair like he had in 2003. So he's probably feeling, feeling just like he's brand new.
He's like a retro version of himself, and that's flipped off his pads down to the man at very wide long on, which is Ahmed. They come through for the single. I think that is the end of the over. India 22 without loss.
Brian Barry says, I thought about putting a ballot in for Ireland versus Canada, figuring that would be the least in demand. But the thought of spending $60 to get to Long Island for a 10 a.m. match on a Friday and bake in the June sun with 34,000 people didn't appeal much.
It's going to be a pain.
You bake in the sun with lots of other people. Isn't that how it works? Mog says... he's responding to things, so I'm not going to actually do those because it's too complicated.
Not going to indulge
over
him.
on YouTube, Kieran Roseblade says, wasted a huge time this test with that sorry attempt at batting. Interesting fact, if you're driving around Australia clockwise is further than driving around Australia anti-clockwise.
Oh, we're into the interesting stuff there.
It would be anyway you drive on the left, wouldn't it?
Hartley strays onto leg stump and gets picked off for a single there.
Yeah, the going back to what Brian was talking about with the ballot. The ballot it's already been a complete disaster. I don't really understand how you can have a ballot and then you say, we can't accept any more entries. It's oversubscribed. That's the whole point of a ballot.
Hartley in again and plays it to mid wicket. My apologies. It wasn't a single first ball. It was a dot, followed by another dot. Yes.
It's like it made no sense because I saw I did not enter the ballot because I just don't care. But the whole point is you just put your name in the hat and then you get lucky. If you get a ticket, you get a ticket. How can you oversubscribe? Ooh.
Hartley in again, and there's a big appeal. Everyone is absolutely convinced. My feed is not good enough to let me know exactly why, so perhaps Mayank could fill us in on the gap.
I think they're going. Well, Stokes is
going for the review. I think it's for LBW, or is it for court?
I thought it was for catch.
I thought it was a catch down leg, wasn't it?
Yeah, it looked like maybe they think that it got bat on pad and then scooped up in the air. But Jaiswal, he looks pretty.
That was definitely out. Was that definitely out? I don't know.
He doesn't look too perturbed.
English close in field Corden were completely convinced. Let's have another look. Looked as if it's very hard to tell, of course, as it always is when you They will check for two things. I think if they check for LBW, I think it's going to be a little bit high. So they'll have to rely on... It's very hard to tell.
Probably outside leg, I'd say, for LBW. But if it's just caught the edge of the bat...
Yeah, nowhere near the bat. There's real gap there. Nowhere near the gloves either. So... LBW. Well, I think that's what they were going for. Was they thought there might have been an edge onto pad and then scooped up.
I think so. I think it's more like the edge that was being. That was what all the excitement was about. I think they will be out of luck on the LBW. Okay, it's pitching in line. It's going to turn too much. Yeah, far too much. So review loss.
Well, that's a good sign. I mean, of course you lost that, but you saw the turn. According to DRS, so maybe this pitch is starting to do a little bit, because I did not expect that would jump that much according to DRS. That's a huge turn that came on after impact. So maybe Hartley can make something out of that.
He's in again for the fourth ball of the over, and middle and off just turns a touch, but turned away down to mid-on by Jaiswal. Dot ball.
I want to see Stokes bowl. It has been so long since I can't remember the last time. I think it's got to be at least over a year since he last bowled. Might have been in Pakistan.
Yeah. And this time Jaiswal gets enough of it wide of the man at mid-on that they will run the single. And having done that, he gestures towards the dressing room.
Because that ball, he ran pretty far to pick that up, throw it in. He doesn't look like he's been having a lot of knee issues post-surgery. So I would love to see if he could get at least a spell or two in. It's been a while since he's bowled, and he would be a little bit of a mystery right now against the Indian batters.
Yeah, there would be that. Rohit opens himself up and gets a very thick outside edge, so thick that it goes through the cordon on the offside and through for one of these.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
And I think at the end of the ninth over, at 23 without loss India and Rohit on 13, in fact 17 now, it is time for a change.
Okie dokie. I'll catch you after tea.
I'm done for the day, so thank you everybody, and I will see you on the next one.
Thanks, Mayank. Good to see you. And Moggers and Krishna. It's the three of us again, look.
We meet again.
Exactly, almost as if it were planned. 27 without loss, India, building on that lead of 126. So, very strong position, 153 ahead in the game now.
McCullum's having a nap there. Oh no, he's awake.
He always looks like he might be about to go to sleep, doesn't he? Do you think he overplays that "hey, I'm so cool" kind of persona?
I think he does.
I think there's a bit more going on underneath. As if to prove a point, he's just scratching his back and having a little yawn. Joe Root's going to continue to Jaiswal, who has 9. Rohit, his captain, has 17 at the other end. Here comes Root around the wicket. No, he pulls out, or Jaiswal does at least, just when Root was into his delivery stride. Don't know what happened there. Some movement behind the bowler's arm or something. Root doesn't look particularly enamoured with that.
He'll bowl a bouncer now, right? He's capable of bowling.
Yeah. Don't upset Rooty. Take your bloody head off.
70 kilometres an hour bouncer to put the fear up you.
Delivery. This is from Brian, isn't it? I've just been handed a bacon and egg McMuffin, I believe it is, and a cup of coffee. Oh, it's something. No, it's not a muck anything. It's a Greg's thing. But either way, tremendous. Thanks very much, Brian.
A grug muffin.
A grug muffin. Yes, exactly. So I'll find a way of eating that in between deliveries.
Why did he go all the way to Jimmy Anderson to have a chat there?
I don't know.
Jimmy's very old. He can't walk that far.
Poor Jimmy. Anything he does in the match has to be followed by how old he is. Root round the wicket, wide of the crease. It's a full delivery, which Jaiswal pushes defensively into the covers, and there is no run.
I did want to ask you though, the amount of bowling Root has done in this series, do you think it's having an impact on his batting? Like he bowled like 48, 50 overs in the first test, and another 20 odd in the second, I think.
Another ball that's pushed to cover for no run. It's an interesting point and a fair question to ask, I think. Personally, I don't.
His batting's definitely been below par so far.
It has. One look at his statistics will tell you that. I think Leah just told us that he's averaging 14 and a bit, which is obviously way, way short of his 50 that he normally averages throughout his career. And he got out in pretty ordinary fashion today. There's a full delivery, which is bunted back at him by Jaiswal, and he dives and does his own fielding. There's no run. But personally, I can't put any of the blame for that on how much he's had to bowl. I think he always would have expected to bowl a fair bit in this series, even if England were ever to pick three, in inverted commas, proper spinners, because Root definitely is a proper spinner as well, and he's also been handed the new ball on more than one occasion. But personally, no, I don't think any of that has an impact on his batting. I think that's separate issues going on there. This is a forward lunge by Jaiswal, defending it under his nose. There's no run.
His bowling average is lower than his batting average, so that makes him a keen all-rounder, doesn't it?
Yeah, for sure.
The other batter that's under-delivered is Johnny Bairstow in this series.
He's another sort of streaky player, isn't he, Bairstow? And I've been one of his harshest critics over the years. This is attempt at threading it through the covers. Can't beat the man sort of on the edge of the circle in one-day terms, so there's no run. He'll go through very lean patches where he looks technically and mentally gone, and he keeps getting bowled through the gate or LBW. He got a decent ball early today. Not really much you can do about that. And then just when everyone seems to be on his back and saying he should be dropped, then he'll go and score 3 centuries in as many games. That better than a runner ball.
Yeah, Mark Ward did that at the end of his career. It extended his career quite a while.
Forward defensive here from Jaiswal, lunging forward into the offside. There's no run. Yeah, Mark Ward's definitely one of my favourite players to watch. Sort of brutal elegance. That ball just outside off stump that he would whip through the mid-wicket area. No one played that better, I think. Even Viv, dare I say it.
So who are England's reserve batters in this tour? If they did entertain a change.
Well, Harry Brook, who's been away and back again. Trying to think who else is on the tour.
If they go 2-1 down in this series, do you think they would entertain a change in their batting lineup?
Probably not. I think they trust the 6 or 7 batters they picked. Forward comes Rohit to the first ball of Hartley's new over. He seemed to think he'd been a bit unlucky there, did Hartley? Seems to just get the outside half of Rohit's bat as he came forward.
Looked like it kept a bit low.
Maybe kept a bit low, and it turned a bit as well, didn't it? Straight delivery. Here comes Hartley again. Left arm around the wicket to Rohit, who's back in his crease and just easing this through the covers for a very comfortable single. As the man on the fence does the fielding.
Countries don't really swap out their batting lineups that much if they start losing a series, do they? Unless there's sort of injuries that need to be dealt with.
It's definitely far more common, isn't it, to see bowlers being rotated rather than batsmen, rightly or wrongly. Hartley staying round the wicket despite the fact that the left-handed Jaiswal's come on to strike. He whips him through mid-wicket and gets a single.
But if Harry Brook's back, and he was, at the start of the series he would have been part of the starting 11, wouldn't he?
Yep. But that can happen. You're out the side, snooze you lose, and then you've got to wait your chance to get back in. This is a full delivery, which Rohit just about gets on the full coming forward, whipping that through mid-wicket again for another single.
I mean, I think I'd rather have Harry Brook than Tony Bairstow.
Dan Lawrence still out there?
Yeah, Rob Lawrence is here too. Yeah, that's right.
In fact, Harry Brook has been withdrawn. Just looking at the list now.
Oh, I see.
All right, I beg his pardon. I beg everyone's pardon for that horrendous mistake. Forward comes Jaiswal, just defending that into the leg side, no run. 30 without loss, India.
Soon be allowed to forget that.
Hartley round the wicket, and back in his crease goes Jaiswal, defending that again into the leg side. Completes the over. India remain 30 without loss. Do we have any messages anywhere?
We do. Nitin Bajaj says, "Hello folks, bit of a turnaround is what? Decent bowling by India, notwithstanding those shit shots by Root and Duckett, and without a real goat too. Hashtag Ashwin the goat." That's not his accent. I don't know why I did that, sorry.
No, I enjoyed it though, Mog. Your talents, it seems, keep on giving.
I try to hide my light under a bushel. It's got to be a very big bushel though, because there's a lot of light to hide.
What is a bushel? You know.
We'll call it a bucket. We'll modernise it slightly. He also says, "Is there any way back for Bairstow if you post a low score in the second innings?"
He's come back more times than the Terminator.
6 times in counting.
So Jaiswal is going to be facing up to this new over, to be bowled by England's erstwhile captain Joseph Root. Ollie Pope just slipping a helmet on to field somewhere close, I think at leg slip. And this is a ball on leg stump that Rowett turns around the corner to backward square, and there is no run.
I know it's pretty early in his career to draw comparisons, but do you think Tom Hartley looks a bit like Derek Underwood? Same sort of thinning hair.
He's definitely got that slightly old-fashioned look, I think someone else mentioned.
Born several centuries after he should have been.
Yeah.
Maybe just decades.
I can see him in a frock coat in a period piece on the BBC of a Sunday evening.
Challenging someone to a duel.
Root round the wicket and round-armed, filthy delivery, really. Cross Rowett, it just goes back and aiming it through the covers, but contents himself with playing it back to the bowler for no run. Round the wicket again. Tosses this one up, and it takes him right in front of the stumps. It's got to be close. Joel Wilson says no. I think Root's pretty keen on this. It did look... I mean, it was very, very full, so it probably was pitching on. Stokes has indeed reviewed it, so we're going to have one of these.
That was out, that was out, that was definitely out. Was that definitely out? I don't know.
Thoughts?
My immediate reaction was I thought it pitched outside leg. Might have hit the stumps, but I thought it pitched outside leg, especially with Root coming around the wicket.
It's very full, that's the only thing. It looks like it just about pitches on leg, or middle and leg even.
Yeah.
And hits him almost on the toe. Well, sort of...
Might be outside leg, I think.
Well, we'll see in due course. Well, I think it was full enough, actually, that it's probably pitched just about on, but we'll see for sure in just a moment. I'm just checking to see whether there's any bat. I don't think there's any bat, judging by that graphic that we're seeing at the moment. So it's going to be a case of, did this pitch on? If it pitches on, you'd say, this is very close, this. It does pitch on.
Oh, he's screwed.
And it's going to be out. So Joe Root removes the Indian captain.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
And Joel Wilson makes that sign that he's had to make so many times in his career. They'll bury him like that. He has to reverse his decision again. And England have a wicket. 30 for 1. Joe Root is over the moon, as are his England teammates. And there you go. England's premier batter turned England's strike bowler.
Line Joel's going to get some RSI from that, repeating that gesture so frequently.
He would have to have the worst umpire stat, wouldn't he, Joel Wilson, on having to overturn his decisions?
I'm sure there's a chart somewhere.
I'd say so, yeah. There was, but just
those sunglasses. I mean, just take them off, Joel. You can see better.
I hope they're not prescription, because that makes it even worse.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's why Indian players generally don't sweep. I mean, Rohit Sharma is one of the sweepers in the team, and even he's been outdone by Joe Root there.
And I'm going to play jingle for who I think is coming out at number 3, who's having a bit of a lean time at the moment. It's this fella.
It's Gilly, Gilly, Austin, the cats and Ellen Bogan by the sea.
Shubman Gill. Did he get a duck in the first innings?
Yes.
Yes,
I believe he did.
right.
Yes.
So here he is on a pair then. That's how it works.
Which was after his 100 in the second test, so he's been quite up and down.
Yeah. Yeah, true. I
He's
should.
an enigma, right?
I mean,
Wrapped in a riddle, shrouded in mystery, or whatever his quote is.
Yeah, was that a Churchill quote? Often ascribed to him. Anyway, wildly talented, seemingly never-ending conveyor belt of batting talent out of India, and he's certainly one of them. But staring down the barrel of a pair at the moment. He's going to face his first delivery to be bowled by the fearsome Joe Root. Another short delay. Not quite sure why. Anyway, there's a slip, a leg slip, and a short leg in close attendance. And Joe Root with his tail up is going to persist with that round the wicket line. Another full delivery, which Gill comes forward to meet defensively and survives that first delivery. Just having a look at the wicket again. Yeah, it was just the fullness of that delivery that meant that on that trajectory it ordinarily would have pitched outside leg, but it was so full from that round the wicket angle that it actually just pitched on. It didn't even turn that much, did it? It just sort of pitched on and went on its way.
And went straight.
Well, that was good enough.
Yep. And played over the top of it.
And Gill's going to get off the pair by swatting him over mid-wicket for a skimming one of these.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Yeah, pretty emphatic way to get off a pair there. I'm having none of it. Just going to dismiss that from my presence. Played it right under his nose, whipped it with his wrists, or his bottom hand. This one he's going back in his crease and defending it into the onside, and there's no run, so he's away with 4 runs. Shubman Gill, India have moved on to 34 for 1, and that lead still a very healthy 160. Moggers?
Had a sudden flurry of stuff on YouTube. Stephen Kelker's arrived and says, I wake up and England are all out. What happened? They're all out.
Yeah, I think you've answered your own question.
He also asks if I dressed up as Shelley. No, sadly I didn't. I didn't have her size. Willow Moon says, I'm back. Couldn't stay awake with you guys this morning. Sorry, that's probably my voice not helping.
Sorry to hear that.
What we're up to?
Yeah, definitely don't go to sleep during this game, because stuff's happening at a sort of microwave pace.
Leah says, Gill is a few classy knocks wrapped inside the body of a drunk bloke from the village green. And it's been pointed out that Grubby doesn't know how to change the scenes because YouTube's showing.
I know. Yeah, Tony changed it previously when I was off camera, and he's not changed it back. So anyway, we've got to change of bowling. You can hear my voice and you can't see me, and that's probably a blessing. It's going to be this fella.
Do you know Mark Wood? Yes, he is an England bowler, quite good and pretty quick, so just a normal guy.
Over the wicket to the left-handed Jaiswal. It's across him, and he cuts this ball. It's fielded by Rayan Ahmed, running in from the deep backward point boundary, and they're going to get a couple there, I think.
The video feed skipped slightly as he threw that back to make it look like he was actually kicking it back into the keeper.
That'd be a good trick.
I think this is a critical moment in this Indian innings if Mark Wood could make some inroads like he did in the first innings.
Yeah, well, he started with a bit of a wide one there, actually. Not quite a long hop, but it was short enough and wide enough that Jaiswal could cut that fairly comfortably. 2 runs. Oh no, he just got the 1, actually. They just ran one. Beg pardon. So it's brought Gill back on strike, facing up to Mark Wood for the first time with a couple of slips. Just outside the off stump and defended watchfully by Gill. Goes for a little walk.
He's at 138.3. I think once he cranks it up into the 140s, that's when the Indians will be quite a little bit nervous, I think, of what he can produce.
Yeah, and he was... I know why Wood bowled him that delivery. I mean, a good line of length just outside off stump is never a terrible idea, but that's sort of how he got him in the first innings, with one that he just prodded at outside the off stump, and folks took a good low tumbling catch to get rid of him. Here comes Wood again, and he's probing that line once more. This one just ducks in a bit, and Gill plays that under his nose up towards mid-on. No run.
Question about England's spinners. Jack Leach is out of this series, but once they get back to the English summer, does he retain his spot as England's #1 spinner? Assuming they'll only play one spinner in English conditions.
It's a really good question.
Usurped him?
It's a really good question, isn't it? I think Leach... Well, look, I'm not inside the camp, of course, but I think Leach is still sort of earmarked as England's #1 spinner. Here comes Wood. Bowls a full ball outside the off stump, and it's pushed into the covers by Gill. There's no run. So yeah, all other things being equal, and poor old... you have to feel sorry for Jack Leach. How many injury and illness episodes he had to cope with through his career. He's got another one. But yeah, I suspect that he would be in the side as that sole spinner, assuming that it's a type of pitch that would only demand one. Bear in mind, all these other spinners, with the possible exception of Rayan Ahmed, haven't played a test match in England. No, Rayan played this other one in Pakistan, so he hasn't either. So yeah, that would mean blooding a new spinner in England. This one is slightly under-edged by Gill, looking to aim it through the covers, but the ball winds up at mid-on.
Poor shot by Gill, hardly any footwork, and he's playing with an angle bat.
Yeah.
Got an inside edge. It was a bit finer. It could have gone onto the stump.
He's almost, in an attempt to be extra watchful and careful against Wood, he's forgetting to move his feet. And that can work. Certain batsmen can make it work. One thinks back to Marcus Trescothick, for example. Didn't move his feet very much, but relied on good hands, good hand-eye coordination. But that's better. He gets at least half a stride forward and plays the ball alongside that front pad, defending it to mid-off, and there's no run. Completes the over. Anything on the wires?
You're on mute.
Let me just unmute myself before I go on any spiels. Mayank says it's time for an Indian collapse before drinks. Maybe. Joe's Joke says, is Root selected as a bowler who can bat a bit in India?
Yeah, let's say yes to
that. Stephen Koch says, without Grubby on screen, we just get Morgan Krishna staring at us. Which... I
always think the more we can unnerve you, the better. Dear listeners.
Suda Who says Gill should just embrace some baseball and play a one-day innings. Possibly. And Leah says Grubby has a voice for print and a face for radio.
God bless you. As Root starts a new over, bowling to Jaiswal, gets a full one, drives it to long off and gets himself another single. He's going to move to 12. Gill has 4, and the score has moved to 36 for 1. Just started the 14th over of this India's second innings in this game, in this fascinating series, which is still delicately poised, but with a pretty weighty bias towards India now in the series, having come from one behind, really starting to assert their authority. But as is the England way these days, the further behind the game they are, the harder they're pressing. So there are 3 close fielders around the bat: slip, leg slip and short leg. And I think I saw another fielder going close-ish on the leg side, but Gill just defends this one back to Root, the bowler. A rather lovely scene.
Statement of how good Joe Root is in this series with the close-in fielders around the bat.
Yeah, he's definitely got his captain's trust, hasn't he? as another defensive shot from Gill.
Ironic, given he didn't trust spinners when he was captain.
Yeah, indeed. yeah. Talk to Jack Leach about that. Root is going to come round the wicket once more to the right-handed Gill, who is forward and just making a bit of room with his front pad as he defends this up to mid-on again. Yeah, I was saying earlier, Root's at least self-aware enough to look back with something of a self-deprecating glance at his own captaincy and his own sort of shortcomings, I suppose, as a captain, based on what's happened since, which I like. Another bit of round-armed filth there. It's tucked off his hip by Gill. He's going to get himself a single behind square.
Being captain of a national team when the team's not doing well must be just intense pressure on these guys. And it's got worse for him, didn't it?
Yeah. Tony's come in. It's always nice. Root
picks up the video.
Around the wicket again to the left-handed Jaiswal, who frees his arms to play this one behind square on the offside. Straight to the fielder there, though, so they can just get a single. And oh look, I'm on screen again now. So that will either delight Leah or unnerve our other listener less than before, or maybe a combination of both of those things.
I do just need to make a clarification of that earlier statement Leah made. I changed the wording of it so that it was not the question she posed.
I see.
The statement that I wanted to make.
How significantly did you change the message? Did you just read out a whole different set of words that were your own?
Well, they were the same words, but I turned it into an insult rather than a question.
Okay. That's fine.
Oh, good. I'll do that with more then.
Please do.
Here's one from Stephen Kelks that says, "Go get fucked." Anyway, carry on.
We've got another short break in play here, not quite sure why. The interestingly haired Hartley is going to bowl again. Do you think he should just sort of give way to nature and shave off all of his hair at some point? As Jaiswal gives him a half a charge, looking to aim it back over his head, but contents himself with playing it along the floor back to the bowler. What do you think? Hair advice for Hartley?
Yeah, Como, there's a losing cause, so take it all off.
He looks a little bit like a slightly older officer in World War II. He's too old to go to the front, but he's working at a hospital.
Now this one is turned into the leg side and they can't get a run. Yeah, I can see him as an officer. Maybe he should grow a tash just to add to that look.
Walk around with a baton and bark orders at orderlies and such.
Yeah. Marching up and down the square. Hartley left arm around the wicket to Jaiswal, who is looking to be aggressive but can't quite penetrate the ring of fielders. This one is fielded at mid-off.
Not being able to penetrate the ring is terrible, isn't it?
Yep. Perhaps some sort of help required. Hartley coming round the wicket, a bit shorter this time, but Jaiswal can't take advantage of that. Well, he can to the tune of 1. As he finds a small gap behind square on the leg side. It looked like a filthy delivery, but as we know, that sort of filthy delivery can take wickets. Just ask Kuldeep Yadav, who got Ben Duckett with an absolute horror show of a ball earlier today in what, with retrospect, was the middle of a bit of a collapse from England. India find themselves in a very strong position, 39 for 1 in the second innings, and forward comes Gill in defence to this latest Hartley delivery.
Media centre at this ground, it's just an outright copy of the one at Lord's.
It does look very similar, doesn't it?
Is it Tony calling it the Poundland Centre?
Yeah.
Was it you, Grubby?
Bit harsh. I didn't call it Poundland, no. Hartley round the wicket again. Significant turn there, but slow enough that Gill can watch it off the pitch and just dab it behind square on the offside defensively. That completes that over. 39 for 1 is the score. What do we have in the way of communication?
We have Twitter refreshing itself oh so slowly. Fuck you, Elon Musk. Not a lot, really. Kieran Roseblade says, what's he doing trying to sweep against England's third best spin bowler? Shocking batting there, which is a parody on what was said about Root's batting earlier. And Willow Moon says, I doze off and wake up to England all out. Looks like I missed a decent session. Not decent for England, but decent for others.
Stop falling asleep, everyone. What have I told you?
No time for sleep.
A full delivery outside the off stump of Jaiswal. He takes full advantage of that one, though, threading it through the covers. Nicely played. One of these.
Give it to me one time. Give it to me two times. Give it to me three times. Yeah. Give it to me four times.
I think he's looking for those footmarks outside the left-hander's off stump there, but it was too full even to catch any of them. Trying to get it into the omelette, as Phil Tufnell likes to call it. This one is steered off the outside edge of the bat to backward point, where it's fielded by the diving fielder.
He's cast a venomous look back down the pitch at why there wasn't a single taken there, I think.
Yeah, he didn't look that impressed, did he?
Jaiswal, I think, and by Gill on that occasion.
Root coming round the wicket, and he has Jaiswal coming forward and defending it into the offside. No run.
I think I mentioned this previously. Shubman Gill's girlfriend is Sachin Tendulkar's daughter.
Oh wow, there's a dynasty.
Advice. Yeah, get tips from Sachin.
Jaiswal facing up to Root again. It's a bit flatter and faster. Defends it into the offside, no run. 43.
That means until Gill gets dropped, he's not going to get dropped.
Yeah.
Yes.
Root, the only wicket taker so far for England in this innings. A flightier delivery, which Jaiswal drives back to him in a big puff of dust. No run.
Yeah, we were talking about batters getting dropped in the series, and India, of course, did drop Shreyas Iyer, which is a surprise to me.
Another full delivery, and this time he does manage to beat Root and get the ball to long off, which allows him to nick the strike at the end of that over with the score on 44 for 1. Still all quiet on the Twitter front?
Just pumping that refresh button, and yeah, Twitter is still a bit dead. And Leah says, I always forget that Gill is bonking the little one's door so he'll never be dropped before she dumps him. So, same thing I said, but she's done it far more eloquently than I did.
Certainly to the point. Turns out that's the end of the session, so that will be tea. And another pretty satisfactory one as far as India are concerned. They have lost their captain Rohit Sharma to that full delivery from Joe Root, which pinned him LBW on review. Or at least, on review. So, with the, just have to do a bit of maths. I think the lead is now 172 in India's favour, with 9 second innings wickets left. And that is the tea time day 3 situation. England earlier bowled out for 319. The mainstay of which was a splendid 153 from 151 deliveries from the Duckster, as Tony likes to call him, and not a great deal from anywhere else actually, but a superb knock that came to a pretty anticlimactic finish, and he spooned the catch to Shubman Gill off a shocking delivery from Kuldeep Yadav, and that allowed India to get that vital lead of 126, which they've now built on to the tune of 46 for 1 in the second innings. So, perhaps Tony could... Tony to the studio, please, to help me to put something on to entertain you for the next 15 to 20 minutes while we have a short break. He either hasn't heard me, or he's deliberately not coming in.
What a snub.
I know. Oh, I'll tell you what, it's over here, isn't it? If I press this button over here, I think it will be back to the Bishop and Bear. Krishna, Moggers, are we seeing you both in the final session?
I think you've seen me twice.
Excellent. Well, I won't say adieu just yet. I'll say hasta luego, and we'll see everyone out there in about 15 minutes.
Vaya con Dios.
Produced would have tested any opening batting. I mean, their stage from that last too. Some of the point that I thought was interesting in the final was the failure to accelerate at the end. And you've got one of the best T20 players, Surya Kumar Yadav, the man they call Sky, and he was just out-foxed by Australia, who really got their plans for him. Pace off the ball, very straight third position behind the boundary. That's what he does at the end of the game. He puts the ball behind it and scoops it over the fence. He couldn't do that, and he got outmaneuvered, and he hardly put on any runs at the end of the tail, and so there was a complete lack of acceleration. And it was all geared up for the acceleration in the last 10 overs. Never happened.
Well, yeah, and also your point earlier is if you look at a lot of other sides in that competition who were competitive, England weren't. But I mean, even if you look at England, you're right. Basically, after 7, they really don't bat at all. I mean, their bowlers genuinely aren't anywhere near all rounders. They can slog a few, and that's about it. But you wouldn't have them hanging around too long. Whereas a lot of other sides, you'd fancy. You look at Australia with Cummins and Stark going down at 8 and 9. They're competent with a bat in their hand. Whereas I think 7, 8, 9, 10. 8, 9, 10 Jack of India are genuine lower order batsmen.
And a word for Pat Cummins as well. 7. Yeah, key person at 7 in Jadeja, who didn't come off in
but they ended up putting him above Sky, didn't they?
They did in the end, yeah.
Yeah, but then you're right. And then Sky was there to hit at the end, but Sky's got no one to go with at the end. I mean, I noticed some real basic mistakes from him as well, though. Like, he was taking singles on the first ball of the over and shit like that. When there was only about 4 overs left, it's like, why the hell are you doing that? You can't afford to do that.
That's where they lost the game, I think. If they put another 40 runs on, it might have been a different story. Because they did get there was a point where the game was really well poised, wasn't it? When Australia, after that start, they got pegged back.
Yeah, and Smith didn't review, did he? And he wouldn't have been out, and they were 4 down or whatever it was, and then it all just went to shit from there.
And your favourite player ended up in the winning partnership, not knowing whether he was going to be playing until 10:30 the previous evening, minus Lancashire.
Yeah, loose bus change. Yes, he did. Let's move on. We were going to talk very quickly about the Cricket Writer Awards because it went to your namesake, David. A worthy winner, do you think?
Yes, I mean, he completely worthy winner, Harry Brook. It's obviously he didn't have a great World Cup, and he didn't excel in the IPL apart from that 1 century. But in Test matches, in terms of what he's achieved, it's been phenomenal, and he has got to be one of the player you can build around. In the future, it's surely going to be there for England for many
also
years.
the speed of progression. It was only a couple of years ago that he won the Young Player Writers Awards.
Has a player ever, so effortlessly slotted in and performed from day one?
No,
I think he would have been the whole farrago around Stokes' unretirement possibly impacted his World Cup.
I think
he wasn't going to be in, then he was, because Ben Stokes got injured, and then he booted. He never really. He did
must have put a few doubts in
60 odd along the way somewhere. I think just that will have slightly unsettled him. I think it did some of the rest of the England team, to be honest, as well. Yes. But
I'm not so sure about that. I'm not so sure about that. I don't agree with that. I think a lot of the problems that England have is they play too much T20 and they don't know how. I mean, it's weird. They someone like Harry Brook and Stokes or whatever play a lot of Test matches, and as we were discussing throughout the World Cup, I think ODIs is so much more like Test match batting now than T20s. But
again, it's
but a lot of
format hero, isn't he? And that's what they want.
Yes, but the one format he hasn't really played much of is ODIs, and actually pacing an innings in an ODI is very different to batting in a T20, and so much more like a Test match. And if he seemed to. I mean, right at the beginning of the tournament, didn't he? He came in, he batted in one of those games, and or was it in the warm-ups against New Zealand or whatever? But he'd hit 20 in an over, and then still carry on.
Very much your theory, isn't it, David? ODIs are a shortened form of Test cricket. They're not an elongated form of T20. You know?
Yes.
I do kind of see where you're coming from with that.
Yeah, you
very
need
much.
to build an innings. You've got effectively Test match type bowling at the start, so without a defence, I think the fact that it took place in India wasn't. Because don't forget, we had an Ashes series where Ben Stokes asked the groundsman to prepare flat batting tracks, so people were able just to hit through the line, the besters of this world, who were then found out by the way they put the moving ball.
You still have to take 20 wickets to win a match, though, or a Test match. So
Well, you do, yes, but I agree with what
maybe
you do, but I would side with you, Tony, on this. I think if you're not picked in the original squad, it must put doubts in your mind. You must be thinking, am I quite good enough to play in 50 over?
I think he knows he's good enough.
Well, he was left out, and probably they explained to him why he was left out until the last minute, really, wasn't it? Yeah.
Basically. Those other awards, by the way, were Nat Silver Brunt, second year running. I certainly couldn't argue with that. And I'm going to put in a little word for Kevin Howells, because anyone who listens to the Round the Grounds coverage, which he sort of masterminds for the BBC, a bit of a voice of summer for those of us who love county cricket, so I was very happy for him.
Very much so, unsung hero. Because he does great interviews as well. The interview he did with Alex Stewart towards the end of the summer was really interesting, where Alex Stewart made the point that England have got to respect county cricket, respect all the different formats, because you could argue that they haven't respected the 50 over format. None of the Test players played in the 50 over tournament. They only had 4 50 over games before the World Cup, as opposed to 11 the previous time. So I think it must be a wake up call.
Yeah.
Last orders all round. David, another run for you.
50 over cricket is worth preserving. I think that's what the World Cup demonstrated. It's a great form of the game, an all-day match. And if you're coming home from work, fine, you watch T20. But if you've got all day, what is the point of sitting around and waiting for a game to take place in the evening?
Well, I agree with that to a certain degree, but then also, for me, the World Cup needs to be either then shorter and more games with jeopardy involved, because the endless group stages, the pretty much certainty, pretty much halfway through, there wasn't a lot of, there was a couple of teams that couldn't qualify other than the 4 that did. Hardly any game was close.
I think I take a different view. I think it was a great tournament, and Afghanistan really surprised people. That game between Afghanistan and Netherlands, people would have written off before the tournament. It actually turned out to be a fascinating game in terms of the context of the competition. There were hardly any dead rubbers. There were plenty of entertaining, absorbing passages of play.
Yeah, but absorbing passages of play are all well and good, but if it ends up still being a slaughter either way, there's not enough to keep the interest going.
Well, I was interested in every game, and I thought some great. South Africa's performance was brilliant in terms of their batting. Really came to the party. There were some really good games. This thing about not enough close finishes. If you want to watch a game just for the last 5 overs, that's fine.
No, but that's fine. But also that adds excitement to it, doesn't it? If games are really one-sided, or the result becomes obvious too close, too early. Most of the time it did.
Very occasionally, the number of teams that dug themselves out of trouble, which you can do in a 50 over match. Some of Cody's innings, but in the face of
narrative has greater opportunity to evolve.
I agree with that.
An ODI. I, for what it's worth, because I was trying to move the conversation on, and you two kept dragging yourselves back to where we were 20 minutes ago. But for what it's worth, I thoroughly enjoyed the World Cup by and large, despite England losing. I think as much as anything else, we made quite a lot of new friends on our various platforms that we were broadcasting on, and that was good. I learned new skills about pushing blue buttons. There we go. Every day's a school day, so that was handy. It was all good fun. Ben Stokes, very quickly, had his knee operation, chaps. Do we think he's going to come back fighting fit, ready to go? Surely he'll pull out of ODIs, focus on just T20s. He's already pulled out the IPL, and his next big target is proving the case for England's ultra-aggressive approach that sometimes, given the name beginning with B, and how it can work in India. Do we expect to see him performing with bat and ball when he's back in India again? What do you reckon?
I don't think he'll be required to use the ball. So as long as he can bat, he'll be all right. I think it's more aimed towards next summer. He might get a couple of overs in. I don't know. I mean, do we know exactly what the operation is, what it's involved, or anything? I mean, I haven't seen any news about it. So I mean, I assume
not
he's
sure
had his
what
operation.
is the problem. Do you know what the problem actually is with his knee? Other
Well-
than it's just always very theatrical and.
Well, as far as I can figure out, it's RSI. It's a kind of RSI of the knee because it's not cartilage, and it's not. It must be some sort of strained ligament, but it's not obviously a ligament that's snapped, and therefore it's not an ACL or an ICL or whatever it is, anterior cruciate ligament, or the other one, interior cruciate ligament. So so no one really knows what it is apart from that it's intermittent and it's painful. So great. So we don't really have a lot of news on it,
and it's been fixed.
Well, hopefully it's been fixed, and hopefully it's keyhole surgery, and presumably he played in the World Cup knowing that he would have time to recover to go to India. I mean, he's got virtually 2 months, hasn't he? Really, if he had it when he came back.
This is what you get in the Bishop and Bear. The Bear does anatomy. I love it.
Well, I mean, he's got
why people drink in this pub. It's not for the cricket.
It's the World Cup finished on the 19th of November. November, and he was home probably before the final was played. Presumably he had the operation straight away, and the test starts on the 29th of January.
I think he's very single-minded, and I think he did time it very specifically. He wanted to make a bigger impact in the World Cup than he did. I think he probably might even, in retrospect, think maybe I shouldn't have done that. And I think he's totally focused on leading England successfully in the India Test series. So fingers crossed, I think.
Yeah.
Which brings me on to a couple of the last things I just wanted to chat to you both about. We saw it in England when they won the T20 World Cup, and then off they went. They were in Australia, so somebody had the brilliant idea. So let's play three pointless ODIs, which of course England then completely lost. Some could argue that was the start of a slippery slope ODI-wise, but that's a kind of a different argument, I think. India-Australia, I think India are 2-1 up in the T20 leg. I just find myself asking why. I mean, is it just because they happen to be there? To me, you've just won the marquee tournament. You need a bit of breathing space, in my book, to actually say you've won. Maybe I just think about, cup finals, and it's normally the end of a season, or the World Cup, which has space around it, unless it's in Qatar. It just seems a bit odd to me that they're cramming in another. It's a 5 or 6 game series, isn't it? Once you put the T20s and ODIs together, I know you've got to practice your T20s because that's coming around next year. But David, I mean, it just seems to me like over-egging the pud to me.
Yeah, less is more. I mean, the administrators are gorging themselves on this diet of T20s because they see it as the cash cow. But I just think that it's short-sighted, and there's no answer to your question. It shouldn't have been played at that point. But that's actually produced some very entertaining cricket.
Yeah.
And it's filled up some of the days that otherwise wouldn't have any cricket in after the World Cup. You normally go through complete blank calendar. Maxwell's done another amazing century.
He has done well, hasn't he?
Yeah. I agree with you.
Has Travis Head played at all? I haven't really looked close enough to find out.
I don't know.
I
knew it was going on. None of us know. Oh, well, I can have a quick look.
I think the thing about Travis Head, the big question was going to be how long would he take to sober up? I mean,
he has. He got 35 in the last game off 18 deliveries. He might not have played them all, but let's have a look.
Will India ever forgive Mitchell Marsh for sticking his feet on the World Cup?
Yeah. Sussex fans would have looked at Travis Head's performance in the World Cup and thought, my God, because he had such an unsuccessful period at Sussex where he averaged less than 20.
I know. And I think the answer to India, who complaining about it, whinging, is, by the way, hang on, if he'd have won it, he wouldn't have had the chance to stick his feet on it. So,
Well, exactly.
Get back in your box on that one.
Matthew Wade is still playing in those T20s.
Yeah, he's still going strong.
Which is quite surprising.
So I think we're both saying probably you could have started it a bit later, played a bit less, given them a bit more time, let them celebrate. It seems to be like we're all sort of in that direction.
Well, the same thing happened to England, though, didn't it? You know, after the World Cup in Australia last year, we ended up playing those pointless fucking ODIs that we didn't cover.
I believe that's how I started this whole discussion. Let's move on. Finally, wrap things up. It's nearly Christmas, pantomime season, and we have one jingle about a man who's not in a panto. Hossein Shanto, and he made a ton today, and that, by the way, looks like a really interesting test match, which it could well be Bangladesh end up winning. Have you been following that one, David?
Not too closely, actually. That one's passed my radar. What's the latest score?
Well, it's day 3. Bangladesh made 310, New Zealand 317, so there's literally, it pretty much became a second innings shootout with plenty of time left in the game. But Bangladesh, unless the track is flattening out, which would be counter expectation for Bangladesh,
counterintuitive.
212 for 3. So they've got a lead of 205, and Najmul Hossein Shanto made his ton today, made 104 of those. So it could well be, again, maybe it's a bit after the Lord Mayor's show from a New Zealand perspective, who I remember in the ODIs got off to, in the World Cup, got off to a roaring start, and then all kind of died a bit for them. Maybe they're showing a little bit of that. Bangladesh were the whipping boys, but the whipping boys here look like they might turn New Zealand over, and are doing very well in doing it.
They were the worst, comfortably the worst team in the World Cup.
Yeah, so the BRU will be delighted, I'm sure. The Drivers' Union. Good luck.
I don't know. It was between. Well, I mean, Netherlands was probably the worst. Ended up bottom, but I mean, it's between Bangladesh and Sri Lanka for the next spot. I thought Sri Lanka had a very poor bowling attack. Anyway, we've talked enough about the World Cup. I guess
we have. I think we're done. I did offer David a second drink, but I'm not sure that message got across. So it is time for people to drink up.
I might go and have a large whiskey myself, actually.
You're going to have another large whiskey. As landlord, you're entitled to do that. But that's it for now. We shall be back with you again soon. Now we're back on the Bishop and Bear horse again after the World Cup break. David, thanks for being our guest, as ever. A delight. Wonderfully informed. We didn't want MASH in the first place.
11-4 West Indies.
Yeah. Funnily enough, you know what happened on that?
What a fabulous podcast that it was.
Well, it was.
I like those two.
Yeah, they're very good.
They're good, aren't they? People should listen to that more.
They're like a married couple who keep taking swipes at each other.
Well, we have this man bowling after tea.
Do you know Mark Wood? Yes, he is an
He's coming around the wickets to the Jazz Whale, who just punts it out square, behind square, and I'll get a single straight away.
Except for just one thing. What? He thinks that he's a horse.
Right. Well, I woke up this morning and there were 5 down.
Sorry, I thought it was a blues song.
What it was. Stokesy got out. Stokesy slapped it down fucking cow's throat at Bumrah, and I thought it was going for 6. And it all went downhill from there. I should have stayed in bed. Got up a little bit later, and maybe that wouldn't have happened.
Did you hear my phone call?
No, but I set my alarm for 3:40.
Oh, all right.
To get up and put my phone by the bed, and then I'd seen a missed call, so I tried calling you, and you didn't. I want to answer.
And then
I texted you. Do you need anything? And you didn't respond, so I went back to sleep.
Not that I don't welcome the 24-hour availability of technical help, but I did actually manage to solve it for myself on this occasion.
Well, the thing is, I can't.
Remarkably smooth, and no one would have known you weren't there, Bear.
Ah, marvellous.
Don't tell him that.
Woody in Gill defends out to cover, and there's no run. A man under pressure is Shubman Gill.
Hang on a moment. You're supposed to be Ajit.
Who?
Messers is.
Oh.
Am I?
Okay.
But is Ajit
I'm not very good at it, am I?
Well, but if Ajit's not there,
I'm here.
You're here.
Hello.
Well, Messers, it's been a joy.
I'll be back in half an hour.
Okay.
Thank you. Lovely.
Morning, Ajit.
Hi. Good afternoon.
Afternoon for you, yes. Well, it's very much morning here. That's into the pads of Shubman Gill. He clips it nicely, but straight to square leg. And there's no run. See, Johnny B got done again today. Can't read Kuldeep.
He can't. It was a good ball.
That was plumb and a half. I don't know what he was thinking reviewing that. Though.
Yeah. I mean, he might as well have just stepped out of the way and allowed himself to be bowled. It was that plumb. And he reviewed it. He reviewed it. What was he doing?
He didn't want to be out, did he?
Nah, I think he needs some runs. Bairstow.
Yeah. Bairstow and Root need runs, funnily enough. Everyone else is doing okay. Everyone else has scored runs.
I wanted to talk about it on air, actually.
Yeah, well, that's arrowing in towards the pads, but it's defended by Gill up to mid-on. There's no run.
Lovely shape there. Absolutely targeting the top of off, as in the venue. But, well, when it comes to Root, does he feel pressured to score too quickly?
Well, that's the impression we all get, but then everyone keeps saying that his average under Bazball is better than his overall test average. Smaller sample size, however. But it is still
his strike rate, which is probably not so surprising.
But it's not an insignificant sample size. It's 22 tests now, so you can't say it's just 5 tests and
But a lot played at home.
Yeah,
some played in Pakistan on that super stodgy
road,
flat roads,
friendly road.
Woody in that one, shaping a little bit. Gill defends it out to the covers, and there's no run.
Speaking of somebody needing runs, so does Gill, doesn't he?
Yeah. Well, no, he did get a ton in the last innings, but he looked ropey in the first innings of this one.
It can happen. I was coming off a big innings, I think, and he looked completely uncertain. And that was a relief, actually. If you remember the ball before that, I don't know how he missed being bowled with that. And the next ball, he was caught behind. So.
Yeah, he's looked better this innings from what I've seen.
It's not his strike rate, I think, because he has the strokes. It's how comfortable he's looking and how much intent.
Yes, well, exactly. Wood in, short, down the arse. Gill ducks a little bit, but it was very wayward down there. Through to folks, good take, no run, end of the 17th over, 45 for 1, and Tone's going to give us some social.
I don't know how up to date I am because we've had tea in between, but Stephen Kelk kindly said hello to me, hello Tony, so I'm saying hello back, which saves me typing it, which I was literally about to do. Suter Who says Ajit is just too polite to tell Messi to fuck off.
No, I hadn't let him in the waiting room, to be honest.
So he couldn't say it. Leah, I always forget that Gill is bonking the little one's daughter, so he will never be dropped before she dumps him. Okay.
Well, that's a theory.
That is a theory. That is indeed a theory.
These are very chaste people. I wonder what you guys are talking about.
Kevin Treweeks. What's the story with Brooke coming off the tour? We still don't know the answer to that one, do we? That's still... that's a mystery. Kohli's a mystery. Obviously,
it wasn't even said
Ashwin's not so much of a mystery.
Was it said as a family emergency for Brooks?
Yes.
It was.
Well, no. Actually, it could have been that, or it could have been his own well-being and health. It's all under a shroud of.
I think it's the latter.
Secrecy.
You think what? You think he's had a bit of a breakdown?
Yes,
not a breakdown per se. Maybe a breakup. We don't know.
Well, he's 24. You break up with a missus. That's nothing.
Oh, that's
worked. Yeah. It worked into the leg side. And
I think some people may
got a
take
single.
their vows a bit more seriously there than we do.
Yeah, still no. not 24, man. Shit happens at 24.
All right.
And you get on with life, for fuck's sake. You can't stop your life for a bloody breakup. Jesus.
Now, coming to that run out, I think he made it in the end quite comfortably, but it looked a bit dicey as he set off in the replay.
That one turns a little bit for Hartley.
Have you ever thought of being an agony, Uncle Bear?
No.
No, probably not your ideal calling.
Defended
based on that performance.
There's no run.
I think there's a name that you could have taken. Unfortunately, it's already been used. Dear Flabby. So, I'm being in time. Maybe I should join you.
Hartley around the wicket. It's defended by Shubman Gill out to the offside, and there ain't no run.
I like the lines that actually Hartley is bowling. So he's making Gill play every ball. All you need is one that turns a bit more, hits a crack, jags a little. So this is the right approach, and I think for me, Hartley is the main man after everyone in the concern.
Yeah, you say that. I say he tries too much. He doesn't. Ooh, that one skids on a little bit. Doesn't turn. Natural variation. Gill tries to work it down the leg side, misses it, and there's no run. For me, it's too many four balls. I mean, he doesn't offer control. He offers taking wickets. I'll give you that.
Yeah.
But there are times when you do want control, and he doesn't really. No, I don't think any of England's spinners really offer it. To be fair, and that's why Leach was reasonably good. Down the track comes Gill. Maybe Hartley saw him come and dragged it back a bit. He could just bunt it square out to cover, and there's no run.
It looked like that. So it looked like Hartley caught a wind of what's going on. But I think they're encouraged to be, more adventurous. Go for wickets. Concede 4 fours, get him out. Sort of a thought process. You don't have to keep him there for 8 overs.
Yeah. I'm not sure they want to do that. If I'm honest, defended into the offside and there's no run.
I mean, the good batsman will simply play you, make sure you're continuing to bowl and milk you for 5-6 an over.
Yes.
That's what they would do normally. So, but as things stand, look, 6 an over is what I think baseball averages. Strike rate and runs per over. So, from that perspective, they're just seeing that their spinners are doing what their batsmen can do as well.
I suppose.
So, let's just anything on social.
Is it me?
Yes.
Suter who? India will get docked runs again this innings.
Somebody walked on the pitch.
I think it was only 5 in the last innings in the end, wasn't it? It's we're reaching the stage where that's fairly insignificant in the context of where we are in the
Yes, indeed. Wood around the wickets. Oh, top edged by Jaiswal, but it was too fine to get to Folkes, and there's no one that fine down there. Woody's fallen over again. He's always falling over.
Oh, in India, I think it hurts.
The pitches are quite hard. He's scraped his elbow. He's got a little bit of blood.
Oh dear.
Got to learn to stand up on your feet, mate.
I think he's quite the javelin thrower by the time he's done with his action. You can see it in his
Yeah.
There you go. Almost a javelin thrower.
He should stick to the flat, not attempt the hurdles.
Yeah.
No, that makes sense. All right. No, but I like that, Wood is trying to be a bit more aggressive. You got to shake the batsman up a bit. I think Jaiswal, they're going to try and unsettle him a little, bowl a few short ones at him, but I think he has the attention of Shubman Gill. They just keep bowling good length at him.
Shubman Gill, in fact, it is a good length, and it's defended up to mid-on, and there is no run.
That's what I expect Wood would do, that he would... his speed was up last over, this over is a little down, but we'll see that. I think there's a couple of effort balls coming right now. So I think this is just the holding pattern. The last 2 balls of the over, I expect he'll try something next game.
Well, let's hope so. You're going to say something, Tone?
Me? Yes, I was going to say it's all gone very quiet on the social media front in the post-tea lull, and I was going to ask people a question, but I'll do it after this ball.
Okay. Woody is in again, 3rd ball of the over to Gill, gets forward nicely, defends it out into mid-off, pushes and runs. That's good running. They get through for a single.
So Jadeja, of course, whose Sahastra is his home in Rajkot, he is 4th on the list of batsmen or batters who have the highest averages on any single ground. So if you think of batsmen who kind of own a ground, who are that top 4? I can tell you he's number 4, but who are the 3 above him, and what grounds do they own?
SSC might be there.
No, it's not. It's a replay. Oof, nearly got toned.
Yeah. Mahela Jayawardena, SSC.
Wood. Oh yeah, that'd be a good call. Is it into Jaiswal? He works that out to deep square leg, and there'll be a single. Jai Warden will be a good call.
Dawn at the SCG.
Sorry, Ajit, which one was that?
A certain Dawn at the SCG.
I think you're right, but I think he might be 5th on that list.
Oh, somebody overtook him. How dare they? All right.
Sachin?
Let me hold on 1 second. I will tell you.
Mahela Jayawardena, I think SSC.
So you're looking for batsmen who have the highest average there at one particular ground.
Yeah.
That's your top list, and I can tell you that
256 runs at an average of 128 is Jadeja here at Rajkot. So who are the three above him?
The aggregate doesn't come into it.
No, not aggregate, average.
Aggregate. Yes. Then maybe Jayawardena might not be so high on that list.
Clip to mid-wicket, and there is no run.
No, but he looks a bit more intent. That running of the single itself, where he waited for the ball to seem a little off the pitch and just make sure.
He just seemed really. Well, the thing was, he just seemed really tentative in the first innings, which is kind of weird when he's coming off the back of 100. I think he'd be feeling confident.
Looks better set up here.
Yeah, he does.
He didn't fall over too much. That was sort of one of those balls which you would sort of fall over. He tried to hold his shape. And next ball he can clip. He's getting ready. If the ball comes next time there. I like what Gill is showing here.
Wood is in. Oh, big. That swung in late. Big drive by Gill. Got the inside edge. Went past his stumps and then off down to fine leg.
Nearly put
for one run to end the over. 50. That's a 50 up for India. 50 for one. With a lead of what? About 176. England won't want much more than. Well, I mean, they might think they've got a chance of getting 350.
I think so. That's what I was going to go for. Minimum 350. Anything under that, England will fancy the chances.
Actually, I'm lying. His average is 254 at Rajkot, which is also 256 actually. You're right about the Don, but he's just below Jadeja, and that would have been at Headingley.
Headingley.
6 innings, 963 runs at an average of 192.6 at Headingley, the Don. Remember, he got that massive, I think, didn't he get a 300 there?
And that's Hartley back in, inside half of the bat by Shubman Gill. Goes out to vacant mid-wicket, and there is an easy single. David Warner?
No. You're looking top of the list. I think you're looking for
eras.
Pakistani in India, an Australian in the West Indies, and a Kiwi in Zimbabwe, I think.
Yunus Khan, Bangalore.
No, that's defended.
I was unfortunately a live witness to that double 100. I think Javed Miandar liked a few Indian grounds.
Yes.
I know he could be a good shot.
Yes.
I'm thinking of the ground. That's the most obvious answer. But
he says in India.
Is it Chennai? Yeah. He has an excellent average against India and in India.
No, Javed it's not Chennai.
He never failed.
It's not Chennai.
Mumbai.
No.
Down the track comes Jai as well. Slams it through the offside. There's no one out there. And that will be the first one of these I played. So first one after tee up, is he?
1, 2, 3, 4.
I can tell you, England have played there in this tour.
All right.
That only narrows it down to 3, and it isn't this one.
And it isn't this one.
I know it's not Rajkot.
Can't remember where we played. Vizag.
Where did England play the first test? That's the answer.
That's the one.
Where did they play it?
Can't remember.
Hyderabad.
Ahmedabad didn't used to host that many tests back in the day.
Javed Miandad, 6 innings at Hyderabad.
661 leg side, by the way.
330 average.
Oof.
Oh, just a mere. All right.
Oh, I forgot it was Hartley because he's super quick, isn't he?
Yeah. Around the wicket.
He does his
to Jai as well. You think wants a single? Shubman Gill says no. And they don't go for it.
Coming back to here and now, the bowler does the fielding very sprightly, Hartley. But see, coming back to here and now, if these two were to set it up, no matter what pace they score at, there's enough time, right?
Yeah.
If they can take India to about 120 for 2 or such, right? You would expect then there are four stroke makers to follow.
Yeah, exactly.
Sarfraz, Jadeja and Jural, they can be then freed up.
Yeah, totally.
Enterprising 30 from each, and that'll be tough for England.
Just knocked into the leg side by Jai as well. Go for the quick single. Good bit of fielding from whoever's out there, but they got through.
I think it looked like Duckett. Very good effort there.
Duckett's innings was fantastic. Shame no one else could bloody do anything at all. Well, I suppose there was a couple of 40s on there.
I mean, the violence in his sweep, actually. It almost discourages if you're a spinner.
Yeah, totally.
Some of those shots. Good gods.
That's into the pitch by Hartley. Too short though, and Gill just stands up, punches it up to mid-on. Well, there is no run. 20 overs done, 56 for 1.
is the introduction of Rehan.
Yeah.
It's now about time, I think 30 overs. But all right, Tony, you got something for us?
Yeah, Messi Jazz. It's interesting to note that in the spinner's paradise of India, the only two bowlers with an average below 30 in this series are Jimmy Anderson with 25 and Jasprit Bumrah with 13.37. Well, that's, yeah, I mean, seamers did pretty well in the first, in 2016 here. And England, I think both sides have recognised that with two seamers and three spinners.
If the pitch does break up for the spinners, it helps the seamers as well, because it just means you get uneven bounce, doesn't it? And too pace-donist.
Is any of our listeners coming in with any guesses with your questions?
That's punched into the offside by Joe as well. And go a single out to point where Ran Ahmed is fielding. So we've got one. Javed Miandad, is he top of the list?
We got 1, 4, 5.
Javed Miandad at Hyderabad was the.
Is he number one?
He's number one on that list.
You said a Kiwi, Stephen Fleming.
No.
Oh, maybe Nathan Astle?
No. I'm going to go to the original master, Martin Crowe.
Very long name. Chap with a very long name.
Mark Greatbatch.
No, long name as in his Maori name is a long name.
Oh, Russell, what's his name?
Ross Taylor.
Ross Taylor. Yeah.
Bulawayo.
Oh, okay. Yeah, didn't he get a triple century or something? He probably only played there once.
No, he's
270.
That's clipped out to Bairstow mid wicket. Good timing by Gill, but straight at the man, no run.
5 innings there, average is 258.
Yeah.
And I'll give you the second one. It was Alan Border,
Oh,
Trinidad. 4 innings, average is 268.
Oof.
I mean, even if you say an Aussie, it would have taken me a bit to guess Mr. Border. There are a couple of names ahead of him. Such a list. You should.
Woody in again, bowling to Shubman Gill. Oh, that one shapes in nicely, but he gets it out the middle of the bat up to mid-on.
Yeah, he's looking more and more comfortable. That's all I'll say, because last time I knew New Zealand.
Yeah. Wood's getting the ball to tail in a bit here. Don't know if it's reverse. Probably.
I think it's just a shape, I think. It's too early for reverse. I know the pitch is a bit abrasive, but even then I think it's a bit early. The red ball. The white ball would probably have reverse by now.
Yeah, possibly.
Do you know how points are allocated in the Dream 11 game?
No, but Ajit might.
No, I don't play those
okay.
on purpose. Sorry.
Driven nicely by
Shubman
Gill out through the covers. That's a beautiful shot, and he's going to get himself 4 runs.
That's all that lazy elegance. That tall batsman just putting a front foot out, and that's wonderful to see, and good to see he's getting it going. He never gets too close to the ball actually, but it's the weight of the body coming through the shot at just enough to reach the ball.
It's the modern way. Players don't really get out.
Not quite the Dravid where you're at the very much edge of your reach and you're just guiding it away. It's not. No.
Root's one of the few. Root and Kane Williamson, one of the few players that do get out to the ball properly. That one tails in again. He's trying for that one either to get it a little bit fuller and under the bat, or snake back enough. Anyway,
if I was
no run.
If I was Wood, I would not be discouraged.
No,
because he played it away from his body, but this tailing in, every other ball Wood is getting it to come in very appreciably, and he's having to watch his stumps very carefully, Gill. And it's a matter of time. If you get him to sort of get a bit of gap between his bat and pad, the next one may just sneak through.
Exactly.
Right?
That's the plan. That's the plan, Ajit.
Yeah, don't worry. As long as I don't praise him, he'll be fine.
Yeah. He's in again. He tries it once more. It's driven beautifully again. This time it is fielded by Stokes at mid-off. They'll get through for the single though.
It was almost as if Stokes was ready for that, you know? He was running to his left.
Well, I mean, you've got to expect to be driven if you're trying that strategy, haven't you? You know, that was the end of the over.
Right. So, plenty of discussion on YouTube, which I've now somehow managed to lose. Bear with me, caller. Where did it go? Here we are. I've got it. I found it. Oh, now I've got to watch an ad for It's because I went off to find something else out. Hold on a second. Here we go. Right, the Magnificent Richard 7 says, "Hi, Gorilla guys. I was looking for the live coverage, just couldn't see England batting in day 3. Can you please sum up where Bazball went wrong, or is it the quality of bowling minus Ashwin too?" I'll answer that in a moment.
Yeah, I saw a little bit of it. I liked what I saw. That's played into the offside and there's no run.
Do you want to answer it, or shall I?
Well, you better answer it.
Short answer, 2 daft dismissals, and Root set the tone for them, sadly, by attempting a reverse ramp.
Yeah.
And he straight to slip.
Unedifiable. Very unedified for somebody.
Oh, Hartley in. Gill turns his bat and gets a leading edge, but doesn't stay aerial long enough. There's no run.
Those are 2 very instructive balls. If you've been looking at them, one didn't bounce at all the first of the over. The second one bounced a little more.
Yeah.
They pitched very close to each other. I'm looking at it. So would be
the odd one's taken a massive chunks out of the pitch as well, haven't they? The odd one.
Yeah. There's a puff.
Yeah, that one did turn. Caught the edge of Gill's bat, but soft hand.
So that was
down,
rude.
No run.
Johnny Bairstow got absolutely done by a brilliant ball by Kuldeep Yadav.
Well, he just didn't
smack
pick it.
in front, which he didn't pick, but decided to review anyway, even though it was hitting halfway up middle stump.
Yes.
Not surprisingly, he was on his
Terrible.
way. But that was to a good ball.
Hartley in. Gill goes back, plays it out to the onside. Hartley fields off his own bowling, no run.
And whilst you should never criticise Duckett, the fact was he was getting himself into a position of needing to stay there, based on what was going on around him. And I think, was it Kuldeep threw one up so far wide of his off stump, but he didn't move his feet. He just reached and shoveled it up to cover and was caught.
He's trying to guide it past that guy for 2, I think.
Yeah.
But,
Worked into leg side by Gill, gets himself a single to mid on. It's all too easy.
In other news,
yes.
Australia women have beaten South Africa again by a mere innings and 24 runs.
Innings and what? 384?
284.
284.
That's a pretty big win.
Yeah. Well, that was done when they were 75 all out on day 1. wasn't it?
76 all. Yeah. But these guys battled until they had a 5-run lead.
Ben Stokes tried to take on Jadeja down the ground, only got it as far as mid on.
That was when I woke up
by Bumrah, and from there it was just bits and pieces.
Hartley is around the wicket this time. Big heave by Jaiswal, misses it.
What happened there?
He went for a big heave-ho down the ground and he missed it. Folks took the bails, but his back foot never left the crease or the ground.
No, but suddenly it looked like he had a rush of blood to the head, because looking very composed, and maybe he thought they're at 120 already. But yeah, an occasional big shot doesn't hurt. He has good T20 chops, this youngster. All right, Tony.
Richard again, who's asking us plenty of questions, which is great, Richard, thank you. India as a team get a little underrated in the all-time greatest team stakes debate. Is this due to perceived significant home series advantages? What's the strongest Indian team you've all seen?
Well, I don't think it's that. It's more to do with away record, isn't it, with India? I mean, they have one in Australia and they've drawn with us, but generally they've not tended to win.
They've yet to win in South Africa, drawn in South Africa.
Yeah,
the 1970 series win in England with the Magnificent Four spinners. I think you'd have to put that team right up there without a doubt. Certainly, if you talk about those I've actually seen, I would have them there for that.
Well, yeah, but it's about records, isn't it? I mean, the great Australian team and the great West Indies team won everywhere for years and years and years. I mean, the only place that Australia finally, they didn't win that much in India, to be fair. They only won that one series, didn't they? Finally, after 3 attempts or something. That one kept low from Jimmy Anderson, who's back into the attack.
Any surprises? Jimmy's been brought back. I'm quite surprised. I thought last 1 or 2 overs leading into the break, Rehan might be giving a go. Not a break, actually, just after the break. Sorry, in my head I'm ending, so it's a break. But interesting. They have replaced Wood with Anderson. Okay.
The monkey on the monkey on India's back at the moment is the ability to win finals.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Lost the World Test Championship, lost the World Cup, and I just lost the Under-19 World Cup as well. Yeah. All to Australia.
Yeah.
Convince them it's a final of any sort, and that's it.
Yeah, and you see, it's a bit like South Africa, isn't it? I mean, the more you do it, the more it's fulfilling.
I'm waiting until who first uses the C word for Indians.
Choke.
You have to.
Choke.
They have been choking the whole time.
Yeah, they have, but they don't get associated with it. It's only South Africa that
Exactly.
do.
That's unfortunate, right? Call them what they are. They are actually proper chokers.
Yeah, they are. That's very true. Jimmy is in, and that's short, and that's wide, and it's crap, and it gets what it deserves, which is cut to the boundary by Shubman Gill, and it's going to be 4 runs.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
He's crept quietly to 18. That's all right. And in other cricketing news, Netherlands and Nepal were playing an ODI in Nepal, Kirtipur. And Netherlands have been beaten by 9 wickets with about 35 overs left.
Oh, go Nepal.
What the fuck?
That's a shot.
That is.
I'd have thought Mogg would have been all over that, wouldn't he?
And Nepal in the World Cup next, T20 World Cup. They are, aren't they?
They'll be.
Yeah, because there's 20 teams, isn't there? Anderson in. He's trying to. They
wow.
obviously are trying to get reverse because he's covering it up as he's coming into bowl. That one did seem to turn in a little bit, but it's too wide. Gill drove it up to mid-on.
That's why I guess there is a continuation here. They sense that there is some reverse thing already on offer. Yeah, no, they're looking for reverse. Very clear. It did tail in a bit. Yeah, again. This is interesting. But yeah, Netherlands didn't account very well for themselves. They were 137 all out, and Nepal were having none of it. They finished it in the 16th over. 141 for 1. 2 half centuries. Keeper Asif Sheikh and Anil Shah.
Good for
half
them.
centuries from 2 and 3 in the order.
Right, here comes Jimmy. That one does tail in. It's defended by Gill. And,
I'm thinking Gill is doing a good thing, keeping all the tailing deliveries to himself, even though it comes into him, but maybe he's keeping those away from Yashasvi Jaiswal.
Yeah, Jaiswal's been curiously chilled today.
That's all right. 29 and 64 is a little lower than what you would think, but this guy has shown when he debuted in the career, he was scoring at a strike rate of 40. I mean, I think it's about how comfortable he feels.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got himself out a bit in the first innings, didn't he?
Yeah. Shubman Gill facing up. That one comes into his pads. He clips it. The interesting thing is the leg side field. There's a square leg, there's a short mid wicket, and there's a on Hayden, really. All for the little clip that's aerial.
There are 3 catching fielders very close to the stumps on the leg side. So this is all for the incoming ball or the in-dipping ball from Jimmy. This is good field placement, very attacking cricket actually. It's wonderful to see. They have left vast swathes of the offside empty. So I appreciate this sort of cricket where you're playing. There's an on-Hayden, there's a catching mid-wicket and a forward shot squarely almost.
Well, Jimmy comes in. Last ball of our little spell, and that one doesn't turn in. I don't think it was supposed to. It kept a little low. Shubman Gill just got forward and defended very straight. Not troubled at all. 67 for 1 after 23. Grubby is going to come in. Wow, the marvellous Grubby. And Messi.
Messers, I can tell you, I'm a little behind on YouTube and Twitter. Richard Seven's question about all-time greats is the next on YouTube.
Okay, I'll go with that. Thank you. Richard Seven says, how many of these players could be included in respective best teams seen from England and India?
Ever? Not that many. Bumrah definitely for India.
Stokes, Root would make an England best team.
No, Wood.
Sharma and Bumrah. Certainly not Wood. Root definitely in there.
Stokes probably. Better all-rounder than Ian Botham. Really. You're off?
Is it me?
Yes.
Hartley starts a new over. That one is cut by Jaiswal to backward point, and it's parried, and they're able to come through for 1. He moves to 30, Jaiswal does. Gill has 18, played a couple of nice shots recently, Shubman Gill.
Still doesn't look that bad a wicket to bat on to me.
Looks okay. 1 or 2 keeping a bit low, possibly. Not vicious spin as yet, but that may well come in the 4th innings.
Yes, lovely.
Win England bat. And India on 68 for 1, leading by 194. 1 slip in place here. This one does keep a bit low, skidding through to the sort of middle and leg area of Shubman Gill as he defends into the onside.
Yeah, we kind of let things slide a bit, didn't we? I mean, 435 was always going to be difficult to get, but it looked like after yesterday evening, it looked like we were going to sail past them by just after lunch, didn't it? But these things always change.
It can happen as Gill turns this one to wide mid-on and they come through for a single. And And I think it's okay. Look, I'm not one of these cultists who said that you can't ever question the way England play, but equally I do find it a bit kind of frustrating that certain people only pipe up when there's something to moan about.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you know what I mean? So
When it goes really well,
you don't hear a fucking
happy.
peep out of them.
Exactly. You know, it's very true.
You know who I'm talking about.
Exactly. You live by the sword, you've got to die by the sword, haven't you? You know. And,
but it has been frustrating watching England
Yes.
back this morning because at least 3 of England's top 7 or whatever have given it away. And I include Duckett in that, who'd scored that magnificent 153 as this is swept hard by Jaiswal. This is going to race away to the square leg boundary for one of these.
4 on the floor, and one more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4's are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
Yeah, but that was also the case with India. I mean, they're basically, you kind of do give your wicket away on this wicket because it's slow, and if you want to score runs, you've got to be aggressive, and people have made mistakes. It's kind of the modern way anyway, in certain parts of the world.
Yeah, as I say, as I said earlier today, you kind of want to look at the bigger picture, and England are certainly a better, more entertaining side to watch than before McCullum took over and Stokes took over the captaincy. This turns sharply and takes Jaiswal in front, and there's a no from Joel Wilson, so it's probably plum if they review. I don't know. I think it did a lot, this delivery. It pitched outside the off stump. Jaiswal went back in his crease, and the sharp turn just did him. Crashed into. Anyway, the clock's run down, so they're not going to review it.
It was a question of whether it was glove or pad first as well. I thought it was glove.
Messers thought too high. Just seeing a replay of it now.
It might turn too much.
Nice bit of loop and a bit of a puff of dust as it turned as well.
I think it got bat first.
Yeah, it might have jammed it into his inner thigh. Either way, not given and not reviewed. So, as you were, 73 for 1. Jaiswal has 34, but he faces up to this final ball of the Hartley over and steers it to backward point.
It's a better 9. There's rough to work with out there. Some are going to go straight on and some are going to turn, and it makes it difficult for a batsman.
Yeah, and when you get turn as sharp as what we saw a couple of balls ago, then you're
sticking a short leg
in the game as a bowler.
Sticking a short leg.
Yeah. You alright, Messers? How's it going?
Pretty well, even though it's been ridiculously hot here again today, 40 degrees. So Sagir Pakar shows the hospitality of West Australians. He says, "Come to Perth, I'll take you around for a few good ones." I'm not sure who that's to in particular, but it's a general invitation. We always welcome visitors. Sudahu says he's never been to that side of Australia, but maybe one day he'll come over. And Sagir also says South Africa's trademarked the word choker for themselves. Initial recipients of that tag, and unfortunately has stuck with them. Indeed it has.
Jimmy starts a new over and Gill gets one on Midland leg. She plays around his front pad, turns it to square leg. England have brought in an on Hayden as well, so continuing to be progressive and aggressive in the field, I suppose. We're just seeing a replay of that LBW shout from the previous over, and as you said, Bear, there was a little inside edge there, so certainly wouldn't have been overturned had they chosen to review, which they didn't.
Good decision not to.
Yeah. And that's another thing. Stokes has largely been pretty good on the reviews, I think, since becoming captain.
Well, since the first test was a bit fucking mad.
Another full delivery, this one down the arse and taken effortlessly by the swooping folks. And England, as well as that on Hayden, have 2 other close fielders, one at short mid-wicket and one not quite at square leg, in front of square there. So it's almost like a slip cordon in front of square on the leg side, which perhaps speaks to a pitch which has lost a bit of its pace.
Well, definitely. It's very slow. You need it for the spin to be effective, it's got to sort of jag and lift.
Yeah, well,
which job one is doing.
Yeah, we saw some sharp turn in the previous over from Hartley. Jimmy in again, a full delivery on the off stump of Shubman Gill, who turns it defensively into the leg side, and there's no run.
Good bowling from Anderson.
Yeah, well, that's the thing with him these days. I mean, he got taken for a couple of 4s off his first over. What's he now? He's gone in his 5th over. He's gone for 17. But usually you can rely on him to go for 2.5 and over over the course of any given innings in pretty much any conditions around the world. Whereas my memory is of a younger bowler he perhaps was a bit more leaky, particularly in foreign conditions. This is another good line and length delivery, which is defended by Gill into the onside, no run. Was it Mog earlier on saying that Jimmy looks like a retro version of himself?
Yeah.
having put that bit of highlight into his hair as well.
That's a good line.
Yeah. Credit where it's due, Moggers.
They're trying to relive his youth.
And he certainly has stripped very fit, hasn't he?
Yeah.
There's an incredible shot of him before the test match, the series started, just looking really ripped. Not an ounce of fat on him. This is a bit full and floaty, and it's turned to the leg side by Gill, and Anderson flings his hands to his head as if to say that might have been a catch.
I'm not sure it was. I think it dropped just short.
Was it Rian Ahmed in there at square leg? I think we'll see this travel quite a long way in the air at about ankle height, actually. And then, as you say, it just bounced in front of him. And so I think Rihan's reaction was one of frustration as opposed to, bugger, I've just put this one down. But again, he's bowling very straight and full, almost a middle and leg stump line. Perhaps looking to get Gill playing aerially into that area. This time he just defends straight to the man at the on Hayden position, straight to him. I think it's Duckett who's gone in there.
Maiden.
The Duckster. India pretty much in control. England must be patient.
Yeah.
Leah says 7. I don't know. Bumrah, Ashwin, and maybe Jadeja have a shot at getting into an Indian all-time squad. Mustaqim Khan sets himself up for some ridicule, I'd suspect. He says Bazball is nothing but mind game played by England to camouflage their average batter. Bazball is ruining the beauty of Test cricket. I would strongly disagree with that, except to the extent that it is to some extent a mind game, in that it's about giving cricketers a psychological advantage in believing in themselves.
Yes. It's the positive. Yeah, it's a positive mindset, isn't it?
And the effect of not just what you are doing, but what you might do, the effect that has on the opponent. So you look at India in the previous test, which they went on to win, of course, but thinking that England might possibly chase down what in previous series would have looked to insurmountable target.
Yes, exactly. And
affecting field positions and creating gaps, or watching Australia put a man on the fence after one ball of the Ashes, that sort of thing. Anyway, back to this game here. Jaiswal has played nicely for his 34 so far. He's going to face up to a new over from Tom Hartley. Tall left armour coming over the wicket. That's a bit of a pie, short, and
got away with it.
He did get away with it as the diving Duckster saves any runs in the mid-wicket region there. But yeah, a little bit of a drag down from Hartley, and fortunate to get away with it. But get away with it he does.
Like, see, he's got the short leg in for the bat pad.
Yep. In comes Hartley again, a better line and length this time, trying to stick it in the omelette there. Then Jaiswal comes forward and smothers it in defence.
Stick it in the omelette?
Yeah, that's what Phil Tufnell calls it, isn't it? The rough outside the, as we're looking at the left-hander's off stump, as it roughs up there. Stick it in the omelette, mate. See what happens.
Why an omelette?
Which is a bit of a mess. Pushes this one to short extra. Hartley runs round, does his own fielding, but can't prevent the single.
Well, my omelette's a beautiful thing. They're not a mess.
I like an omelette.
Yeah, I've been eating quite a lot of them recently, actually.
That's 200 is the lead now for India as they reach 74 for 1 in this second innings, building on the 126 lead they'd forged in that first one. Hartley, with his old-fashioned face and his old-fashioned hair, coming round the wicket in an old-fashioned fashion, and Gill just turns it to square leg and trots through for another comfortable single.
Bear, you'll be pleased to know that today's rate of scoring almost certainly means the GPL will be completely safe for another day.
Do we have many entries, Messrs?
Mostly mine. Again, but they don't start until something like 303, I don't think.
Again, he's looking to make use of that omelette that we mentioned previously and bowling a deliberately wide one to Jaiswal. Jaiswal looks to cut and misses. That could just as easily have got a little feather through to keeper Folkes there, who once again exhibits his exemplary glove work behind the sticks.
Is that the end of the over?
Nope. Hartley bowls once more, and forward in defence comes Jaiswal. That is the end of the over now. 75 for 1. Do we have any messages at all?
We do indeed. I'm pleased to tell you, Grubby, that your fan has come out in force today.
Was it my mum?
Nick Lyon. No. Nick Lyon. It's good to hear Grubby in excellent commentary form this morning. Down the arse is an excellent description of a bowler's line.
Well, that's just one of the many phrases that I've learned since being on Gorilla. Down the arse. I think Bear will tell us who first coined that phrase, but it was someone on these very sofas or chairs, wasn't it?
I believe it was an Australian, probably.
Down the arse. But thanks, Nick, and Nick, very much part of the Gorilla squad. I think we're going to see Nick next Sunday, when both of us will be tootling over from tooting. So.
Sagir Parkar says, speaking of DRS reviews, States has had only 4 successful ones in about 19 attempts recently. I read that somewhere on the internet. 4 out of 19 is probably not bad. I should think that's pretty average for reviews.
Meanwhile, this latest Anderson ball has flicked the pad. There was an LBW appeal. It's run away for 4-leg buys. Anderson seemed keen on the LBW appeal. I don't think he's going to get a positive response from his captain on this occasion, though.
I don't think that was that far off. It could have been back first, though. That's the thing. Anyway, instead, it was 4-leg buys. And no, it was going down, actually. And it was off the pad.
Yeah. Well, Folkes' footwork would suggest it was going down, and it wasn't given out on the field. So I don't think that would have been overturned. But normally the umpire waits, doesn't he, to signal. But I think on this occasion he just signalled 4-leg buys anyway. Just in case there were bat involved, as you'd said. But anyway, 4-leg buys it is. We are seeing a replay now, so for our own benefit, it's going to be sliding down. Yeah, it's missing a fourth stump had it been there.
Wow.
So Jimmy quite liked that appeal, but it never looked right. 49 this partnership is now worth. Gill's got 20 of them. Jaiswal 35 not out.
England need a quick flurry of wickets, don't they? To make this interesting.
Strengthening that leg side cordon as well. And bowling a line that is commensurate. No, that's not right. Which is appropriate for the field. Those field positions. A middle and leg line, and Gill just turns it quietly into the leg side.
I'm just looking at the DRS reviews so far this game. There have been 11. 4 of them have been successful, and all of them were with Joel Wilson. And he only got 1 review right, whereas Damascene has all failed. So that's quite telling.
So a very strong leg side field here for Jimmy Anderson, who's bowling to Gill. Bowls it just outside the off stump, and Gill leans on it into the offside, and they pick up a sharpish single there.
That brings out a 50 partnership of 90 deliveries.
Yep. Yeah, they look good, these 2 young Indian batting stars, don't they?
Yeah. Gill's a bit up and down. He looked really shonky in the first innings. He looks much more organised here. Jaiswal's been pretty outstanding.
Yeah. Yeah, we've got a whole string of talented batters to choose from.
I'm looking forward to Safraz coming back in, to be honest. I've no doubt he's lobbying to be above Jadeja in the batting order this time.
I mean, I love Jadeja, but I mean, of course, he scored a ton as well. But
there's less chance of getting run out if he comes in ahead of Jadeja.
Yeah. A bit of a reorganising of the field here for the left-hander. But again, that onside is heavily packed with an on Hayden, a short mid-on, a wide short mid-wicket. This is pulled, a surprise short ball, and it is pulled either 1 bounce or all the way by Jaiswal. Is that 4 or 6? It's 6. Looked a bit top edgy, but it flew.
It did. I only just cleared the boundary. It would have been interesting to start a bit down there.
So, a little off spinner attempted there by Jimmy Anderson, and a bit too short for the field that he's got. He's got all those short fielders on the leg side, and then he bowls one that Jaiswal can quite comfortably get under.
Ooh, that would have been caught if it had been on the boundary. It would have dropped nicely. A nice
Well,
height.
indeed.
Would have.
Woulda, coulda, shoulda, if.
Yeah.
Shh. Jaiswal moves on to 41 with that 6. And Jimmy Anderson, a bit expensive for him, has now gone for 24, and he's into his 6th over. And this is, well, it's edged down to the third man. That's going to fly away to that boundary. The poor old ball boy almost comes a cropper trying to slide in for that one. But 4 more runs to the total.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
And a little spurt here from the young Indian Tyro, who's already put England to the sword in this series.
Something of a rash shot. I suppose without a slip, yeah.
It looked fairly ugly, didn't it, Messrs? Head in the air and really giving it the kitchen sink, and a little shake of the head from his captain up on the balcony there. But, you know, another 4 runs in the book, and 10 from the last 2. Here comes Jimmy again around the wicket. Jaiswal, he goes for that pull again. And again, there's a wide open space out there. This one has gone for 4, I think. Flat one. But it fair careened away, that one. So 14 in 3 balls.
1, 3,
Jaiswal
Just
races on to 49.
Just switch.
Yeah.
Just flick the switch.
No real need to go for it like this, but certainly aggressive intent. Not being met with 100% approval from his captain, it seems, judging by the body language on the balcony, but there we are. He'll have a little rest at the non-striker's end now, having finished that over with a real flurry of boundaries. So Gill,
Richard Seven asks,
yeah.
Guys, do we know if Ashwin's coming back following his family emergency? India seem possibly galvanised, but it could prove costly with fewer bowlers. I don't think anybody's got any idea of that, but there's not an expectation of us returning at this stage.
Hartley starts a new over coming round the wicket to Gill, who turns it to wide mid-on and brings Jaiswal back onto strike. Any thoughts of shielding him, having had that adrenaline injection at the end of the last over, have been shelved? And he comes straight back on strike. So will we see him go to his 50 in the grand manner, or will he be a bit more circumspect? Here comes Hartley, we'll find out. He just props forward in defence this time, Jaiswal. I think that's Pope under the lid who runs round and does the fielding from short leg. 95 for 1 is the score. Jaiswal on the cusp of a 50. Going to face up to Hartley. The tall Englishman coming into the crease now and bowling just outside the off stump. A push and run, except he's sent back by his partner. Not for the first time in his innings. We see him set off for a single and be sent back. Rowett did that at least once while they were together. Yeah. He's a bit jumpy and skittish, isn't he, between the sticks? Oh, Jaiswal. There definitely wasn't a single there, though, so Gill was right to send him back. Here comes Hartley again. Tosses this up just outside the off stump and looking to steer that through the offside. Gets an inside edge into the leg side, and there is no run.
Mad for an over and then just chilled.
Yeah, he's still looking to force it a bit. He's not entirely chilled, I'd say. Still a little bit on edge, like he's had a Red Bull or a Monster. Hartley tosses this one up and it's an absolute full bunger pie, which gets exactly what it deserves. Smashed away over long on for a big one of these and a 50.
You know you lift me with your 50.
So he his strike rate in the last 4 or 5 balls.
Yeah, he does go to his 50 in the grand manner from an absolute pie from Hartley. Swung away. He's on 55 now. The Indian 100 is up as well, 101 for 1. And for most of today, India have been hugely in the ascendancy and continue to be so.
Yeah.
And now he does get applause from his captain. having drawn some scorn in the previous over. He's really ticking now, coming down the track and smashing a second successive one over long on. Not quite as big this, but big enough to go for one of these again.
2 6s in a row. 2 6s in a row. 2 6s in a row.
Wow.
This is like
GPL's coming back into view.
Yeah, this is like declaration batting. We're on day 3.
Well, 233 for 1, essentially.
Yeah. Richard Seven says, who's been genuinely surprised and impressed by Duckett, Crawley, Pope and England's inexperienced spin attack? India certainly respect them. Yeah, they certainly outperformed my expectations. I don't know about anybody else. He also says, question, how easily comfortable or quick are you in recognising poor quality umpires? There's an assumption that umpires are all pretty good and have technology backup. Well, experience is the key, it seems to me, over a period of time.
Yeah.
Some of them just build up a record where, you know, you're going to say Erasmus is a good umpire simply by virtue of what we've seen, whereas Joel Wilson is seriously dodgy these days.
That's the thing,
They can
Messrs.
get worse.
You've witnessed him. It's not. I don't think it's just confirmation bias. Like we're looking for him to make mistakes, but he continues to make those mistakes.
Yeah. In all places as well. It's not just in India.
And you can almost see him. I feel a bit sorry for him sometimes. Now I've got a change of bowling here for England. The young leg spinner's come in. No doubt he'll be jingled up shortly. Starts with a good ball on the length, which is defended by Gill.
This man.
Here's a mission from the original squad. Was to guard rearmament from
Second ball is a fraction short, cut behind square, and a despairing dive down there at deep backward point. We think has probably yielded a boundary. Dharmasena is just waiting for confirmation.
Well, he hasn't thrown a ball in, did he? So I mean, presumably it must be one of these.
Yeah, it was just a fraction short.
I think you're being generous. I think it was a bit of a pie, Frank.
Yeah, he saw the ball had rolled into the sponge. His body obscured it, but it definitely had done. Dharmasena has that information relayed to him, makes the signal, and it's Nelson, 111 for 1. Gill moves on to 26 with that boundary. Here comes Rian Ahmed again. This one is allowed to pass through by Gill outside the off stump. I like watching Rian bowl. Maybe that was a bit more of a pie than I gave it credit for, Messrs, as you say. But he spins it hard, as this is a leg break, which is just defended with a flat bat to a backward point.
Yeah, but he doesn't spin the seam. You watch it, it's all scrambled seam.
It's interesting, isn't it? Which I suppose would give you some sort of natural variation if that's how you choose to spin it. This one is on Midland leg and just turned to mid-wicket by Gill. There's no run.
Point is, you should be able to do both. You should be able to vary.
I agree.
That's the whole point, you know. Because if you get it across the seam, you're going to get a big turn.
But he's obviously chosen to bowl like that.
Yeah, I know, and I don't quite understand why.
Tossed up a bit more. This one outside the off stump, and Gill meets it with a defensive lunge into the offside, and he's threw that over pretty quickly. 4 runs came from it, from that slight drag down, and India remain for the moment on Nelson, 111 for 1.
Sorry, Twitter's playing games on me. I can't see anything new on Twitter, so I'll go back to YouTube. Sudahu says DRS review stats will be a bit wrong, seeing as retaining the review will be classified as unsuccessful, which is harsh. The Cricinfo ones show whether it's umpire's call, and none of them have been umpire's call in this match. Sagir Parker says yes, the review is retained and it shouldn't be counted as an unsuccessful. Well, as I say, they do that.
Yeah, someone somewhere will be keeping review stats for various captains. Yes. My anecdotal evidence, if you like, is it's as much the ones that Stokes refuses to review as the ones he does review, where I think he's better than Root was, certainly, in that regard.
Yes.
I agree.
Talking of Root, he's coming back on to bowl. Round the wicket he comes, and a bit round arm to start with. And this is pushed to mid-off by Jaiswal. There's no run. We're into the 30th over now of this Indian second innings. So scoring at a decent lick here, best part of 4 and over. Here comes Root round the wicket with one slip in place. And a classic forward defensive shot from Jaiswal, fielded at short extra. And they remain on 111 for 1 for the time being. And that lead is 237, already looking pretty ominous, that lead for England. Here's Root again, tosses this one up a bit more. And it's just pushed again towards mid-off. A diving fielder prevents any run. Jaiswal played very nicely for his 61. Little flurry of boundaries recently, including a couple of successive sixes off Hartley. Round arm filth from Root, which gets what it deserves. Whipped away through wide mid-on for another one of these for Jaiswal.
You ask where I live, here's the address I give, the phone.
I'm sure.
Aside from his 4 for 79 in the first test, Root has taken 3 for 206 in this series.
Tossed up outside the off stump, and Jaiswal drives this one, but can't beat the man at extra cover. Yeah, but again, that's taking stats selectively. I mean,
yeah, it is very much so. But I just think he's been over bowled.
Well, he's third. He's
part-time spinner.
Well, he is third spinner, isn't he? That's the thing.
And this is a sweep this time from Jaiswal, which is fielded on the bounce at deep square leg.
This is what I've been saying this whole series, is that the problem with England spinners is that they don't offer you any control. They'll get you wickets if the wicket is conducive, and people will make mistakes against them, so they're reasonably expensive for their averages. But if the wicket's not offering you any assistance, they can't bowl consistent enough lines and lengths to be able to control batsmen.
Well, he's almost been used as a bit of a workhorse Route in this England attack. Am I right in thinking that Mark Wood was off the field at the start of this Indian innings and therefore didn't open the bowling, something like that? Otherwise, you might have expected him to open the bowling. But equally, when there's only been one seamer in the attack, Root has taken the new ball for England, so that one assumes that the other spinners in the team are not comfortable with the new shiny ball, hard shiny ball. Some spinners love it, others
I've never had a problem with
don't.
it, to be honest. Yeah.
Well, you're a very versatile cricketer,
Well,
Bear.
you know.
Turn your hand literally to anything.
I used to quite like it because it had a hard, really proud seam.
Only going at 7.5 and over in the IPL and all that.
Yeah, exactly.
Bowling those darts. 116 for 1 is the score now.
Somebody should publish your stats in the IPL, actually, Bear.
Well, they wouldn't be that bad.
7.5 per ball.
Oh, hello. A voice from the ether as Ahmed starts a new over and is greeted with a full flow of the bat from Jaiswal, who's really going to town at the moment, and he hits another straight one of these.
He's decided to go for it, hasn't he? Well, they're far enough ahead. Why not?
No, you can't knock the way he's playing when he's playing with this degree of success.
You heard me complain about not reaching the GPL scores, and he's decided to do something for me.
There we are. A shorter delivery and a bit flatter and quicker from Rian this time. Turned into the leg side, there's no run. So Jaiswal's raced on to 72. It seems but a moment ago he was only on 45 or so, but he's rattled along with 3 sixes that I can recall and a couple of 4s to boot. And the score's moved on also to 122 for 1. A full delivery outside the off stump, which he looks to muscle through the offside. Just gets it to the boundary rider there for 1.
We are due a change at the end of this over.
Yep.
Tony's going to do some ball by ball. Mog is going to do some social. Kartik is supposed to be doing
Mog and social in the same sentence?
Yeah, well.
Is that really a thing, Moggers?
Fuck off.
No, clearly.
Hey man, fuck you.
As far as I can tell, unless Twitter's playing tricks on me, we haven't had a tweet in 22 minutes, which was from the Grubby fan club.
A full delivery, which is played defensively by Gill to mid-off. There's no run. 2 balls left in this Rian Ahmed over, and then we'll have the previously advertised change. Rian bowls one on middle and off, and Gill plays it back in his crease defensively. Drops it in front of him, no run. This day very much belonging to India. 123 for 1, building on that lead of 126. So 249 is the lead at the moment. This is pushed very comfortably into short extra cover. There is no run. That's the end of that over. It remains 123 for 1. And here comes that little change up.
Indeed, indeed, indeed.
So Mog, the next YouTube's up to date. The next on Twitter's up to date. Next on YouTube is from Leah complimenting Joel Wilson.
Joel Wilson being an absolute machine. Joel was an absolute machine compared to guys like Random Rudy, Buckner, etc. He's also not hair levels of corrupt as far as we know.
What's that? Say again, sorry. Tony was talking to me.
What? I was reading a tweet.
Oh, okay, fine.
Or a YouTube comment, I should say.
Wow. How are you, Mog?
I'm alright.
You're
Why?
alright.
What have you heard?
No, nothing. Nothing. You know, it's just a friendly question. I know you don't expect people to be friendly, but you know.
Treat people as you expect to be treated, as
well,
they say.
As they say.
Always
they say. What's that? You're spitting now?
I didn't know. I just sprayed the microphone. But
well, that serves you right.
I oversprayed it and then actually got my lips accidentally wrapped around the microphone. Don't ask. I thrust it towards my mouth rather too excitedly in my hurry. This is going horribly wrong for England. It's going brilliantly right for India.
Yes, very much so. We're going to be 2-1 down with 2 to play.
Well, Kumar Dharmasena has a big old smile on his face. So does Joel Wilson, though he probably can't see what he's smiling at. As that one is swept by the Jazz Whale. High and handsome over deep backward square. And I think that went all the way, didn't it? Off route.
I believe so. I'm going to give it that anyway.
Yep. There's a poor ball from Ruti. As on the full, but it was a beautifully timed sweep by the Jazz Whale, who, after a poor first innings, has very much rediscovered his mojo here.
Well, he was going really quietly until about 5 overs ago.
Well,
and
he's
now
on
gone
79 from 91, as this one is just steered to backward point.
Well, they might as well. I mean, I think this is it. I mean, England probably won't chase 350, but I think they've got a chance at 350. Get beyond that, and even England won't.
In comes Ruti, round the wicket. Put his back into that, I have to say. It was one of his more round arm deliveries where he really tries to push it through, and it did spit and turn. And it beat Jaswell, to be honest. All ends up. But he survived.
But it was too short.
Truthfully, it was too short, but although it did turn, folks had to leap back to take it. Slip awaits, the ball is in, it's beaten the outside edge again, and lightning glove work from folks. You have to admire that, the speed with which that all happened in one fluid motion. You barely saw him move. Had Jaiswal just, strayed a fraction from his crease, he would have been gone, but he hadn't. In comes Root again. Drags that down, attempted pull, doesn't really connect, but it will bumble its way towards a wide-ish mid-on. He'll take a single. The score will move on to 130 for 1. This second wicket partnership has been 100 runs in 122 balls, 70 for Jaiswal and 26 for Shubhas, who also has taken an important catch today. The catch that I think got rid of Duckett, that was Shubhas, wasn't it? Yeah,
I don't know.
I think it was. Short, wide, that's not
Flat
Duckett himself,
yeah,
that's the ball to him. And it was an horrible shot. And that's been the story of the day, really, for England, as that's pushed into the onside by Shubhas. Again, there's no run. It's the end of that 30-second over, and we can go to Mog, who I'm sure has got us bang up to date on social media.
Yeah. Sudahu says England's DRS should be better now the Broad is retired. And Sagir Parker says, ha 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 ha, God love Broad. Always something happening with him on the field, and such a good sport too. I miss the guy.
Sagir Parker is going to be with us tomorrow. Going to join us for, I think, tomorrow afternoon. My memory serves. Don't take that as gospel.
Yes, same time as me for at least one of them, I think.
There you go. We like to give newbies the ultimate test up front, and if they come there, they can, if they pass that, they're in good shape.
Where is Saga Parker heralding from?
He is, I can tell you that. I was speaking to him literally 2 days ago. He is in Australia. He's in Perth.
Oh, he's another Perthite.
Yep. He's not quite Messi's next door neighbour.
It's a big place.
He's in that sort of general Swan neck of the woods, Swan River neck of the woods.
Perth by itself is the same size as Wales, so.
As this one, is that actually true, or is that just?
No,
did you make that up? You sounded incredibly convincing as this is tickled around the corner by Giswell. There's no run. 2:56. That lead has gone to. Joe Root's trying to put it out of his mind as Rayan Ahmed comes in. It's pushed back to him. But Root cannot help but, in the back of his mind, such is the nature of this game, he must be going, why did I do this? And if I hadn't done it, how different would things look?
Well, yeah, but you can't. Well, that's the whole point of Birthball, isn't it?
Rayan Ahmed, that's dragged down short, slapped away.
Reverse
Thank
swept.
you, says the Jazz Whale. And in full extemporised jazz form, that's gone for 4 runs. Yep, he had all the time in the world there. It was such a horrible drag down, and he made a reverse sweep of it. He's certainly lightning on his feet. That's a much better ball by Rayan Ahmed, and Jaswell defends into the onside.
No, I don't think, whatever you can say, if we end up being 2-1 down here, I think England have been more competitive in this Test series than they have been for the last 2 series they've been here.
True. Ahmed, more conventional sweep this time for Jaswell, but same result. It's going to be 4 runs. No, it's still a reverse sweep, wasn't it? 'Cause it was the same place. What am I talking about?
Yeah, I don't know. I thought I'd leave that one to you.
And rather appropriately, we get a bit of jazz to celebrate a whale of a shot. And he's having a whale of a time. That is for sure, is the Jaswell.
They're all aerial.
Yeah, but he knows there's no one there.
Well,
it's the classic know where the field is and hit the ball where they aren't. And he is doing that to exemplary fashion, I have to say. It's 138 for 1. India. He's on to 88 from 100 balls. It seems to have whistled around in next to no time.
Well, it has. He was on about 29 off about 65 or something.
He was. Still no Ajit? He clearly didn't get the memo.
Clearly didn't get the memo.
I mean, we have this WhatsApp group. The whole purpose of this WhatsApp group is when they put up a thing, is to keep people
You sound like me when no one can
informed.
get the tech right.
Over the wicket comes Rayan Ahmed. That's a nice wristy flick. Well-known porn star. But that was just to the left of Rayan Ahmed. And he was pretty quick about his work to field. It's the end of the 33rd over. It's 138 for 1. This partnership is 108. And we can go back to a giggling Mog, which is a joy in itself.
The Tony plumbing the depths of the gutter Bishop's comedy stylings. It's just working wonderfully. Pokey Bumfinger says, "Oof, we're being baseballed now. Calm down, Jazz Whale." And Sergei Parker confirms he's from delightful Perth.
Yes. You and Messrs. Sergei have to work out exactly how far apart you are. I don't mean sort of politically, personality-wise, or whatever it may be, but I mean geographically. It may be the size of Wales, according to Mog, but I would imagine you can't be that far from each other. Sorry, Mog, carry on.
What if they had the same great-grandmother, and that's how far apart they are?
Tossed up by Root. Driven towards mid-off. Sharp single taken. The throw came in. They survive. Of course they do. The lead gets ever closer to 300. It's 265 now.
Fremantle's about 30 miles, isn't it, from Perth? And that's considered Perth, isn't it, still, kind of?
It's called Fremantle.
It's Fremantle, but it's isn't it like the sort of Greater Perth conurbation sort of thing.
It's sort of the same as Geelong and Melbourne, is my impression, but I've not been there, so I can't confirm.
Messrs would
not
tell
part
us.
of Melbourne.
Message us, Messrs, and let us know If Fremantle counts as Perth, Mog and I think it counts as Fremantle, but
Well, yes, but I mean, as in the way that Greater Manchester is Greater Manchester and Greater London is Greater London, is it sort of?
Well, exactly.
Is it Greater Perth? Is it part of the Perth conurbation?
Exactly, like being in Staines. People would tell you
Oh,
that's London.
out,
That's edged,
surely.
I think.
No?
Root thinks he has him.
No, no.
Gileswell thinks he didn't get a bat on it, so we must be talking a bit of thigh or hip. No one else seems interested except Slip and Root. Gileswell definitely not. And we shall move on. No, swing and a miss, and it was actually Folks' glove that it caught on the way through. Whisper it quietly, he let one slip through there. Although all Surrey fans will be blind to any hint of any imperfection about the lad.
Or he was guiding it to first slip.
Could be. Just flicking it on. Around the wicket comes Root. Swept by Jaiswell, fielded down at deep mid-wicket by Tom Hartley. 22 going on 46. And there is a single. Again, he gets in bare that enormous stride, doesn't he, when he's sweeping?
That's what you've got to do. You've got to
he's
get
a
on
tall
top of
lad.
the ball, yeah.
And it works very much in his favour when you're playing that shot, because it gives you such extra reach, as that one is worked away to leg this time by Shubman Gill. He's had an up and down time of things. Horrible first innings, but not really. He's set the world alight in this one as he's onto the back foot there to push that towards mid-wicket.
Well, he doesn't need
the
to.
The Duckster does the fielding.
Now that Jaswell is doing what the Jaswell does, he doesn't really need to do anything, Gill, does he, apart from stay there with him. I mean, they lead by 266. They've got 9 wickets in hand. They've got a 500-run lead by lunch tomorrow on the cards, and or just after
day and a half to
a day and a half to bowling
on a
out.
turning track. But a spinner down, people will say.
Yeah, still. England playing like they will. They might well get 350, but they won't get 500. but Tone, if they didn't play like they did, they'd get all out for 220. Yeah. So I'd rather they go down fighting in that sense.
Every week, they haven't been doing it recently, but certainly in the last couple of seasons, every week in the Watford Observer, then the sport news would tell you about who was injured and not playing for the opposition. And regardless of that, we'd be absolutely shit and lose.
Yeah.
As this one is swept beautifully by Jaswell. Duckett fields in acrobatic fashion, and that should restrict them to just 2, or we would expel just a single. So well done, the Duckster. But my point is,
confirmations of Fremantle being considered part of the wider metropolitan area.
Oh, it is.
There you go.
Ah,
so that's
okay.
huge. So it could be the size of Wales.
Well done, the Bear.
So I still think they're wrong, but there you go.
Well, but my point is, as soon as they were Ashwinless, I just had this sneaky feeling that England would find a way to muck it up.
Yeah, I thought that was good news for England.
And there's no run.
So Perth is enormous in terms of Greater Perth, and it's only got a population of about 1.3 million, hasn't it, or something, or maybe even less.
Yep. Messi, some geese, and a few others.
Yeah.
As this one is flicked nicely by Shubman Gill out to deep mid-wicket.
The reason I said that is because when we went to the last time I went to Australia was Perth, and we were staying in Fremantle, which was considered Perth, and when we actually got off.
Oh, so you have been there? You said I thought you said I haven't been there.
No, I've been to Perth.
Right.
And it was considered that Fremantle was part of Perth, and actually when we got out of the airport, it was like a really long taxi ride to get to where we were staying.
Defended by Jaswell out towards mid-wicket, no run. The sweep and the pull have been his most effective shots this innings. And he has performed both to a very high order. Ahmed's in over the wicket to the left-hander. And it's just turned around the corner, but no run. 268 the lead, 142 for 1 the score. Oh. It's frustrating. It is frustrating.
It is frustrating, but
India have exceeded, I'm sure, their expectations. Although, of course, they'll have the utmost confidence in themselves. That's down leg. It would have been a one-day wide. Doesn't matter here.
They have also won the toss in the last 2 tests, and the toss is very important in India, and they get first use of the pitch, get to put pressure on England, and even though Stokes says he likes to bowl first, but I'm sure not necessarily in these conditions.
No, and he said he would have batted here 100%.
Yeah.
And he would have batted first in the last test as well.
So it does make a difference.
Especially
Anyway.
if you've got all those spinners.
Mog might have someone who says something to us.
Yes.
Yes, I've got the West Australian Tourist Board telling me Perth has grown to 2.143 million since the 700,000 when I arrived. My work here is done. That's messy.
I was about to say, surely that's messes.
Sagia, the other part of the tourist board, says Fremantle's actually a great place to visit or to live. Beautiful beach at the doorstep, great cafes and food joints, and a very relaxed bohemian vibe to it.
Oh,
Great
I'm liking
markets
the sound
too.
of that.
Yeah, I managed to get an ounce of weed off some dude in the car park of the the youth hostel we were staying in when we started, which was
Were you on a school trip?
We've passed the,
No.
we've passed the statute of limitations for that, haven't we? So you can name his name if you really
Oh,
want.
I haven't a fucking clue, but it was very, very good weed, is what I can say. It was quite expensive though. It's $300, I think.
Can you remember which car park?
It was outside the. It was at the back of the building. We were staying in a youth hostel on the corner of some road. I can't remember what it's called.
I was about to say.
Long
I
time
was
ago.
hoping
Long
for
time
something
ago.
a bit more precise. But
Turn of the century that was. Either late
Turn of the
90s or
century.
very early 2000s.
Wow. And what were you backpacking or were you working? What
No. It was late. I thought it would have been late 20s then.
Oh yeah, of course you would. Yeah.
Nearly 30s.
Was that you're selling encyclopedias?
No, that was a holiday. We just decided to go, me and a couple of mates.
Nice,
We went.
convenient
I
location.
went to Perth thinking it'll be fucking hot. It's November, and we booked completely off season. And we got there. It was fucking freezing. We went down to Albany whale watching, and it was 4 degrees. I was
Oh,
like,
wow,
what the fuck?
exciting.
And then we went up to Monkey Mire and sat on the beach for a few days, which was nice.
Got molested by dolphins.
Yes. And pelicans.
Really?
They were
Where do they
massive
go to migrate? Does anybody know?
No idea, but they're fucking enormous things, pelicans.
They are big birds, and not in the Joel Garner sense or the Sesame Street sense. Jaiswal 90 not out. Rohit missed out comparatively. LBW to Root. It's a good ball actually. There's never any doubt it was out. Although I think Rohit reviewed, didn't he? Yes, he
He
did.
did
but
review,
it looked pretty plumb from everything we saw. Shubman Gill, you really playing like a man who wants to play himself into form. By comparison to Jaiswal, he's been somewhat pedestrian. But they have time, and they now have all the cards. And England, well, they don't, but they rather gave them away.
The tourist board confirms that the weed is a lot cheaper now, Bear, and you don't have to go around the back.
You can get it in the shops. Nice.
Or you get the geese to deliver it for you.
Oh no, I think they just
Maybe that's what the pelicans keep in
grows
their
the
beak.
streets.
That's why the pelicans have such enormous beaks.
Yeah, they carry it around, deliver
just
it.
full of weed, drop off in
Well, I
your
don't know
front
how the
garden.
hell it can, so there you go.
There you go.
It was very good weed.
Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. 142 for 1. There will be flying kites in celebration, I suspect, in Rajkot. Apparently the kite festival was only a couple of weeks ago. There's one every year in Rajkot. It's famous for it.
Ah.
I
It's the
forgot to
first.
ask, is that the birds or the things on strings?
The things on strings. The things on strings.
It makes more sense.
Yeah, those those type of kites. As this one's defended into the onside.
What I will say about Perth was it's
Off route.
fucking dead in the city centre on a Friday night. I mean, we got kicked out of a restaurant about 9 o'clock and there was virtually nowhere to go. It was like, what the
Was
fuck?
this a Saturday night?
It was a Friday or Saturday night. It was
That's
insane.
awful. That's not good.
Should have gone to Northbridge where all the serial killers pick up their victims.
Although, hang on, even in Melbourne, I seem to remember things shut fairly early, Mog, didn't they?
Yeah, a lot of things will close. depending on
That
time
kept
of
a little bit low, and Gill, who's a tall chap. In fact, both these batsmen are quite tall. Has to prod down on that.
I like places that are alive at night, man.
In fact,
It's not that long ago Adelaide was essentially shut on a Sunday.
Shubman Gill, big high backlift. There's a short mid-on in place.
2, in fact.
2, yeah.
Well,
Well,
on-
one's
on
coming
the-
in from mid-wicket.
Yeah, and on Hayden and
but both quite short. In fact, apart from one being left-handed and one being right-handed, there's something of a physical... Oh, no, there is a physical similarity between Shubman Gill and the Jaiswal. They're both sort of tallish and rangish and have good reach and big, long legs. to get forward to the spinners too, as this one's defended.
Do you think Ollie Robinson will get a run out in the next test? See how he does.
I think it may depend how Jimmy goes in this innings. He certainly got off to a pretty ropey start and had a fairly curtailed spell because of that. As this, the Gill steps back to this, works it to the onside. Ray and our Medfields, they stroll another single, and now will feel probably in the position that they can stroll.
Very much so.
They have time. They
Time
have
and
2
everything
days
on their
left.
side.
They're already 269 in front. They've got 9 wickets in hand. And that was a very similar ball to the ball that got Duckett out from route, short and wide of a left-hander's off stump. But where Duckett planted his feet and couldn't reach it, Jaiswal has the height rather to get the bat to it and toe end himself a single. He'll move on to 91. He's into the 90s. Well, he already was if he only got a single. And Gill is with him, and we can go back to Mog.
Messi says that from what he hears, Perth City is still dead at night, but he's not been there at night for 20 years. Sergey says that the Bear should visit Perth. It'd be great to have him there in the august western capital.
Oh, I'd love to. Might have to wait till the kids leave home and I've got some money though, because they sort of drain everything at the moment.
Aren't they all 18 yet? Just kick them out. They'll sort themselves out.
It'd be difficult to kick a 13-year-old out in the street. And one I could kick out, she's 18. He's also said pelicans migrate to Siberia. Is that true?
I think he was telling that story before, and that's why I asked.
Really?
Saying if it was him or Tony, I couldn't remember.
Well, it'd be like reverse migration, wouldn't it? I mean, birds over here fly south for the heat, whereas you're already in the heat if you're in Perth, so you're basically maybe migrating back. Somebody needs to be let in, by the way.
Oh, that'd be Ajit.
Back out of the hole.
Knocking at the door. Ajit, I think, has missed his moment.
Well, he's on next as well, you see.
No, he's not, though. He didn't to get the memo, Bear. Look at the latest. The latest.
Oh my God, is there another roster up?
Oh, he is actually on next, you're right. Because...
You just basically replaced
No,
Kartik.
it's Grubby Messrs Bear next if it's 10:30.
Well, he can take my place then, can't he? Because I've just taken his.
Well, no,
yeah.
Yes, okay. Grubby Messrs Ajit, that works. As this one is pulled down to deep backward square. They jog another easy run. The score moves on to 145 for 1.
In fact, you can take over from me now.
My apologies if I did.
That's all right. We did do some juggling because Kartik had childcare problems, so I manoeuvred things about.
It's okay. We've just swapped again. It's quite easy.
We can be free flowing.
Yeah, we're free flowing. It's like jazz. We're like the jazz world.
We are. We're sort of free form jazz when it comes
It's
to
about the commentators you don't see.
completely
as much as the
ignoring
ones you
my
do.
fucking careful hard work on the rotors. But we don't. That's fine. We can just extemporise around it. It's only there as a rough sort of guideline to go back to occasionally, isn't it?
A serving suggestion.
Is it? Hell. 145 for 1. Mark Wood is going to be thundering in around the wicket to Gill, who pulls him backward of square. It's going to be fielded by Hartley, and they will take another single. So end of this over we're changing, are we?
Yeah.
We might as well see this over out. But if you do that, hang on, who's on? If he's taking your place, someone's still... Oh no, Grubby... so it'd be Grubby Messrs Ajit.
Yes.
Right, okay, fine.
Which is what it was originally. That's what's on here.
Absolutely fine. We'll work around that theme. It's a long time since we've done the... What did we call it when we'd all take a ball at the end? Like commentary roulette, didn't we? Just to see who actually
Well,
got
because you
there
need to put
stuff
money
on.
in the pot, and since
That's
no one's
right.
actually here,
Yeah,
no one's
well,
actually,
that's
no
true.
one's going to actually put any money
Wouldn't
in
be
the
as
pot.
good if it was just you and me, would it?
Yeah.
As that one is bounced up high on Jaiswal, slightly short, aggressive from Mark Wood.
I mean, IOUs for a
Jaiswal
pound
is-
from Perth isn't really not going to cut it.
And who uses cash anyway?
I thought you
have
were
to put
saying
it
to me
into
you
a
owed me.
digital location.
Yes.
Yeah, but I like to see
I'll
it in
give
my
you
pocket.
175th of a Bitcoin.
You got any Bitcoin?
No.
I don't know.
No.
I prefer to avoid scams as much as possible.
Bitcoin seems to be the only one that probably isn't a scam.
I prefer money I can touch and see and
if Elon Musk is involved,
hear it crinkle.
It's just fuckery.
In comes Wood over the wicket. Again, it's short, and again, Jaswald is tall and able to get nicely on top of it. In fact, he played that really well. He looks a very, very confident young man, does Jaiswal. There's a conversation between Duckett and Joel Wilson. Whether Joel Wilson...
Duckett scored more than half our runs then, didn't he?
Yeah, and thereby hangs, the tail of the sorry tale, I think, ultimately, of the England innings.
I still want to see Root have a fucking innings.
Yeah, well, they've been relying on him as a bowler, and he's not been able to deliver as a batsman in this series so far. That one's short again. Jaswal just leans back and is able to watch it through to Ben Foakes, and there's no run. Given us, that's his warning for the over by Kumar Dharmasena. He did periscope his bat a bit.
Yeah, it's very slow.
But you see, I mean, he pitched it short. Jaiswal rocks back, and by the time it had got to Ben Foakes, it was boot height.
Yeah, his wicket's pretty dead.
There's a deep backward point, a deep third, a fine leg, a deep backward square leg, and a deep square leg. So the short pitch bowling is the field is set to try and exercise a leg trap as far as Jaiswal was concerned. There's also a forward short leg, and Jaiswal steps back and crunches into the offside, but only to England's top scoring Ben Duckett. It means that's the end of my little spell. It's 146 for 1 of 37 overs. Jaiswal on 92, Shubman Gill on 30. Some social media messages, and then we'll have a shuffleroo, and someone will do something around the basis of the rotor.
And we're a minute early. Yeah, you see.
Oh, he's thrown everything off again with the. It's up. Leah says, "Hi. The Australian pelican doesn't migrate to Siberia, but there is the Dalmatian pelican that ranges to Central Asia, parts of which are technically Siberia. So you can respond to that, Messi, and I will fuck the fuck off."
Yeah.
Twitter may or may not be working. I couldn't get anything up on there.
Oh, I think that might be a problem. Yeah, I've been looking it up too, and Leah's quite correct. But I can tell you that the Great Knot, the redneck stint, the curlew sandpiper, and the Siberian sandflower all migrate between Australia and Siberia for some extraordinary reason.
I think Gill's got a single off the first ball of this over, by the way. It's being bowled by Joe Root.
Yes. Indeed, he stroked it out to deep cover. There was a sweeper out there. He's got an easy single. Yashasvi Jaiswal, who's, I must say, looking a little, antsy.
Yeah, he's certainly energetic, and it's working for him at the moment as he paddles a little aerial sweep shot down towards fine leg and gets himself 2 more. So he's up to 94 now.
Well, in the last 40 minutes or so, India seemed to have accelerated wonderfully. Jaiswal is the main accelerator, must say, but Gill has done his part as well. So with a lead of about 150, close to 150, 147 now, where do you see India finishing the day?
Well on top.
Yeah, that
is where I see it finishing. A full delivery which is driven firmly down the ground to mid-off, and so firmly was it hit that he can't get a run. It's gone from being a sort of nicely poised, nicely balanced kind of game to being pretty one-sided in the space of a couple of sessions, as Jaiswal is forward in defence to this one.
Are you on the internet bandwagon where everybody's jumping on Root's back, or do you think that was, it was injudicious, but
yeah,
it happens, right?
It happened. I don't like to criticise players. It does annoy me when people just come out the woodwork and only pipe up when there's something to moan about. As Jaiswal is back and playing this to cover and there's no run. But on the other side of the coin, it's understandable and it's okay to be frustrated by what you see in front of you. And there have been moments this morning from England's batting display that were deeply frustrating if you're an England fan. Root round armed and round the wicket, and Jaiswal's just outside halves him to backward point, and there's no run.
If you look at it statistically, they have a point, because that daft shot from Root led to England being bundled out for 100 more runs from that point on, where it was almost considered beyond doubt whether England would take a lead yesterday, the way they were playing.
Listen, I'm a big fan of what England are doing and what England have done in Test cricket, not least because it's just led to some fantastic Test matches that I've really enjoyed, and some that England won that they never would have won in years gone by. You know, it's thrilling stuff. So if you look at that bigger picture, I think some of the criticism that has been attracted is unfair, but I get that people get frustrated, and this morning was one example where you know, some outrageous attempts at shots went punished, and actually batsmen have given their wickets away, it seems, and it's put England in a difficult position in this particular game. Gill gets a ball on the hip that he swivel pulls down to deep long leg and gets a single. That brings up the 150 for India, 150 for 1.
Anything on the socials?
Indeed, Nitin Bajaj is with us. He says, what are we thinking? England would be happy to chase anything up to 400 on this pitch. I reckon India will be about 325, 330 ahead at stumps, so they can probably look to be well over 400 ahead by lunchtime tomorrow if nothing goes amiss for them.
I mean...
He also says, there's probably a ball just about to be delivered. Hang on.
Yeah, it's Mark Wood who's started a new over. So this was a short ball. Jaiswal gets an under edge, trying to hook that one, and it races down towards that fine leg boundary, but a good bit of fielding keeps him to 1, so he moves on to 95 now.
Unusually fine third man and fine leg fielders right there. The third man almost looked like a long stop.
It's weird, isn't it? Because some of the field placings for the seamers in recent times, we've seen like 3 men in front of square on the leg side, which to me speaks of a relatively slow pitch, because they're looking to get players caught in front of square. And yet, you're right, those fielders behind square in the deep are pretty fine, which sometimes indicates a quite quick pitch. Things go fine. But anyway, so maybe... what do I know? Maybe it's a slightly too pace pitch. This is a short ball, which is control pulled by Gill, getting himself an easy single to deep backward square.
Now this is pretty decent batting. I think Gill's quietly gotten himself to a point where, you know, this will count as a decent contribution from his side already, because in this partnership, after Rohit was dismissed around 22, I think the score was 22 or 30. I think yes, the score was 30. They put on about 122. Quite, I won't say unobtrusively, but well, they've got the job done with Gill sort of playing second fiddle. But Yashaswin as well as looking at another 100 here.
No, this is perfect for India. Jaiswal has really put the foot down in the last 40 minutes or so.
I was expecting he would do that actually.
Yeah, and this ball, he just waits on it, plays it under his nose off the back foot to backward point, and helps himself to another single. The score moves on to 153 for 1. That lead, that ever-growing lead, is currently at 279.
Yeah, a lead of 325 before close of play looks very realistic for India. And maybe they might be 2 or 3 down, or just 1 down if they're lucky.
Yeah.
In either case, there are stroke makers to come. So I think that would be a little bothersome if you're England, if they've lost 300 with some stroke makers.
Yeah, just got to stay patient, stay in the game, England. But they'll still look to be positive. That's the way. Look to take wickets, to make things happen in the game. Here comes Wood around the wicket to the right-handed Gill, who again is up on his toes and swivel pulling this one behind square to get another single.
I think Mark Wood is being used as a bludgeon. He's asked to bowl short into the body of both the batsmen, but so far they're handling it very adequately. They're able to, there are fielders in the deep, but none of them looked hurried. I think there's one ball from Wood in the previous over which, Jaiswal fended off very awkwardly, but since then he's found a way to deal with it in a more conventional way.
It's not a super quick pitch for Wood to extract a lot of pace out of. This one is across the left-handed Jaiswal, who's back in his crease, and this one's going to reach the boundary. It's going to be his 100. He brings up his 100 with 4 through extra cover off the back foot.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And I'll just play this in the background. We can continue
20.
talking. Wonderful innings by Jaiswal. Really is a talented player that India have got here.
Breakthrough, I must say, the series.
Yeah.
100, now another 100. Critical time. First one was sort of a agenda setting 100, but this one, third innings. Again, you're trying to get as far ahead. Wonderful, wonderful effort.
Yeah, and he clearly took the decision.
51 off his last 43 balls.
There you go. Now, thanks for that, Messrs. Yeah, it's good to have that stat to hand, because he's really made a conscious decision, didn't he? He hit Hartley for a couple of consecutive sixes. He hit Root for a six the following over. Had a few fours in between. And when he started on that assault, the camera panned up to Rohit Sharma on the boundary, and Sharma appeared to be shaking his head as if to say, what are you doing, son? Well, I'll tell you what he was doing, Rohit. He was moving from 50 to 100 in about 40 balls. That's what he was doing.
Nitin Bajaj adds to the sad story of lifeless Australian city centres. He says, beer garden in Melbourne on a Tuesday evening around 7. 4 of us, the only patrons. Owner comes up after the first round and says, sorry guys, it's costing me more in electricity to keep this place open than I'm making. Closing now, so drink up.
Oh, how
Can't blame
depressing.
him.
Has anyone spent much time in Brisbane?
No,
because I spent
for
about
Queenslanders.
I spent 2 hours there once, and I found it to be a thoroughly insipid and depressing city in that short time.
I think it's livened up a lot.
That's it. Gill is forward in defence to Root's first ball of this over, defending it to mid-off, and there's no run.
Both Brisbane and the Gold Coast have grown exponentially over the last 20 years.
Wow.
And I think there is a nightlife in Brisbane if you know where to look.
Gill down the track, and he absolutely pummels this one back over Root's head. Flat. It's gone all the way for one of these. Excellent batting from both of these Indian players now. Gill joining the party, meeting that one really solidly, just a couple of quick steps down the pitch and
just
hammering
a couple of absolutely. I mean, he took those little dinky steps because the ball was fuller than he thought.
Yeah,
but well adjusted.
Beautiful footwork. Root round the wicket again, and this one he's turning off his hip down towards the long leg boundary. That's going to race away, but Jimmy's after it, and they will come back for a second. So runs coming pretty freely at the moment for India. Gill's moved on to 42. Jaiswal has around 100, and that score is 166 for 1, which means the lead is 289 now.
Yeah.
More importantly, it means that 284 runs have been scored so far today, so my lowest GPL pick of 303 is coming into sight.
This one is turned into the leg side, and there's no run. 292. It's 126 as the lead, wasn't it? So it's 292 the lead currently.
All right. Messi's happier. And he says it's the lowest of his picks. That's
I mean, I missed by one again, but that's
forward comes Gill defending this ball from Root that's going across him, and there's no run.
Sorry to hear that, Messi. All right, but let's
keep plugging away, old son. You'll get there.
He does, I think. He makes these ending in 3s, ending in 7s. That's your thing, isn't it, Messi? All right. Let's not reveal any of his tricks.
Well, we know the 3 trick.
Right. It's a good way of giving some money to guerrilla cricket and having fun at the end of the day.
There we are.
Exactly.
As Gill is back in his crease and turning this one through square leg for a couple, I think. They were quite quick about their business there. Yeah, they're back for 2. So Gill moves to 44.
They got 10 from that over. Very untrue.
Yeah, without doing too much, really. Without seeming to try too hard. It was the 6th, the solid flat 6 back over Root's head, and then a couple of 2s in there as well. So, yeah, runs flowing freely.
Sagir Parkar says, I lived 10 years in Brisbane. Eventually I had enough of the weather, the shitty roads, and bloody utility drivers. It's a weird place, Queensland. It's like it's a different country sometimes. And the weather is so humid. I couldn't live there.
Yeah, and apparently everything that also crawls or lives there can bite you to death or whatever as well.
And Just Ideal says he's a huge fan of Grubby, the Hoff Bear, and Tony Bishop. But is it guerrilla cricket edict to present in such drab brown stroke grey attire? Seems de rigueur. It just happens at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, you just grab whatever's there.
Grab whatever's there.
But look, if this is an improvement,
have any clothes on, you're lucky.
This is some sombrero fallout merch. Ian, our friend Forthy's
Forthy's
podcast, which is excellent, and you should all listen to it when Gorilla's not on. But also some fine merchandise. He wrote to me saying, "Is it not shrunk in the wash?" I said, "No, it's far too good quality for that." Wood is in to start a new over. Shortest delivery going across the left-handed Jaiswal, who steers it quite comfortably down towards third man, where it's fielded. He gets another single.
Almost a great single, I suppose.
Yeah. Not having to do anything, just seeing replays of his exuberant celebrations when he went to his 100 with that four a couple of overs ago.
Big 100. Why not? Some flying kisses.
Yeah, lap it up, young man. Why not?
Yeah.
Living his best life at the moment. 200 earlier in the series and 100 today, which I'm assuming puts him top of the run-scoring charts in this series.
Yeah, indeed. Looks like that, yeah. And no, more importantly, these two are sort of the next generation as far as Indian batting, test batting is concerned. And you'd be happy to see both of them have got hundreds this series. No Kohli, no Rahul is injured, and so on, right? Rohit not too far out.
Woods in again to Gill, who's just sort of turning this around the corner from his crease with a horizontal bat. One more to the total.
How much longer do you think we're going to see the short ball approach? I think he's going to get very grumpy and very tired very shortly.
Yeah, well, I suppose the thing is when you
3 or 4 overs is going to be enough, isn't it?
You're not going to be bowling long spells. And also it's not really working.
423 runs so far this series. The next highest is Ben Duckett on 284.
Oh wow! So he's way out ahead. Yeah, unsurprisingly.
He's done really well for himself. And yeah, as I said, also important for the future if you are an India fan. But nonetheless, coming back to the here and now, would India be happy with a target of 450 for England? Or would they look for more?
I don't know. They've got 2 whole days left. I don't think they'll be thinking in those terms just yet, as an attempted short ball is misdirected down the arse by Wood. And diving folks does the business behind the sticks to prevent any sundries.
The wicket, no sundries yet, I think, luckily.
No, prevented the sundries on that occasion. So I don't think. I was going to say I don't think India will be thinking in those terms at the moment. There's still two days and a bit left in this game. They won't be thinking beyond probably lunchtime tomorrow. See where they are at that point.
Yeah,
I think
so just 500.
With this baseball England, you don't want to give them 5 sessions and maybe 500. Who knows?
Oh well,
go after it.
I mean that's crazy even to think that teams are thinking like that, isn't it? As he gets a ball on the hit this time, Jaiswal, and turns it through backward square leg for another single. But again, it does have that effect. They probably are thinking a little bit along those lines, and maybe that explains why we've seen Jaiswal go a bit batshit crazy over the last hour or so, and played very well.
Well, it's interesting. If anything, the pitch has flattened out during today. It's not been playing any tricks at all over the last couple of hours, is it?
No, actually, when Hartley was bowling, this is immediately after the start of tea. After tea, if he pitches close to the foot marks, right, there's a puff of dust coming off. I think it's about where you land the ball from now on in. This is about the time from where the ball is supposed to sort of, air quotes, start misbehaving and so on, right?
Yeah, and you would expect to see what variability in bounce we have seen thus far. You'd probably expect to see it increase tomorrow and certainly into day 5 if it goes that far. A short ball again from Wood, an attempted pull from Gill. He wasn't really in control, not really looking while he played it, and sure enough didn't time it at all, and it just winds up at square leg and there's no run.
That was a leg trap there, right? So there's a forward square leg, the catching mid wicket. I think there's even a backward square leg. So there's a leg trap clearly in place for the right-hander.
Yeah.
He's bowling into his body around the wicket.
But that was not well played by Gill.
No. Oh dear.
No, we're seeing a replay from earlier in the day of Joe Root.
No, earlier in the test, this is the first test if I'm not wrong. The Root was again caught.
This was today.
Oh,
it was today? No.
Yeah.
And oh dear is the appropriate response.
Gill, perhaps mindful of what happened in the previous delivery, just lets this one pass over his shoulder. Another short delivery from Wood.
It was a spinner. Oh, let me check again. My bad.
No worries.
Indeed.
171 for one.
The excellently named Law and Order is channeling her in a Tony Bishop She says, I bought a pair of tortoiseshell shoes yesterday. Took me 4 hours to walk out of the shop. Madan Mohan Sharma is with us. The way England are playing these days, if they get a target of 450 plus, they will get 275 of 45 overs. They've totally forgotten occupying the crease. No, it's fair enough. A draw isn't a target for them.
I was about to ask you that. No chance of blocking 200 overs for a draw or whatever, right?
And John Zinner said, went for my corporate cricket match, which I initially didn't want to go to, thinking that England will pummel India for 600. But they have surprised me with the dominance they have shown today. I think they surprised all of us to some extent.
No, I think they received a little bit of a setback that sort of galvanized the Indian team potentially. Not being able to suddenly play. They thought now we are having our backs to the corner. Whole middle order left out. And now if you dither a little, even half a day, the game as well, the series might be lost. Right?
It's been a brilliant day's Test cricket from India, you have to say. Firstly with the ball, and now with the bat.
Galvanized them.
Yeah.
Nation's lost.
Yeah.
They're like, no, we get it done here and now.
Hartley's going to be back into the attack. Last seen being smacked for a couple of consecutive sixes by Jaiswal, and he's got a bowl to him again. Jaiswal now does have his century, 102 not out, he is. Hartley's bowled 10 overs for 39 thus far in this innings. And the score is 171 for 1, so the lead is 297.
My apologies to our listeners. If you heard
Nitin
any
Bajaj says,
yeah.
apropos of big numbers, the streaming service in India for this game is showing cumulative views since the start of the match. We're up to 341 million views at the moment, and predicting across the country's population if this goes deep into day 5. Those stats are a bit sus, I've got to tell you.
Hartley starts with one that keeps very low outside Jaiswal's off stump, and just takes him.
Behavior.
Yeah.
From here, right, if you start hitting, so they have enough right arm over the wicket sort of bowlers. All he's to do is try and hit those footmarks. In fact, he didn't hit it this time. But if he does it, well, funny stuff's going to happen. Jadeja will be looking at it.
Oh, yeah.
He will then sitting in the dressing room.
Jaiswal facing up to Hartley once again. He's back in his crease and forcing this through the offside, where there's a gap as the man runs round from mid-off to do the fielding. And he gets 1.
So, yeah, I think Gill will be happy with the speed at which he's playing, because he's beginning to accelerate slowly with that 6 and whatnot. They'll want to close shop here, India. Around 1 wicket down, maybe get another 30-40 runs, because how much more? I thought there was 14 more overs left, right? I'm just thinking.
No, there's only 9.4 overs left.
Yeah, okay. In that case, we might even get all of it in before 5 p.m. local time. So let's see.
Hartley coming round the wicket, and Gill is forward in defence, pushing it up to mid-on, and there's no run. He's closing in on his own milestone, 45 he has, from 94.
He'll be very glad to take it as well, he'll be, after how he played in the first innings.
Exactly, yeah. Hartley round the wicket again, flighted, and on middle and off, and forward comes Gill respectfully, playing it back to the bowler. That lead just about to tilt over 300 now, currently standing at 298.
Yeah.
Shubman Gill it is, facing up to Tom Hartley. Tall left armour coming round the wicket, bowls now. Pitches on middle and leg and straightens, and he just turns it into the leg side quietly, no run.
I think they're waiting for one of those slightly pitched up balls. Maybe take it downtown or whatnot. Or just he's happy to see the first over of a spinner back.
Yeah.
Because it's also a change in rhythm.
Yeah.
Right?
I think I think they're happy enough just to play normally, not having to do anything out of the ordinary, and again he's forward in defence here to close the over out. So it finishes at 172 for 1 after the 42nd. Any further messages, Messers?
Indeed. Ian H says 300 lead. Ouch, make it stop. Madam Mohan Sharma says, I've been knowing Joe Root for quite some time. He has been a tremendous batter, but these days he is trying to play non-cricketing shots more. He should stick with his natural way of playing. Yeah, there are a few people saying that today. And
he should fall in place.
sorry, just to follow up on Nitin Bajaj, the reason I said those numbers are a bit dodgy, I know when we were covering the previous series in India and we were partnered with
Cricket Tracker?
Indian Crick Tracker, that's right. We were getting figures of 1.5 million a day, but a lot of them were just for 3 seconds. So it was somewhat misleading.
All right.
Now,
I think there was people looking for a stream of the cricket itself rather than of just us.
Yeah.
I can't believe they prefer to watch cricket than us. It's strange.
Who doesn't love watching us on the screen? Now, Jaiswal's got a bit of a problem with his back here, I think. He's down on all fours at the moment, and some medical staff have run onto the pitch.
Look good, actually.
It's not good if you're a young man. I mean, I wonder if Mike Atherton's watching this, another man who suffered from chronic back injuries throughout his career, and actually ended his career eventually, didn't it?
Maybe all that,
Oh, he looks in considerable pain.
Yeah, he looks like he has a spasm.
Yeah, it looks like he's got a trapped nerve or something. I mean, he's moving at least. They must have brought on some pills, perhaps, and taking some water on board. But he looks in considerable amount of discomfort. I wonder if this is a new injury or. Huh? Say again.
I don't think so. No.
It's currently 37 degrees there, although the humidity is very low. It's only 17% humidity, but
that's
it's
a very
still warm
dry
enough to
place.
lose a lot of liquid from your body.
So you think it might even be a cramp?
Yeah, could be a cramp in the back. I mean, Mark Wood bowling all those half trackers, right? I mean, forced him to sort of exercise the back a little. Maybe it's caught up to him.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think he's going to bounce back. He'll see the day out, unless he gets out, of course, because that's what you would expect. That's the best way to play out. Just calm down a little, play the day out, and see if you can, come back.
Seemed to come on quite suddenly for him there, though.
Yeah.
So whether it is a spasm or a sudden cramp or something. Anyway.
Glenn Maxwell on the phone.
Oh God, yeah. Oh, that was painful. It was an incredible innings, of course. That one from the World Cup, we scored 200, but
we won't see too many repeating.
No, I mean I was watching that and just wincing every time he hit it.
Yeah.
He could barely stand.
I mean, there was a little bit of a brain fade from Afghanistan. There were no slow, floaty, really wide balls, getting him to continue to stretch his back or whatnot. And he played them very well. And there were times when every time he fell down, you didn't think he would get up.
I know.
Bat again, let alone win the game.
Yeah, they were sort of mesmerised by it. But there aren't really many players in the world who could have played that. Maxwell is just a very special talent.
Well, either that or drinking yourself unconscious or whatever, right?
So
He must
Jaiswal,
have the strongest wrists of any cricketer I've ever seen. Just extraordinary what he can do with nothing except his wrists doing it.
So Jaiswal has got to his feet from a kneeling position that he was occupying previously. The medical staff has just had some water on his behalf and will now be handing the rest of the water to him, probably with some sort of pill dissolved in it. Jaiswal necks that. This is the only action we can bring you at the moment, the medical action. He's still feeling that back. Sort of mid to lower back seems to be the problem somewhere. The helmet's going back on though, so hopefully see a resumption in the action any moment now when Jaiswal retakes his guard.
Bets on where this test is going, Jets. England to play out a famous draw?
No. Whatever it is, it won't be a draw.
Fair enough.
I
mean, the game.
Even if they end up in a situation where they need 400 runs from the final session, I couldn't see them batting it out. It's just not in their nature.
Fair enough. I mean, you're always giving your opposition a chance, but you're taking a chance of winning the game as well. So,
yeah, if there was zero chance, like 400 in an hour of winning the game, then you might see a shut-up shot. But the general way of going about things is to go for the win at all costs. As Jaiswal gets a ball from Wood, which sees him back in his crease, up on his toes, and just steering it backward of point for another run. Yeah, he's still feeling it, and it's going to take.
He played it, seemed okay.
Yeah, no, he did. He played that okay. It's going to take a little bit of time for that pill to kick in. Paracetamol or something.
They did some stretching, as you said, water on board, a pill to go, maybe.
Yeah.
Some salt.
But yeah, he goes without saying he'll absolutely want to be there unbeaten at the end of the day for his team.
100%. And I mean, he's not done, is he? He can continue playing and see how far he can go with it. As well.
Yeah, get to the end of the day, have an overnight, come back fresh in the morning. That'll be the plan. Gill faces up to Wood, and he swings this one away. Wow, that's a great shot. That one didn't get up as high as Wood would have liked, and he absolutely swung it away with a beautiful swing of the bat. And he goes for one of these. Easy as you like. Pendulum swing of the bat there from Gill. And that does bring up his 50. Yeah, well played. 51 from 98. And great support for his young teammate up the other end. I mean, he just made that look so easy, Gill.
It's a response to sort of a leg trap. You saw nobody on the boundary on leg side, even though Wood was bowling short. You saw a catching mid wicket, a short mid wicket, and a couple of square legs.
Yeah, here comes Wood again, and he fires in another short one. And Gill barely even has to duck to get under that one. Must have been close to being a wide or a no ball even. Would have been called that in one-day cricket, I'm sure. But anyway, just allows it to sail over his head harmlessly. 179 for one now, India, and that lead is over 300. 305 currently.
That was a big blow. That sort of also took India past a fairly important milestone.
Yep.
Let's see if India will continue in the similar vein in the remaining overs as well.
Yep, Gill's going to face up to Wood once more. Here comes Wood now into the crease. No short fielders in sight, and this one is hammered through the covers. Actually, he just stood and delivered another whip crack of a shot there, and this one goes for one of these.
You can see why fans around the world have such a lot of time for this young man.
Well, a lot of time is the right expression. He seemed to have all the time in the world for both of those shots.
And Wood is bowling 140 plus here. This is no, tired Wood. He's firing it up there. Okay, there's a bit of width, but he seemed to be in position well in time, and just all he had to do was just bring the bat down with some amount of authority, and just flew away the ball.
Yeah.
Wonderful batting.
Indeed. Wonderful stuff from Shubman Gill. Great support for his partner, but it's more than that. He's got 55 of his own, and the two shots he's played this over, he seemed to have had all the time in the world to play them. I think this will be the end of Wood's spell here. For one reason or another, it's not working out for him. He's coming round the wicket to try and change his luck here. Another short delivery. Gill's ready for it. Smashes it through mid-wicket. Doesn't quite get all of it. And it's fielded by the man running in from the boundary there. So he just gets one more. But I think either way, it's got to have a bit of a blow, Woody, after this over.
Yeah. Makes sense. And maybe a bit of Anderson, do you think? To see if there's any more reverse swing possible?
Yeah, you could try that. Seam from one end.
I've been waiting to commentate on Mr. Rehan Ahmed. Will I get to see him?
This is our last over, so he probably will.
Is there going to be another duo, or is there a trio to follow?
Yes,
all right.
The overflowed. The Bear, Mog, and Kartik are due on.
Perfect.
Is Kartik in the waiting room, Grubby?
Yeah, he is, yeah. I'll let him in now. Let me give the Bear... Bear, are you there? You can come in a sec, mate. Wood comes round the wicket, short. And that is a better ball, actually, and Jaiswal is up on his toes defending it and looking very uncomfortable with that back of his.
Yeah.
The Bear can empathise because he's also done his backing. Right, I'm going to leave you. It's going to be, I think it was about 7 overs left or something like that.
Yeah, 8 overs left. Thank you very much.
Nice to see you. Take care. Thank you very much.
Thank you both. I'll do a couple of YouTube messages.
All right.
Sigil Parker says Gill has actually played a bit more sensibly, more mature innings, becoming of a number 3 bat. I'd agree with that. Madam Mohan Sharma says, hello gentlemen, in your opinion, what would be the maximum target which England can chase successfully in this match? Well, that's anybody's guess. But, they could chase 450 in extraordinary circumstances. I think India will be looking to set them at least 500. And Leah says, I guess they will back themselves to Chase up to 350. Not sure if that is realistic though. And Sagnik Dutta says, alert the press guys, today is the day Bazball dies. Very far from it. Bazball
it's not dying, don't be daft.
Bear, just before I go, to remind you, the GPL, England scored 112 runs today.
112.
So just add that on.
Okay.
I'll catch you tomorrow.
Okie dokie, see you tomorrow. Hello Kartik. And hello Mog again. Melburnians to finish the day off. Gileswell's going to have to go off, isn't he? His back's gone, clearly. It'll be very difficult for him to bat. He's had the physio out twice in the space of 10 minutes.
What did he do to it?
I don't know. It might just have gone. The same as mine. It's,
might have just been carrying the whole team.
Yeah.
And therefore it's started to hurt.
Age and infirmity.
Yeah. Hartley around the wicket. Defended. Up past short mid-off to conventional mid-off. And there is no run. No, you got to think. I don't know, England. It's thoughts after this Hartley delivery, and it's played up to mid-on. There's no run. Maybe we all got a little. Well, maybe the English people just got a little fooled. Thought they were all going to be Bunsen burners, and India have figured out. Someone said earlier in this test, it might have been Messers, that why prepare rank Bunsen burners when they've got the better spinning attack. And England's batters can't always match India's batters, and therefore they should go on and win with fairly just decent Indian wickets. It's defended back down the track, and there's no run. England spinners just don't have any control. Can't gain it either.
Yeah, look, I mean, if they're young spinners, right? You'd expect them to do well in a test at best 2, but it's a long series.
Yeah, exactly that. Hartley. That's a full toss, I think. Just patted back to him, maybe in sympathy from Gileswell. Or maybe Gileswell is done.
I think he's just playing for stumps.
Yeah, maybe it is cramp, but I've never heard of cramp in the back, to be fair. He doesn't seem particularly agile, does he? It's defended back down the track, there's no run. Which,
this is it's a dangerous period actually, because if he is injured and if he's sort of just trying to survive, that could potentially open up an opportunity for England. And the last thing he'd want is to be getting out at this late of the day.
Well, yeah, I was just thinking that if he is inhibited in his movement, maybe you do want to keep Woody on or someone and get it up him and see what happens. Cruel but fair in the circumstance. It's defended back down the track. There's no run. Sorry,
if he's batting, then it's fair game. So
you cut out a bit there. Sorry, I didn't hear it.
At least he doesn't have to bowl.
No,
or does he?
No, I was to say, if he's batting, then it's fair game.
Yeah, exactly. Gileswell's a long way ahead in the runs department in this series. Duckett second, Pope third, which doesn't bode too well. He is going to go off now, I think. Well, he goes off injured, so he can come back on, surely, when something happens, or if something happens. Unless, if it is just cramp, then I'm sure he'll be fine tomorrow. If he's actually done his back, then that may well be it for this and the next test, I'd have thought. They tend to go on.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, I think it's a back injury is generally.
They don't heal quick.
Yeah, exactly. They take a bit of time, and you're right, because it's back-to-back tests. Could very well be missing it for next test as well. But we'll no doubt wait and see. Either that, or he just couldn't stand the heat anymore and wanted to go get into the showers.
Yeah. Well, it could be that. I mean, the other thing you think here is England aren't playing the best Indian team that could be put out. I don't know if I took
That's true.
Kohli missing, KL Rahul missing, although would you say he's great? Probably not, but certainly experienced.
He's certainly in the first 11.
Yeah.
That's for sure. And then, obviously, well, they'll very likely miss Ashwin for the second innings as well. So
yes, true. Well, England should have capitalised on that, really, shouldn't they? With the fact that they were only down at 4 bowlers. That's defended on the inside half of the bat by Gill, goes out towards the man on the 45, and there's no run.
You'd think they would have capitalised on it, but
yeah,
there you go.
Exactly. They fucked it up wonderfully. Ryan Ahmed into the attack, I should have said. His second ball is just defended by Shubman Gill. Back to him, and there's no run. So Patidar has come out to take over from Shubman Gill. Defended back down the track, and there's no run. Maybe that does give England an opportunity to sneak a couple of quick wickets before the end of the day. New man at the crease.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a door is slightly ajar, I'd say.
Indeed. Down the track comes Shubman Gill at Ryan Ahmed. Doesn't get there.
Assuming he can get strike.
Well,
assuming he gets on strike.
It's true. Well, you can't avoid strike for 22 minutes. I wouldn't have thought. Defended out into the cover. No run.
Surprised they didn't send out a night watchman, to be honest. I would have thought that.
Do you need a night watch when you're 311 runs ahead with 9 in the hutch? I don't think you do, really.
Yeah, maybe not. Maybe not.
Ryan Ahmed in short, wide, punch through the offside. And that's what we always get with a leggy. A rank ball and 4 runs and over.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, there's such a setup there waiting to be hit. It's nice freebie there for Gill. He'll take that any day of the week, especially on current form.
Exactly. Right, over to you, Mog.
Madden Mohan Sharma says, baseball dies or lives, I don't know, but the way England play these days, it's brought back the fading interests of audiences for Test cricket.
Ooh.
And Sagnic Data says, realistically, what do you feel? What are the chances England can win the series?
Limited. I don't think there'll be any draws. It's not like there's going to be any rain anywhere, is it? So, yeah, for me, the problem England do have is exactly that. They got lucky to a degree in the first test. Great innings from Pope. They've lacked any control. They've lost both tosses in the next 2 tests, which I do think are a big thing. I think it's quite important to bat first in India, get the runs on the board. Hartley around the wicket, into the pitch, just played back to him by Patidar, who faces up to his first ball. Should give him a jingle, really. I will after the next ball, probably. I've got to find him. There he is. Around the wicket, Hartley into the pads. Patidar plays it out to mid-wicket, no run. He sounds like this.
Richard Patidar. Richard Patidar. Richard Patidar.
An IPL jingle. Tossed up. Ooh, a bit round arm by Hartley. Gets a bit of turn outside the off stump of Patidar. Comes off the outside edge, goes down towards short third man. There's no run.
I did send in a more recent
Patidar
jingle, I think.
Oh, I don't know.
Not just necessarily any better than that one.
Of course. Around the wicket, Hartley defended by Patidar. And there's no
I mean, it's just plain and simple, right? Just straight to the point, makes sense.
Yep. That's all it needs to be.
Now you tell me.
Stokes, who is looking a little bit forlorn as he watches Hartley. Gets another one to turn. Patidar props forward once more, outside half of the bat. No run. Oh shit, my front door's gone. Carter, can you take over? Second.
Yep.
It won't be second.
No worries. Can do. As Hartley continues, well, he's trying to continue. He's being held up.
Just waiting for the bear to come back.
Finally, continues around the wicket to Patidar and again played defensively on the front foot for no run. Another dot ball. And that's the end of the over, end of the 46th over. India is now 189 for 1 with a lead of 315. Just seemed like they are a long way away, far away from England at this point.
Just the 9 wickets left on the hutch. I don't know. Make 500, knock them over.
Yes.
3 sessions.
Correct. Effectively 1 for 350 or 315 for 1, depending on which part of the world you're from and listening in.
All right, it's me. I've jumped in for the bear for a minute or two.
Oh, I thought maybe you'd put a different shirt on or something.
Do you want me to do the ball by ball? Gil,
sure, go for it. Yep.
Gil back in his crease and playing that to cover, and there's no run. Yeah, that lead is considerable right now. India will be delighted with their day's work. Gil's going to face up to Rian Ahmed again, forward in defence.
Yeah, I think now they're just. They've already got plenty of runs. I think now they'll just be increasing the margin of victory at this point.
Icing the cake.
Bears coming back in after this ball, bowled by Rian Ahmed, and it's cut by Gil to the man on the point boundary. They get a comfortable single. Bye.
What a lovely cameo.
In AFL terms, Alec, you'll appreciate this. They're just playing for percentage at this point.
It's junk time, and they're kicking a bunch of goals on an already dispirited team at the end of the fourth quarter.
Correct.
Sorry about that. Delivery at the door.
Was it good?
I don't know if you can make out the. I don't know if you can make out the Carlton FC poster, the jersey in the background.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't realise.
Driven straight at City mid-off. Who's got it? Pope. I don't know if he got it on the pad or he got it in the midriff. It looks quite painful, wherever it hits him.
It's very difficult to catch with your scrotum, so...
Yeah, he did say 4 runs, probably really a drop, one could say. I don't know exactly where it hit him.
I think on the shin, looked like. Or the back of the shin where it wasn't covered.
Ran Armand in, defended by Patadon. No run.
The studio is your house, is it, over there?
It's a flat I own. Yeah.
Yeah, right, okay.
So, yeah, it's easy to have it here. And I've got a tenant, but he knows he's au fait with what we do, so it's cool. On the back foot, Patadar punches it up to mid-off, and there's no run.
Just get him into the commentary team.
He knows nothing about cricket.
Surely he's been hearing over the years. He must have.
Well, I don't think he's absorbed any of it. No.
If I can come on air and I know nothing about cricket, then there's no reason he can't do it.
True. I don't think he wants to do it. He's not here most of the time. In fact, it kind of works perfectly for him. Apart from these weird winter series, where obviously we're arriving at 3:30 in the morning or whatever. But in the summer, he's generally at work. So
yeah, right. Okay.
Handy.
Kind of works out quite well. Everything seems to have slowed down.
I think just 4 overs to go. They're just looking. Everyone's really playing for stumps. They've just going through the motions a bit.
There's only 4 overs going. They might actually finish early if they got spinners on. Hartley is in again. Gill just defends behind for no run. Yeah, it looks like everyone's playing for time.
It's still technically late.
Well, yeah, I know, but usually they don't actually get 90 overs in the extra half an hour either, do they? Let's be honest. The Ashes were terrible. The Ashes, they were 12 overs short a day. It was ridiculous. Oh, that's gone. No, it hasn't. It's just turned too far. Gill has essayed a drive, and it's turned past his outside edge. That did turn a lot. Doesn't bode well for England.
No, I was going to say, bittersweet.
Ooh, took a big chunk out of the pitch.
There's a puff of dust.
That went a long, long way. Mind you, those sorts of balls generally don't actually take wickets. The ones that go straight on that do. That is too short and punched out into the covers. It'll be a single.
Yeah, you're right. It's those ones that play in the mind, but they're not the ones that get you out. You're absolutely right.
They do too much, don't they? Ah, well.
Yep, indeed.
Well,
so when do we think? We obviously assume India's going to win this game. At what point do we think they wrap it up? End of the day tomorrow, or are we going to go into day 5?
I think they'll go. I don't think they'll need anything more than 500. I mean, I think 350 is going to be enough, to be honest. I mean, you'd say so. England will try for anything that they can. England will go for anything they set them, but India will probably want 5 sessions to get them out. So, somewhere, I imagine somewhere between lunch and tea tomorrow, India declare, hoping they've got a 500-run lead, and that's pulled it out. Patitar has given it away. England have got a wicket. Now that was shit gets wickets. That was a terrible ball. He's had 2 terrible dismissals, both to Hartley in this series, in this test. The first one in the first innings, he just patted one to cover. And this one, he's pulled a really shit rank long off straight to mid wicket. I feel a little bit sorry for him, but then it's the way it goes.
Hartley looked a bit embarrassed about it too.
Well, I'm not surprised.
That's exactly how Duckett got out.
Yeah, basically. Shit takes wickets.
I suppose they're even now.
First thing I learned from Gorilla Cricket, shit takes wickets. Shit takes wickets.
That's quite amusing. That's a free wicket for England.
It is. I'll tell you. So they're effectively 3 down now, right?
Yeah.
I mean, assuming Jaiswal doesn't come back. So I tell you, the door was slightly ajar. All they needed is a bit of change of momentum.
Well, Kuldeep
from a retired hurt.
Kuldeep comes out as a replacement. He is the night watchman. They've decided to go for one. It's not such a bad idea. Let's give him a jingle.
I thought that Kuldeep was science fiction until I saw him today. Now that your death is my addiction, I've thrown all that Virat junk away.
Protecting the debutante Sarfaraz Khan, albeit he wouldn't mind having a bat given the way he went in the first innings.
Yeah, I'm sure. Well, I guess he'd rather start tomorrow morning. He doesn't assume that Kuldeep will last very long. I mean, this is it. The other thing that could happen is England could miraculously get 8 wickets for 30 runs. He says very extravagantly optimistically.
As Messi has reminded us, they don't need to get 8 wickets because there's no Ashwin. So
that's 7. That's true.
Depending on whether Jaiswal comes back in.
Well, that is the other question, isn't it? Is Jaiswal going to come back in?
So potentially only 6 left, right? So never say never. India has always traditionally found a way to let the opposition back in, even though they've been so far ahead in games. So
yeah,
we just never know.
True. Well, Kuldeep's going to face up. Hartley's going to come over the wicket to him. 3 men around the bat. And that one comes in sharply, keeps a little bit low. Kuldeep managed to get his bat down on it though. And there's no run.
Tell you what, things are starting to happen.
Well, yeah, there is exactly that. And if Kuldeep gets out soon enough, for example, or if it was Gill even, certainly one more would come out. They're not at the point where they go off
one
the
more
field.
wicket here for England, and I dare say this is,
Well, Hartley's in, tosses that one up. Kuldeep gets right forward, smothers the ball, and there's no run. 48 overs done.
I called this game over 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, wow, it is really. But come on, we've got to say what we see. We've got to say what we see. A little bit of excitement has finally happened, especially if you're English. It's been all India today.
And the commentary has to be neutral, of course.
No, this is guerrilla cricket.
That's the host broadcaster, I'm sure, is being neutral.
I'm sure they are.
Probably being shit.
Yeah. Is it TNT? Is it a Star Sport? I can't even keep up anymore. It's
TNT. It's TNT in England, which used to be BT,
right, okay.
But presumably.
I see. Okay.
That's because you'll get the English feed on the Sky, on the Skype, Zoom. That's defended. Well, cut out to cover.
I don't know about you. I'm
no run.
Seeing it from the monitors here in the media box, but
As that's defended back to the batsman, bowler even, no run.
Does anybody use Skype anymore?
I don't think so. Well, the thing is, someone suggested we use Skype, and I tried sharing the video on Skype, and it's just shit. It's cut out to deep point, and there is no run. I mean, they should have developed that over time. I mean, it was literally 1 in 5 frames sort of business on the video. It's just like, this is.
Most people have moved to Teams now.
Well, yeah, Teams took over everything, doesn't it? I presume that's integrated lots of apps into it as well, hasn't it? Though, because it's Microsoft, so you can.
Yeah.
Even my backwards-ass government organisation I work for has moved to Teams. They fucked up the implementation, but they still moved to it.
Well, if it's any consolation, I used to work for Defence, and they still very much use Skype.
Oh, now. Oh, I don't know what happened there. It went ballooned up in the air, but no one went for the catch. I presume it didn't come off anything like a bat. An only pad. Down a long way down leg side.
Yeah, things are starting to happen. Just a glimmer of hope.
Glimmer
of hope for England.
Oh, that's a filthy delivery though, down leg side. And Cooley has no need to play for it. Yeah. And that's, that's what I was saying earlier. I just think England are too inexperienced, and as you said, they got lucky in one test to a degree. But India have closed the door. That's driven nicely by Kuldeep. Get himself a single. Get himself off the mark. Might even get 2. He's going to get 2. Might even get 4. No, not going to get 4. It's chased down by Woody. But went poo for 3 in the end, no?
Yeah, good running.
Yeah, good running. Kuldeep should take the strike, really. It is towards the end of the day. That's the whole point of the night watchman, I suppose. End of the over. What have we got, Mog?
Leah thinks that this match has the best chance of ending in a draw, but England's probably squandered that by now. Richard 7 asks, does anyone hark back to the Root captaincy days? Who are the best England and Indian captains you've seen? And there's several answers about that.
I can give you my opinion. I think I would say in tests it would have to be Virat Kohli, just from a stats perspective. The white ball game, I would say, is MS Dhoni for India, but the guy who really started this revolution would have to be Sourav Ganguly. So there's my 3.
That's going to offend a lot of Australians.
Yeah, that's defended up towards mid-on by Kuldeep, and there's no run. But yeah, I'd probably say that for India. That's fair.
For England, it's hard to go past Vaughan.
Well, and Stokes currently, you'd say, when you look at, if you're going on stats, and that's defended back to the bowler and there's no run, and generally say after 20 tests, the stats are starting to even themselves out. Stokes had an amazing start. Actually, Root's win-loss record wasn't that much worse than Vaughan's, to be fair, but Vaughan won a classic Ashes, so he'll always be considered one of the greats. That's defended back to I think it's the bowler, there's no run.
Yeah. I think it's more than just the stats, right? For me, it's just about the transformation of the team.
Yeah.
That sort of, those, I guess, non-tangibles, if you like, intangible, non-tangibles, the ones that are not tangible, or whatever.
Pokey Bumfinger suggests that Vaughan was just a jammy bastard.
Well, no, I mean, what Vaughan took on was what Nasser Hussain started. Actually, I mean, Nasser was the guy who sort of pulled us out of the shit. Oh, now that's worth an appeal.
Hello.
I think that's fucking out. He's not offered a shot. Fucking review that. I would review that.
Interesting.
I don't know. That looked pretty close to me.
I reckon.
You reckon a height, possibly, but he completely didn't play a shot, and it looked like it was going close to the stumps. But Kuldeep survives. I'd like to see that on a Hawkeye.
It's to be an interesting replay.
Yeah, exactly. Defended out to City mid off, and there's City mid off now. There's a slip, there's a leg slip, and there's a short leg. I think that's going on to off stump, maybe over the top.
Jeez, he's given it the full arse cheek.
He's given it the full arse cheek, and he's quite a long way down, and that was turning into the arc of the stumps. I'd have wanted a review on that. I think that's worth it.
That reminds me of. I'll tell you in a second.
Around the wicket now, Hartley to Kuldeep. Oh, that one goes in, and he plays on the back foot, scoots down, keeps squats a little bit. Ends the 50th over, 195 for 2. 1 over left in the day. Yeah, there we go. So if a wicket falls now, that will be the end of the day.
So 2 things. I think, judging by those last 3 balls, 321 runs is more than enough.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not sure they're going to get there. But second thing is that the LBW appeal reminded me of the delivery that Warren bowled to Strauss many years ago.
Yeah, and got past his
in the Ashes.
Yeah,
albeit Strauss is a little bit more leaner than Kuldeep, and so didn't have the body fat to have the ball intersect. Unfortunately, or for him.
Ran Armour's going to bowl the last over today. Tosses that one up, and it's defended by Shubman Gill. We're going to have a look at this now. Yeah, that's going on to hit the stumps, I swear. Oh, it's going over, you were right. It's going over middle and leg, though.
Didn't look it.
Oh, now that's gone off the inside edge, but it's gone behind square. Through the air. But there's a short leg. It wouldn't have gone to a leg slip either. It would have gone between the two of them. Backward short leg would have gone straight too. So it was height that was the only thing that saved him there.
After disappearing into his rectum and then coming out the other
Yeah.
side.
196 for 2, as they said. 322 run lead.
How's that GPL looking? Is anybody going to win?
Oh, now what is that? 112. So what does that make it? 308. Is that right? Yeah.
8. Yeah.
308. 308. No, Messi Jez 313. So 5 runs required.
In 3 balls.
In 3 balls. Not going to happen, I don't think. No. Well, 1 on a 4 could do. Unlikely that they'll do that. Now you might try and hit a 4th the last ball of the day, though. Sometimes people want to do that. Maybe not. Ran Ahmed tosses that one out. Oh, I thought that had gone through him, but it hasn't. He's stroked it out to cover, and there's no run. Last ball of the day. Well, is there any helmets behind the umpire stumps? Or a no ball, or a no ball 4, 5 wides?
5 wides.
No, instead it's just defended into the onside. There is no run. Messi just doesn't win the GPL. It ends on 308, and that ends the day. India are well and truly on top. It started so well for England this morning. Well, potentially. 200 runs in no time at all last night, but they managed to fuck it up and lose all their wickets before they got to 300. And only Duckett, who got 153. Well, Stokes got 40 and Pope got 39, but no one else really did anything. Root did a root shot, the reverse sweep. I mean, it's a good catch, to be fair, because it's off the face of the bat, but it was straight at second slip, and he went. Duckett spooned one to, having got to his 150, spooned one to cover. Shit takes wicket delivery. It was a half tracker outside off stump, and he toe-ended it to cover. It was a bit annoying. Stokes got caught in the deep, and then the rest just flailed, and England didn't do very well. They got just over 300. India came out. Jaswal was he was quite quiet to start with, and Rohit got out on review to a root LBW. Gill was very circumspect to start with, and then just before he got to 40, the Jaswal went mental and started smashing it all around the park, and then got to his 100 pretty quick. And then he had a back spasm, which meant he had to leave the field. He got attention 2 or 3 times on the field, but it's either a back spasm, cramp in the back, which I've never heard of, or his back has just popped, in which case that's bad news and he might not be able to bat again. Of course, Ashwin isn't in. Grubby is saying goodbye, which means it may be the fact that England only have to get 8 wickets to bat again. It probably is too far already, but you have to say it's India's game. What do you reckon, Kartik?
I think so. I mean, look, effectively they're 322 for 2, so a long way ahead at this point. As I said a couple of minutes ago, just that second last over, the way the ball was, Hartley was getting the ball to talk against Kuldeep, albeit a lower order batsman. it's hard to start on this wicket. So
yeah, although that is,
you can certainly catch him.
I guess that is to the left-hander, isn't it? I mean, there isn't that rough necessarily outside the right-handers off stump. It's all the bowlers going over and round the wicket. There has created that rough outside the left-handers off stump. I suppose you've got Stokes, you've got
So
Duckett.
just think Jadeja will be a handful on this, his home track. It's just set up for him, isn't it? He's got 100 in the first innings. He's got all this media attention, all the controversy of his family and his father throughout the week. The game's just, and Ashwin now, unavailable for the rest of the game. You just think that Jadeja's going to come in and spin them to victory. It seems like it's a perfect story, but we'll wait and see. I think this game is going to be done tomorrow. I don't think we're going to see a day 5, to be honest. But we'll wait and see.
Well, it depends how quickly India gets to that 500-run lead, doesn't it? I mean, you'd think with 8 wickets in the hutch and 320 runs ahead, they kind of maybe get themselves nicely to 370 and then just start throwing a bat, wouldn't you? If you get 450, you get 450, but that should be enough, sort of deal.
I think it'll just be time now. I think they'll just play normally till lunch, probably get 400 lead by lunch, and then after that, maybe back for an hour after lunch, see what they can get.
Yeah.
And call it, I reckon.
Call it quits.
Probably about where they'll play. It's my...
Will they get them out? What that means they'll get England out in a session and a half, which I quite like, because I wouldn't want to come in on Monday to watch England lose in 3 hours. That'd be really quite annoying. But that's what happened in the last one. So it'll probably happen again in this one. Thanks, Mog, for coming on. As always, and what a servant you are. Is all I can say.
Servant of the game. Servant
of the game. Right, well, that's it. We're going to wrap up. We're going to be back tomorrow. I'm not in. Jason's opening up the studio tomorrow at 3:50 in the morning. I'll be on a telephone, no doubt. See you boys later. Bye.
Thank you.
Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, no surrender.
Mercy Fender.